Hi there, my friends, welcome back to the channel. I'm so glad you're here with me tonight. You guys know this is our favorite place to gather, sharing those raw, spine-chilling true scary stories that actually happen to real people just like you and me. Stories so eerie they'll have you glancing over your shoulder, but we love that thrill together, don't we? Tonight I've got a brand new collection of terrifying paranormal encounters and real-life horror moments sent in by viewers from all around the world. 100% authentic, straight from the heart. Before we cozy up and dive into the scares, can you do me a quick favor? Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. It means the world to me and keeps our little horror family growing. And please, take just a second to drop a comment below telling me which country you're watching from. I genuinely read every single one, and seeing all of you from so many amazing places truly warms my heart and inspires me to find the best stories for us. Alright, grab your blanket, turn the lights down low, and let's get into our first true scary story. Disturbing true gas station night shift horror story from rural Canada. The man who kept coming back and new things. He shouldn't terrifying alone at night experience. My name's Alex. Well, that's not my real name anymore, for reasons you'll understand soon, and back in late 2022, I was 23 years old, fresh out of a dead-end job in Toronto, and desperately needing cash. I moved back to my tiny hometown in rural northern Ontario, Canada. Population maybe 800 if you count the dogs. The kind of place where the nearest big city is hours away. Cell service is spotty at best. And winters hit like a freight train, -30. Celsius snow piling up so high you can't see over the drifts and nights that feel endless. The only job I could snag quick was the night shift at this old 24-hour gas station just off the Trans-Canada Highway. It was one of those isolated spots. A single building with pumps out front, a small convenience store inside stocked with chips, energy drinks, lottery tickets, and the usual junk. There was a garage bay attached that stayed locked after 8 p.m., and behind the store, nothing but dense pine forest stretching for miles. The highway saw some traffic during the day, truckers hauling timber, families heading to cottages up north. But after midnight, dead quiet. You'd go hours without a single customer. Just you, the humming fluorescent lights, the coffee machine gurgling, and the wind howling outside like it wanted in. I took the shift because it paid a little extra 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. 5 nights a week. My boss, an older guy named Rick who owned the place, lived 20 minutes away and only came in if there was real trouble. He gave me the rundown on my first night. Keep the doors locked after 10 p.m. Customers pay at the window or use card at the pump. Watch the security cameras. Don't let anyone linger too long, and if anything feels off, call him first, then the OPP, Ontario Provincial Police. If it's bad. Mostly boring, he said with a shrug. But winter's up here. People get weird when they're stuck in the cold. The first couple weeks were exactly that. Boring. I'd stock shelves, mop floors, brew endless pots of terrible coffee, and scroll on my phone when service allowed it. I'd listen to podcasts to stay awake, or stare out at the snow swirling under the floodlights. Truckers would pull up occasionally. Big rigs idling as they filled up diesel, drivers in heavy parkas coming to the window for coffee and smokes. Polite, quick transactions. Sometimes a lost traveler needing directions. Nothing scary. I actually started to like the solitude. It was peaceful, in a way. Just me against the long, dark night. But then, around mid-December, things started feeling off. Not outright terrifying at first, just little things that built up. Like, the security cameras would glitch sometimes, static on one feed showing the back of the building, even though we had them serviced recently. Or I'd hear faint scratching sounds from the garage bay, like branches in the wind, but there were no trees close enough. I'd chalk it up to the cold pipes contracting, animals in the woods. Normal stuff for up here. The real weirdness started on a brutally cold night, December 18th, I think. Temperature was dipping to -35 with wind chill. The kind where exposed skin freezes in minutes. Snow was coming down heavy, visibility maybe 50 feet. I was halfway through my shift, around 2 a.m., that dead zone where everything feels surreal and time slows down. The highway was empty, no tire tracks in the fresh snow for hours. Then headlights appeared in the distance. Slow at first, like the vehicle was crawling through the storm. It pulled up to pump 3, an older model pickup truck, dark blue or black, covered in road salt and snow. Ontario plates, but I couldn't make out the numbers clearly through the blizzard. The driver didn't get out right away. Just sat there, engine running, wipers sweeping back and forth. After a minute, the intercom buzzed. We had a speaker at the pumps for prepay. A man's voice came through, deep and gravelly, with a thick Northern Ontario accent. Hey, fill it up on pump 3, regular. And a pack of export agreens if you've gotten standard request. I authorized the pump remotely, watched on camera as he started filling. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a heavy winter jacket with the hood up, face shadowed. Beard, maybe in his 40s or 50s. Nothing standout creepy yet. When the tank was full, about $1.80, he trudged through the snow to the night window. I slid open the drawer for payment. He passed in a $100 bill, crisp and new. Keep the change, he muttered, taking his cigarettes, but as I handed them over, he paused. Stared at me through the glass for a beat too long. His eyes were pale blue, almost gray, piercing even in the harsh light. You new here? He asked suddenly. Yeah, couple weeks, I replied, trying to sound casual. He nodded slowly. Thought so. You look like you don't belong out here yet. Be careful on these nights. Roads get lonely, I laughed it off nervously. Yeah, tell me about it. He didn't laugh back. Just turned and walked to his truck, drove off into the whiteout. I watched the taillights disappear, then went back to my podcast. Creepy vibe, sure, but truckers say weird stuff all the time when they're sleep deprived. The next night, same time, around 2 a.m., headlights again. Same truck, same pump, same order. Full tank, pack of export A-greens. Exact same amount, $80 on the nose. He paid with another crisp 100, said, keep the change. But this time, when he stared, he added, cold one tonight, Alex. I froze. My name tag was under my hoodie. I always kept it hidden during night shifts for safety. No one called me Alex here. Everyone used my nickname or nothing. How'd you know my name? I asked, voice cracking a bit. He smiled. First time I saw it. Thin lips, yellow teeth. Heard it somewhere. Small town. Word gets around. But we weren't in town. This was 15 kilometers out. And no one knew I was working here except my family and Rick. I didn't tell him anything else. Just closed the drawer quick and watched him leave. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe Rick mentioned me to a regular, or he overheard a phone call. Paranoia from the isolation, but he came back the next night, and the next. Every single night for a week straight, around 2 to 2:30 a.m., same truck, same pump, same order, same payment. Always in the worst weather, blizzards, ice fog, whatever made the highway treacherous. And each time he'd say something personal. Third night. How's your mom doing? Heard she was sick last winter. My mom had pneumonia the year before. No way a stranger knew that. Fourth night. You still playing that old guitar? That it sounds good in the quiet. I hadn't played guitar since high school and never mentioned it to anyone here. Fifth night. He leaned close to the glass, breath fogging it up. You dream about the woods yet, Alex? They dream about you. My heart was pounding by then. I started keeping a log in my phone times he showed up, what he said, truck description. I called Rick after the fifth visit. He sounded annoyed, half asleep. Probably just a lonely regular messing with the new guy. Happens. If he does anything threatening, call the cops. Otherwise, serve him and move on. We need the business. But it wasn't threatening exactly, just knowing. Too knowing. By the eighth night, I was a wreck. Barely sleeping days, jumping at every headlight. I started parking my car around back, out of sight. Kept a baseball bat from the storage room behind the counter. The scratching sounds in the garage got louder, like nails on metal, rhythmic. He showed up again, of course. But this time after paying, he didn't leave right away. Stood there in the snow, staring at the building. Then he walked around to the side, toward the garage bay door. I watched on camera as he pressed his gloved hand against it, like testing if it was locked. Then he looked straight up at the camera, smiled that thin smile, waved. I hit the panic button under the counter. It rang Rick directly. No answer. Called again. Voicemail. The man walked back to the window. Buzzed the intercom. Alex, he said calmly. Let me in. It's cold out here. We need to talk. My blood ran colder than the air outside. Stores closed for walk-ins, I stammered. Pay at pump or window only. He laughed softly. Come on, I know you're alone. I know everything. I didn't respond. Just stared at the monitor as he stood there for minutes. Then he pulled something from his pocket, a photo, held it up to the glass. It was me. Sleeping in my car, parked behind the station the night before. Taken from close up. That's when I called the police. The dispatcher stayed on the line while I hid in the back office. Doors locked. Stay calm, units en route, 30 minutes out due to weather. He kept buzzing the intercom, talking. I just want to tell you why I'm here, Alex. Why I come every night. You're special. The woods chose you. Like they chose me. Scratching started loud from the garage door. Like he was trying to get in. Then silence. Headlights pulling away just as blue and red flashes appeared far down the highway. Police arrived, searched the area. Fresh tire tracks leading into the forest access road behind the station, but no truck. No footprints in the deep snow except around the pumps. They took my statement, checked the cameras. Footage glitched exactly during his visits after the first few. Static where his face should be. They ran the partial plate I remembered. Nothing. Stolen plates, maybe? I quit the next day. Moved back to Toronto. Changed my number, deleted socials. But here's the part that still haunts me. A month later, Rick called. Said they found an abandoned truck in the woods a few kilometers away, matching description perfectly. Inside, dozens of photos. All of night shift workers at gas stations across northern Ontario. Going back years. And on the dash, a notebook. Pages of names, addresses, personal details. Mine was on the last page. With a note. He's ready now. Police investigated. Truck registered to a man who went missing in 2018. No suspects. I don't drive highways at night anymore. And sometimes in the quiet of my apartment, I hear scratching. Like nails on wood, whispering my name. If you're working night shift anywhere remote, be careful who you let see you. That's the end of tonight's story, guys. If this happened to you or someone you know, drop it in the comments, anonymously if you want. Like if it gave you chills, subscribe for more true horror like this, and I'll see you in the next one. Stay safe out there. Terrifying true hospital night shift horror story from rural Minnesota. USA, the patient in room 217. Who knew every secret I'd ever buried? Most disturbing alone at night experience 2026. My name is Sarah, obviously not my real name anymore. Because after what happened, I left that town and never looked back. But back in early 2023, I was 26 years old, freshly certified as an RN, and desperate for experience. I'd grown up in the Twin Cities, but the big hospitals there were impossible to break into without connections. So I took the first offer I got, night shift charge nurse at St. Mary's Community Hospital in a tiny town called Black Pine, Minnesota. Population 1,200 in summer, maybe 800 in winter when the snowbirds flee. The hospital itself was all built in the 1950s, 3 stories, maybe 40 beds total, serving a huge radius of farms, logging camps, and remote lakes. It was the kind of place where you'd see hunting accidents, frostbite cases, heart attacks from snowblowing, and the occasional drunk driver rollover on icy county roads. Night shift was 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 3 nights on, 4 off. Staffing was minimal. Me as the only RN on the floor. 1 CNA, certified nursing assistant, and an on-call doctor who lived 30 minutes away and hated being woken up. The second and third floors were medical, surgical, and a small ICU. The first floor was an admin. After 10 p.m., the ER slowed to nothing, and the whole building felt like a tomb. Long, dimly lit hallways with flickering fluorescence, the constant hum of ventilation, the beeping of monitors echoing off linoleum, and outside nothing but pine forests and frozen fields under endless black sky. Winters there hit -40 with wind chill. Snowdrifts buried cars overnight, and the plows didn't always make it out to us. I started in January. The first few weeks were standard new job exhaustion. Learning the ancient charting system. Getting to know the regulars, old farmers with COPD, post-op hip replacements. The occasional overdose from the opioid crisis that hit rural areas hard. Patients came and went. Nothing supernatural, nothing even particularly creepy, just the usual sadness of small-town medicine. I do rounds every 2 hours, pass meds, answer call lights, chart vitals, and try to stay awake with terrible vending machine coffee while listening to true crime podcasts on my AirPods. Ironic, I know. The weirdness started slowly. So slowly I almost didn't notice. Around mid-February we got an admission that stood out. An elderly man, mid-80s, found unresponsive in his remote cabin about 20 miles north of town. Hypothermia, dehydration, mild frostbite on fingers and toes. No ID initially. Cops later identified him as Harold Harry Jensen, a lifelong resident who'd lived alone since his wife died in the 90s. He was conscious but confused when he arrived, muttering about the cold coming inside and voices in the snow. We admitted him to room 217 on the second floor end of the east hallway, window facing the woods. Harry recovered quickly physically, vitals stabilized, frostbite treated, fluids running. But mentally, he was odd. He'd stare out the window for hours, even when blizzard conditions made it pure whiteout. He refused to let us close the curtains, saying, "They need to see me." When I asked who they were, he'd just smile, this thin, knowing smile that didn't reach his eyes, and say, "The ones who remember." At first I thought dementia, common in elderly hypothermia cases. But his chart showed no prior diagnosis. He was lucid about current events, remembered his social security number, could tell you the price of gas in 1973, just selective about what he'd discuss. The first thing that truly unsettled me happened on my third night caring for him. It was around 2:45 a.m., that dead hour when the hospital feels emptiest. I was doing rounds, clipboard in hand, soft-soled shoes squeaking faintly. The CNA, Jenna, was on break downstairs. I entered room 217 quietly, expecting Harry to be asleep. He wasn't. He was sitting bolt upright, staring straight at me as I opened the door. "You're late tonight, Sarah," he said calmly. I froze in the doorway. My name tag was visible, sure, but I'd never introduced myself by full name. Nurses usually just say, "Hi, I'm Nurse Sarah," or nothing at all on nights. And something about his tone like he'd been waiting specifically for me. "Just checking vitals, Mr. Jensen," I replied, trying to keep it professional. He nodded. "You used to steal pain pills from your mom's cabinet when you were 16. Hid them in that hollowed-out book in your bedroom. The one with the red cover." My stomach dropped. I hadn't thought about that in years. I battled prescription painkiller addiction in high school after a knee injury from soccer stole. Norco from my mom's old surgery bottle, hid them in a gutted copy of The Catcher in the Rye. Told no one. Not even my therapist years later. How could he possibly know? I laughed it off nervously. "You must be confused, Mr. Jensen. Let's get your blood pressure." He let me take it without protest. But as I wrapped the cuff, he whispered, "She knows too." The one who watches from the woods. I finished quickly and left, heart racing. Told myself hallucination, delirium, maybe he overheard gossip small towns talk. But no one in Black Pine knew about my teenage addiction. I'd kept it buried when I moved back to Minnesota. I switched shifts with another nurse the next night, claiming a headache, but I was back on 2 nights later. Harry was still there. Discharge delayed because social services couldn't find any family. When I entered his room again, he greeted me with that same smile. "Back again, Sarah. Good, you can't run from what's already inside you." This time he talked about my college breakup, the abusive ex who'd isolated me, made me drop out for a semester. Details he couldn't possibly know. The exact words my ex screamed the night I finally left. The motel I hid in for 3 days. I stood there frozen while taking his temperature, goosebumps rising. I reported it to the day shift charge nurse. She shrugged. "Old folks say weird stuff. Probably read your name tag and made up stories," but I saw the unease in her eyes. Room 217 had a reputation, apparently quietly. Nurses avoided solo assignments there if possible. Previous patients had complained of someone standing at the foot of the bed or whispering through the vents. Nothing official, just staff lore. The incidents escalated. Harry began predicting things small at first. Told me Jenna the CNA would call in sick the next night. She did stomach bug. Warned that a bad multi-car pileup was coming on Highway 53. It happened 2 nights later. Kept us busy till dawn. Then more personal. Mentioned the abortion I'd had at 21. The guilt I still carried. The childhood dog I'd accidentally let out that got hit by a car. Every buried secret, laid bare in quiet conversational tones while I changed 4 bags or adjusted oxygen. I started avoiding his room when possible, asking Jenna to cover his vitals. But as charge nurse, I couldn't fully. And Harry always knew when I was skipping him. He'd page the call light repeatedly until I came. "Don't be afraid, Sarah. I'm just the messenger." The woods remember everything. Everyone who ever lived here, they leave pieces behind. One night in early March, the worst blizzard of the season hit. Power flickered, generator kicked in, phones and internet went down. Only 4 patients on the floor, including Harry. Jenna called outroads impassable. I was completely alone from midnight onward. The rest of the hospital staff were either home or stuck downstairs in A waiting for the storm to ease. I was exhausted, running on caffeine and adrenaline, when Harry's call light went off around 3:15 a.m. I ignored it for 20 minutes, hoping he'd fall back asleep. It kept blinking. Finally I went. He was sitting up again, but this time the room felt wrong, colder than the rest of the floor. breath visible in the air even though heat was blasting. The window was coated in thick frost patterns that almost looked like handprints from the outside. "You're ready now," he said softly. "She's been waiting for you." "Who?" I asked, voice shaking. He pointed to the window. "Your grandmother. The one who hanged herself in the barn when you were 7. She never blamed you for finding her." "But she's lonely." I backed away. "My grandmother had committed suicide when I was little, found her body myself in the old barn on our family farm up near Duluth. Another secret I'd buried deep. Therapy helped, but the image never left. No one in Black Pine knew." Harry's eyes were different now, milky, unfocused, like he wasn't fully there. His voice changed, two-layered, as if multiple people spoke at once. "We all leave pieces. The cold keeps them fresh. You felt us watching since you arrived. In the parking lot at night. In the elevator when it stops between floors. In the basement hallway that smells like wet earth." I ran out, locked myself in the nurse's station, heart hammering. Called the on-call doctor voicemail. Tried 911 lines down from the storm. The power flickered again. When backup lights came on, every call light on the floor lit up simultaneously, even the empty rooms. Monitors started alarming in rooms with no patients. I watched the security camera feeds, grainy black and white. Shadows moving in hallways where no one walked. A figure standing at the end of the east corridor, too tall, too thin. Then the intercom crackled our ancient system that barely worked. Harry's voice, but distorted, echoing through the entire floor. "Sarah, come back. We just want to remember together." I barricaded the station door with a crash cart, sat shaking until dawn. When daylight finally came and the plows cleared roads, day shift arrived to find me curled up under the desk. Harry was gone. Bed empty, monitors off, window open, despite -30 temperatures. No footprints in the snow outside, drifts were chest high. Chart showed he'd been discharged at 3:47 a.m. by me. Signature matched perfectly. But I'd been locked in the station. Police searched. Found Harry's body 2 days later, frozen solid in the woods behind the hospital, sitting against a tree like he'd just sat down to rest. Autopsy. Death by exposure, time approximately 3:30 a.m. No signs of struggle. In his pocket, a Polaroid photo of me as a child, standing in that barn, staring up at my grandmother's body. Photo I'd never seen, from an angle no one could have taken. I quit immediately, moved across the country. Burned every bridge to Minnesota, but the whispers followed. In new apartments, late at night, I'd hear faint voices through vents. Feel cold spots in warm rooms. See frost patterns on windows in summer. And sometimes in dreams, I'm back in room 217. Harry's there, smiling. You can't leave what remembers you. If you've ever worked night shift in an old hospital, especially in winter, be careful what secrets you carry inside. The cold has a long memory. That's the end of tonight's story, guys. If this chilled you to the core, drop a like. Share your own experiences in the comments, anonymously if needed. And subscribe for more true horror stories like this every week. Stay safe out there, and I'll see you in the next one. Very disturbing true babysitting horror story from remote New Zealand. The child who kept talking to someone I couldn't see and knew things no one should know. Most terrifying alone with kids night ever experienced. My name isn't important anymore. I changed it after that night, moved cities, cut contact with everyone who knew me back then. But in 2021, when this happened, I was Emily, 22 years old, a university student in Christchurch, New Zealand, studying early childhood education because I genuinely loved kids. I'd been babysitting since I was 14. Neighbors, family friends, random postings on local Facebook groups. I was good at it. Calm under pressure, great at bedtime stories, could handle tantrums, nightmares, even the occasional vomit without flinching. Parents always ask for me again. I thought I'd seen it all. That's why, when the ad popped up in early autumn 2021, I didn't hesitate. A family out in the Canterbury Plains, about an hour's drive west of Christchurch, needed an overnight sitter for their 2 kids while they attended a wedding in Ashburton. The pay was insane, $300 cash for one night, 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. the next morning. The parents, Daniel and Laura Harrison, sounded normal on the phone. Professional couple, both in agriculture, owned a large sheep station on hundreds of acres of isolated farmland. Their house was modern but remote, no close neighbors, just rolling hills, macrocarpal windbreaks, and endless paddocks stretching to distant mountains. The kids were Mia, 8, and Lucas, 5. They're well behaved, Lavra assured me. Mia's imaginative, loves drawing. Lucas is obsessed with dinosaurs. They'll be asleep by 9 latest. I arrived just before sunset on a crisp April evening. The drive out was beautiful golden fields, the southern Alps turning pink in the distance, but the last 10 kilometers were gravel road, winding through gates and over cattle stops. The house sat alone at the end, 2 stories, wraparound veranda, solar panels glinting. No streetlights, no passing cars. Just the low bleat of sheep and the wind rustling poplars. Daniel and Laura greeted me warmly. They were dressed up, him in a suit, her in a navy dress. The kids were shy at first, but warmed up quickly. Mia had long dark hair and huge eyes that seemed to take in everything. Lucas was all energy, showing me his plastic T-Rex collection. The house was immaculate. Open-plan kitchen living, big windows overlooking dark paddocks, 4 bedrooms upstairs. They gave me the full tour kids' rooms, shared bathroom between them. Guest room for me if I wanted to nap, fully stocked fridge, emergency numbers on the fridge, landline since cell service was patchy. We'll be back around 9 or 10 a.m., Daniel said. Weddings 2 hours away, then breakfast with family. If anything happens, call our mobiles first, then the neighbors 5 kilometers down the road. They left at 6:30 p.m. I waved from the veranda as their SUV disappeared down the long driveway, taillights swallowed by dusk. Then it was just me and the kids. Dinner was easy macaroni cheese from the freezer, carrots on the side. We played Uno at the kitchen table. Then I let them watch 1 episode of Bluey on the big TV. Mia drew while we watched. Intricate pictures of houses with tall figures standing outside windows. Who are those? I asked lightly. Friends, she said simply. They visit at night. I smiled. Kids and imaginary friends classic. Lucas piped up. They tell stories. About before. Before what? I asked. Before we were born, Mia answered, not looking up from her crayons. About the people who used to live here. Cute, I thought. Old farmhouse, probably had history. Bedtime was smooth. Bats, pajamas, stories. I read them the Gruffalo, then tucked them in Mia in the bottom bunk, Lucas top. Lights out by 8:45. They were asleep within minutes. The house settled into silence. I went downstairs, made tea, curled up on the couch with Netflix on my laptop. Wi-Fi was surprisingly good. The wind picked up outside, rattling windows. Sheep called in the distance. Every rural sound felt amplified in the quiet. Around 10 p.m. I did a quick check upstairs, both kids sleeping soundly. I left the hallway nightlight on, doors cracked. I dozed off on the couch around midnight, woke at 1:30 a.m. to pee. Checked the kids again, still asleep. I stood in the hallway a moment, listening to the house creak. Old beams settling, I told myself. Then I heard it. A whisper. Soft childlike, coming from the kids' room. I froze outside the door, Mia's voice clear as day. Yes? She's nice. She doesn't know yet. Silence. Then Lucas, sleepy mumbly. Tell her about the watching place. My skin prickled. I pushed the door open gently. Both kids were asleep or appeared to be. Mia's eyes were closed, breathing even. Lucas had his thumb in his mouth. I must have imagined it. Sleep talking, common in kids. I went back downstairs, heart beating a little faster. Texted my flatmate in Christchurch. All good, kids asleep, house super quiet LO. No reply, probably asleep. At 2:15 a.m., the landline rang. Loud, jarring in the silence. I jumped, snatched it up before it woke the kids. Hello? Heavy breathing on the other end. Then a man's voice, low and distorted like speaking through cloth. Are the children safe? I gripped the receiver. Who is this? Are they safe with you? The voice repeated. This is the Harrison's babysitter. They're asleep. Who are you? Click. Dial tone. My stomach twisted. Prank call? Wrong number? I checked the caller I deblocked. I called Laura's mobile immediately. Voicemail. Texted both parents. Got a weird call just now. Everything's fine here. Kids sleeping. No reply, probably bad reception at the venue. I double-checked all doors and windows locked. Turned on more lights. Sat in the kitchen with tea I couldn't drink, staring out at black paddocks. Nothing moved. Around 3 a.m. I heard footsteps upstairs, small ones, pattering across the hallway. I crept up quietly. The kid's door was open wider than I'd left it. Mia was standing in the middle of the room, facing the window, arms at her sides. Mia, honey, what's wrong? She didn't turn. They're here, she whispered. Who's here? The friends. They want to talk to you. I crossed the room, gently turned her toward me. Her eyes were open but unfocused, like sleepwalking. Come on, back to bed. She resisted slightly. They know your secrets, Emily. About the accident. Ice shot through my veins. When I was 17, I'd been in a car crash driving too fast on wet roads, my best friend in the passenger seat. She survived, but with permanent injuries. I carried massive guilt. Only my closest friends and family knew details. Certainly no one here. Mia, you're dreaming. Let's get you into bed. She let me guide her back to the bunk, but as I tucked her in, she grabbed my hand tight. They said you cried in the shower for months. That you still check her Instagram, even though she blocked you. I yanked my hand away, heart pounding. How do you... She was already asleep again, or pretending to be. Lucas hadn't stirred. I backed out of the room, closed the door firmly this time. Sat on the top stairs, shaking. Kids overhear things. Maybe the parents mentioned something, but how could they know details like that? I couldn't sleep after that. Paced the house, checking windows every few minutes. The wind howled harder. Trees scratched against the roof like fingers. At 4:12 a.m., every light in the house flickered, then went out. Total blackness. I fumbled for my phone torch-dead battery, even though it was 80% earlier. The backup generator didn't kick in. I found candles in a drawer, lit 3, placed them in the kitchen. Upstairs, whispering again. Both kids this time back and forth like a conversation. I climbed the stairs slowly. The whispering stopped the moment I reached the landing. Their door was open again. Mia and Lucas were sitting up in their bunks, facing me, eyes wide open in candlelight from below. He's coming back, Mia said calmly. Who is? The man who used to live here. Before us. He doesn't like strangers with his children, Lucas nodded. He watches from the shearing shed. He knows you're scared. I forced a smile. It's just the power out, guys. Storm probably knocked a line. Come on, lie down. Parents will be home soon. They obeyed, but their eyes followed me as I closed the door. I wedged a chair under the handle this time. Downstairs, I found the fuse box in the laundry. Nothing tripped. Called the power company emergency line recorded message. Outages in the area due to high winds. Restoration by morning. Then the landline rang again. I let it ring 4 times before answering. Same voice. You shouldn't have let them talk to you. Who the hell is this? They tell everything, every secret, every shame. I know what you did, Emily. I know why you really took this job, the money for your student debt, but also running from the guilt. I slammed the phone down, unplugged it from the wall. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold the candle. I sat in the living room, facing the stairs, watching the kids' door. Hours crawled. Wind screamed. Sheep sounded distressed in the distance. At 5:30 a.m., pale dawn light finally crept through windows. Power flickered back on. My phone charged enough to turn on texts from Lavra at 4:50 a.m. Sorry, bad reception. Wedding was great. Heading home soon. Everything okay? I texted back, all good, power out for a bit, but back now. Kids slept great. I didn't mention anything else. I couldn't explain it without sounding insane. The kids came down at 7 a.m., normal as anything. Mia asked for Wheat Bix. Lucas wanted toast with Vegemite. They acted like nothing happened. I fed them, played dinosaurs, waited. Daniel and Lavra arrived at 9:45 a.m. Cheerful, slightly hungover. Paid me the $300 plus extra for the power scare. Thanked me profusely. Same time next month? Lavra asked. I smiled, said maybe. I drove away as fast as the gravel road allowed. A week later, curiosity got me. I searched old news archives for the address. In 1987, a man named Thomas Whitaker murdered his wife and 2 young children in that house ages 8 and 5 before hanging himself in the shearing shed. He'd been abusive, paranoid, convinced strangers were coming for his family. The bodies were found by a babysitter who'd stayed over. The house stood empty for decades until the Harrisons renovated it in 2018. They never mentioned it. I never mentioned it. I never babysat again. Sometimes late at night in my new city, I wake to whispering. Child voices telling secrets I've never shared. And once, on a windy night, my phone rang from a blocked number. I didn't answer. If you ever babysit in an old rural house, ask about its history. Some children never stop talking to the ones who came before. Very disturbing true Home Alone horror story from rural Australia. The visitor who knew every secret of the house and waited in the dark for me to break. Most terrifying isolated night ever experienced 2026. Asterisk asterisk, I don't live in that house anymore. I couldn't. After that night in July 2023, I sold it, packed everything into a storage unit, and moved 3 states away. I still can't drive past any property with a long gravel driveway without my chest tightening. My name isn't the one I was born with now either. I changed it legally the moment I could. But back then I was Claire, 29 years old, recently divorced, and trying to rebuild my life on a 10-acre block in the Wheatbelt region of Western Australia, about 2 hours inland from Perth. The house was old built in the 1940s, weatherboard with a corrugated iron roof that drummed loudly in rain. It sat at the end of a red dirt track, surrounded by dry paddocks, low mallee scrub, and a few ancient York gums. Nearest neighbor was 4 kilometers away, across empty fields. No streetlights. On clear nights, the Milky Way was so bright it cast shadows. Mobile reception was almost non-existent, 1 bar if you stood on the northern veranda and held the phone above your head. Landline only for emergencies. I bought the place cheap because it needed work, but I liked the isolation. After a messy divorce from a controlling ex who'd monitored my every move for years, solitude felt like medicine. I worked remotely as a graphic designer, so days were quiet client emails, endless cups of tea, kangaroos grazing at dusk. Nights were mine. I'd cook simple dinners, watch streaming shows when the satellite internet cooperated, read on the couch with the fireplace crackling. I felt safe, finally safe. The weirdness began gradually in the weeks leading up to that winter night, but I dismissed it as settling in nerves. Little things. Footprints in the soft dirt around the water tank, bare feet, larger than mine, but no clear direction of arrival or departure. The motion sensor floodlight over the shed triggering at 3 a.m., with nothing on camera but swirling dust. A faint smell of cigarette smoke inside the laundry room once, even though I don't smoke and hadn't had visitors. I told myself, foxes, wind, old wiring. Then came the night of July 14th, 2023, midwinter freezing. Temperature dropped to -2 Celsius, frost thick on the grass by morning. Heavy cloud cover, no stars, no moon, just blackness pressing against every window. I'd finished work early, eaten pasta, poured a glass of red, and settled in for a movie. Around 9 p.m., the satellite internet crapped out common when clouds were low, so I read a paperback instead. Fire popping, dogs, my 2 kelpies, asleep by the hearth. Everything normal. At 10:47 p.m., the first knock came. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the back door. Not frantic. Not accidental. Knock, knock, knock. Both dogs exploded barking, hackles up, charging toward the kitchen. I froze on the couch, heart slamming. No one came out here unannounced, ever. Especially not at night. The driveway was half a kilometer long. You see headlights from miles away on flat country like this. There'd been no car lights, no engine sound over the wind. I grabbed the torch, turned off the living room light, crept to the kitchen window, peered through the blind slats. The back porch light was on, nothing. Empty veranda, frost glinting, paddocks swallowed by dark, dogs still growling at the door. I waited 5 minutes. Silence. Told myself, branch in the wind, maybe a roo bumping the steps. Went back to the couch, but left the dogs loose. At 11:26 p.m., exactly 39 minutes later, the knocks came again. Same rhythm. Same door. Dogs went berserk. I snatched the landline phone, ready to call 000, but didn't dial yet. Crept to the door this time, torch aimed through the peephole. Nothing visible. I called out, voice shaking. "Who's there?" No answer. I waited. 10 minutes. 20. Nothing. I checked every door and window, dead-bolted, latched, curtains drawn tight. I turned on every interior light, made tea I didn't drink, sat at the kitchen table facing the back door with the dogs beside me. My shotgun, licensed, kept for foxes, leaned against the wall within reach. I didn't sleep. At 12:05 a.m., the knocks moved. Front door this time. Same 3 knocks. I nearly vomited from adrenaline. Whoever it was had walked the full perimeter of the house in pitch black without triggering the motion lights or making a sound on the gravel. I didn't respond, just sat frozen, phone in hand. Then my mobile, despite having 0 bars, buzzed with a text. Unknown number. You don't have to be afraid, Claire. I just want to talk. My blood turned to ice. How did a text get through with no signal? And how did they know my name? I didn't reply. Turned the phone off completely. At 12:47 a.m., the power went out. Whole house plunged into black. Fireplace still glowed, but every light, fridge hum, everything gone. I knew the fuse box was outside, around the side. No way was I going out there. I lit candles, built the fire higher, sat with the shotgun across my lap. Dogs pressed against my legs, growling low at the windows. Then the voice came. Male, calm, close right, outside the living room window. Claire, I know you're awake. I can see the firelight. Muffled by glass and wind, but clear enough. Deep Australian accent, rural drawl. I didn't move. Didn't breathe loud. He continued, conversational, like we were old friends. I know you're alone tonight. I know Marcus left you because you wouldn't have kids. I know you still check his Facebook even though he blocked you. My stomach lurched. Marcus was my ex-husband. We divorced because I couldn't conceive after years of trying something deeply private. Only my closest friend in Perth knew the full story. No one out here. I know about the abortion in 2016 too. The one you never told him about. From before you met, I choked back a sob. I'd been 21, a one-night stand, terrified. Told no one, ever. Not even the clinic had my real name. I'd lied on forms. How could anyone know this? The voice kept going, circling the house slowly. I heard footsteps crunch on frost outside different windows as he spoke. I know you moved here to hide, Claire. But you can't hide from what you carry. I've been watching a long time. I know your routines. When you shower. When you cry in the car. When you talk to your mom on the landline Sundays at 7 p.m. Every word was true. Every secret. I finally screamed, "Get the fuck away from my house or I'll shoot." Silence. Then soft laughing. You won't shoot. You've never even loaded that gun. Safety's still on. He was right. I'd bought it for deterrence, never practiced. Footsteps moved away. I waited an hour. 2. No more knocks, no voice. Around 3:30 a.m. the power flickered back on, lights blazing suddenly, fridge humming, internet still dead. I didn't sleep. Sat vigilant until pale winter sunrise around 7 a.m. Dogs finally relaxed. I searched outside, single set of boot prints circling the house completely, appearing from and disappearing into the paddock. No vehicle tracks on the driveway. Police arrived mid-morning after I drove to higher ground for signal. They searched. Found nothing. No footprints leading away beyond 50 meters, then just gone, like he'd vanished. They took my statement, checked phone records. The text came from a burner number, untraceable. Suggested a prank, maybe an ex playing games. But Marcus was in Sydney with his new wife, verified alibi. They increased drive-bys for a week. Nothing happened. But the visitor came back 3 more times over the next month. Never physical again, but always knowing more. Texts from different numbers when signal mysteriously returned. Whispers through open windows on still nights. Once, a Polaroid photo left on the windshield. Me asleep on the couch, taken from inside the house while I thought I was alone. I installed cameras, floodlights, alarms. He disabled them, surgically, wires cut precisely, lenses sprayed with paint. Always left a note. Another secret revealed in neat handwriting. The last straw was the night he got inside. August 22nd. I'd driven to town for groceries, returned after dark. House looked normal. But when I entered the kitchen, every cupboard was open. On the table, a perfect replica of my childhood teddy bear, the one ID lost in a house fire when I was 8. Singed fur, missing eye, exactly as I remembered. No one alive knew about that bear except my deceased parents. Security footage showed no one entering or leaving. I moved out the next day. Police never found him. They did, however, dig into the property history after I begged them to. In 1998, a man named Evan Collier murdered his girlfriend on that block, strangled her in the original house, since demolished, mine built later on the same foundation. He'd stalked her for months, knew her secrets from hidden microphones, drove her to suicide by cop when police finally came. Collier was shot dead on site. Residents avoided the land for years. Locals called it cursed. I don't know if it was a copycat, a descendant, or something worse. But sometimes in my new apartment in Adelaide, on cold nights, I hear 3 slow knocks on the door. And my phone, despite being on airplane mode, buzzes with a text from unknown. I still know where you are. Claire, if you ever buy a remote rural property, ask the locals what happened there before. Some secrets aren't meant to stay buried. And some watchers never leave. Very disturbing true dog walking horror story from remote Norway. The shadow that followed my every trail and new secrets I'd never told a soul. Most terrifying isolated encounter ever experienced 2026. I don't walk dogs anymore. I don't even own a dog anymore. After what happened in the winter of 2024, I gave Luna away to a cousin in Oslo, sold my cabin in the mountains, and moved to a fourth-floor apartment in Bergen, where the only green I see is the tiny park across the street, and even there I never linger after dark. My name isn't the one on my mailbox now. I changed everything I could, but some things follow you no matter how far you run. Back then I was Ingrid, 34 years old, living alone in a small timber cabin I'd inherited from my grandmother, high in the Valdres region of central Norway. The nearest village was a 20-minute drive down a winding forest road. The nearest neighbor was 3 kilometers through dense pine and birch. I worked remotely as a translator, Norwegian to English, mostly technical manuals and the occasional novel, so my days were quiet. I liked it that way. After a bad breakup in my late 20s that left me wary of people, the solitude felt like healing. My only real companion was Luna, a 3-year-old Norwegian elkhound, gray coat thick as a wolf's, loyal and fearless. We walked the same trails every day, twice a day, no matter the weather. The trails were old logging paths and reindeer tracks that wound through valleys, along frozen lakes, up ridges with views of snow-capped peaks. In winter, the sun barely rose above the horizon-pale light from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., then long blue twilight before full night. Temperatures dropped to -20, -30, snow piled deep. You needed snowshoes or skis to go far. I loved it. The silence was absolute. Only the crunch of snow under boots, Luna's panting, occasional raven calls, or the crack of ice on a distant lake. No people. Hardly any ever came this far up. The first sign something was wrong came in early January 2024. We were on our usual evening loop, a 4-kilometer circuit around Lake Shodelin, starting at 4 p.m. so we'd be back before full dark. The sky was clear, stars already pricking through the twilight. Luna was ranging ahead as always, nose to the ground, when she suddenly stopped dead. Ears forward, hackles raised, staring into the trees to our left. I called her. She didn't move. Just a low growl I'd never heard from her before. I followed her gaze. Nothing but shadows between trunks. Snow-laden branches. I show my headlamp bright LED, cuts through anything. Empty. Come on, girl, I said, voice louder than I meant. She backed toward me slowly, still growling, then fell in at my heel the rest of the way home. Unusual for her, she normally ran free. That night, I heard it for the first time. Scratching at the cabin door around 2 a.m., slow, deliberate. Like fingernails testing the wood. Luna went ballistic, barking and clawing at the door. I grabbed the axe I kept by the wood stove, looked through the window. Nothing. Fresh snow outside was untouched, except for our prints from earlier. No tracks leading to the door. I told myself lynx or pine marten. Animals get bold in deep winter. But it happened again 2 nights later. Same scratching. Same absence of tracks. Then the footprints started. I found them first on January 12th, after morning walk. Large boot prints, sorrel, or something similar. Deep tread coming from the forest behind the cabin, circling the building once, stopping at each window as if peering in, then heading back into the trees. They appeared overnight while we slept. Snow had fallen lightly, so they were fresh. Luna sniffed them frantically, growling. I followed them. They led 200 meters into the woods, then simply stopped. No continuation. Like the person had vanished upward or been airlifted out. I took photos, sent them to the local police WhatsApp group, no response for days. Rural Norway. They're stretched thin in winter. The walks became tense after that. Luna stayed close. I carried bear spray and a loud air horn. I started varying routes, taking different trails each day. But no matter which path I chose, I began feeling watched. That prickling on the back of your neck. Stopping to listen and hearing only wind, yet knowing something was pacing us just beyond sight. On January 18th, we took the high ridge trail above the lake's steep climb, panoramic views. Halfway up, Luna froze again, staring down into the valley we'd left. I looked. Far below, a figure. Dark coat, hood up, standing motionless at the edge of our driveway. Too far to make out features, but unmistakably human, watching us. I shouted, waved arms. The figure didn't move. I took a photo zoomed in later on my laptop. Just a black silhouette against white snow. No face visible. We hurried home a different way. When we got back, the figure was gone. But new prints circled the cabin again. And this time, something new. A single red mitten left on the doorstep, child-sized. I'd never owned anything like it. I drove to the village next day, reported in person. The officer, an old friend of my father's, took it seriously enough to drive up and look. He agreed the stopping tracks were strange. Said maybe a prank from teenagers snowmobiling out from Opdal. Promised extra patrols. But patrols were rare. The road wasn't always plowed. That night the landline rang. I still had one for emergencies. Mobile signal was 1 bar at best. I answered, heavy breathing. Then a man's voice, soft, calm, with a faint Eastern Norwegian accent. Ingrid. I froze. You walk too far alone. It's not safe. Who is this? You should keep Luna closer. She senses me, but she can't protect you from everything. Click. I unplugged the phone. Checked doors triple times. Didn't sleep. The voice knew my routines perfectly. Knew Luna's name. Knew I walked alone. Over the next week the encounters escalated. I'd find small things moved, woodpile rearranged into neat pyramids. My snowshoes swapped left for right. A coffee mug I'd left inside placed outside on the porch table, frozen solid. Once my trail camera caught something. Grainy night footage of a tall figure in dark winter gear standing 10 meters from the cabin at 3:12 a.m. Face obscured by hood and scarf, just staring at the lens for 5 full minutes before walking out of frame. No snowmobile tracks. No ski tracks. Just boots. I started staying inside more, ordered groceries delivered. But I couldn't stop walking Luna, she'd go mad cooped up. On January 27th, we went out at noon, brightest time of day. Short loop, staying within sight of the cabin. Halfway around, Luna bolted into the trees chasing a scent. I called, whistled. She didn't come. Panic rising, I followed her tracks. They led deeper than I liked, into a thick stand of spruce where snow was waist deep off trail. I found her 20 minutes later standing over something in the snow. A photograph. Printed on regular paper, half buried. Me. Sleeping in my bed. Taken from inside the bedroom. Through the window, but close enough to see the freckles on my shoulder. The photo was recent. I recognized the pajamas I'd worn 2 nights before. I ran home with Luna, locked us in, called police again. They came, searched, found nothing. Suggested maybe I'd taken the photo myself in my sleepwalking. I showed them the angle was impossible. They shrugged. Could be a drone. But no drone noise ever heard. And at -25, battery life is minutes. That night the power went out. Cabin plunged into dark and cold. Generator wouldn't start, someone had drained the fuel. I built the fire high, sat with axe and bear spray, Luna growling at the door. Then the voice again, not on phone. Outside. Close. Ingrid, I know you're scared. That's good. Fear keeps you careful. Circling the cabin slowly, speaking through walls. I know about Lars. How you left him in Oslo because he hit you that night in 2018. The bruise you hid with makeup for weeks. My ex. No one here knew that story. I never told anyone in Valdres. I know you still check his Instagram. Still wonder if he's happier now. True. Shamefully true. I know about the pregnancy you terminated at 22, the one your mother never learned about. The clinic in Trondheim. I screamed at him to leave. Threatened to shoot, though I had no gun. He laughed softly. You don't have a gun, Ingrid. You're afraid of them after what your father did. My father had shot himself when I was 15. Another secret buried deep. Footsteps crunched away. Power came back at dawn. Police found more tracks that stopped abruptly. They finally took it seriously, sent a detective from Fagerns. He stayed a night in the guest cabin down the road. Saw nothing. But admitted the case was unusual. I installed more cameras, motion lights, a louder alarm. He disabled them all within days. Cut wires with precision. Left notes and neat handwriting on my kitchen table inside a locked house. Notes revealing more secrets. Therapy sessions I'd had for depression. The eating disorder in university. The shoplifting incident at 16 I'd never been caught for. Each note ended the same. I see you. All of you. I stopped walking the trails. Exercised Luna in the fenced yard only. Barely left the cabin. But he came closer. One morning I woke to find Luna gone. Back door unlocked, I triple-checked it. Panic like nothing else. I searched, screaming her name. Found her an hour later, tied gently to a tree 500 meters away with a red leash I didn't own. Unharmed but trembling. At the base of the tree, another photo. Me in the shower, taken through the frosted bathroom window the night before. That was the last straw. I packed essentials, drove to Oslo that day, stayed with a friend. Police investigated fully. Found evidence of someone living rough nearby small camps, food wrappers, observation points with clear views of my cabin. But no DNA, no fingerprints, no identity. They later linked it to unsolved stalking cases in eastern Norway, women living alone in rural areas, similar patterns of intimate knowledge, photos through windows, secrets revealed. The man was never caught. I sold the cabin in spring. The new owners of family from Germany asked why I was leaving such a beautiful place. I said work reasons. Sometimes in my Bergen apartment, Luna's successor, a small rescue mutt, will growl at nothing in the dark. And once, last month, my doorbell camera caught a tall figure in a dark coat standing across the street at 3 a.m. Just standing, watching my building. Face hidden. The footage glitched after 5 minutes. When it cleared, he was gone. No footprints in the light snow. If you live remotely and walk the same trails every day, vary your routine, because someone might be learning you perfectly and waiting for the right moment to show how well they know you. Some shadows don't stay in the forest. Shocking true delivery driver horror story from rural Ireland. The house on the bog road that ordered every single night and knew every secret ID ever tried to bury. Most terrifying isolated delivery experience ever 2026. I don't deliver anymore. I quit the job the day after it ended, handed in the keys to the battered Toyota Corolla, deleted the app, and moved out of the county entirely. I live in a flat above a chipper in Galway City now, where there are always people around, always lights, always noise. My name isn't the one I used back then. I changed it by deed poll the week I left. But in 2024 and early 2025, I was Sean O'Connor, 31 years old, recently made redundant from a warehouse job in Athlone when the plant closed. Delivery driving was the only thing going. Just Eat, Deliveroo, Uber Eats, and a few local restaurant apps. I signed up for all of them. The money wasn't great, but in rural County Offaly, you could make decent tips on weekends when people in the scattered villages and farms didn't. Do you want to drive the long bog roads after dark? Most deliveries were normal. A family in Burr wanting Chinese. A gang of lads in Clara ordering pizza after the match. Old folks in Furban getting groceries from the late-night supermarket run. You'd pull up, hand over the insulated bag, maybe chat about the weather, drive off. The worst that ever happened was a drunk customer shortchanging you or a dog trying to eat the chips. But starting in November 2024, I began getting orders from one address that made the hairs on my neck stand up every single time. The address was just listed as the Old Kelly Place, Bog Road, Clonmacnoise. No house number. Number IR code. At first the app just accepted it. Clonmacnoise is famous for the ancient monastery, but the surrounding area is pure bogland. Flat, black peat fields stretching for miles, dotted with turf stacks, narrow roads raised above the water table, and isolated houses you can barely see from the main road. The bog road itself was a single-track boreen, barely wide enough for 2 cars, with deep drains on both sides and no lighting for kilometers. In winter, it flooded regularly. You had to know the high spots or risk getting stuck. The first order came on a wet Thursday night around 9:45 p.m. Indian food from a takeaway and Shannonbridge chicken. Korma, pilaf rice, naan, 2 cans of Coke. 42 euros and 80 cents total. The note said, "Leave at front door." Cash in envelope under mat. Thank you. Standard enough for rural runs. I drove out there about 25 minutes from my base in Banagher. The rain was lashing sideways, windscreen wipers going full blast. The turn onto bog road was easy to miss. I almost drove past it. The tarmac gave way to chipped stone, then just compacted earth. My headlights picked out reeds and rushes swaying, water glinting in the drains. No other cars. No houses visible at first. Then the house appeared. A long, low single-story cottage, whitewashed once but now gray with damp, slate roof sagging in the middle. Small windows with heavy curtains drawn. A rusty gate hanging open. No lights on outside, just a faint glow from one window. I parked on the verge, grabbed the bag, splashed through puddles to the door. No car in the yard, no sign of life except that glow. I left the food on the step as instructed, lifted the mat sure enough, an envelope with exact cash, 50 euros, note, and coins. I took the change out, pocketed it, left the envelope. As I turned to go, the front door opened a crack. Just enough for a pale hand to reach out, pull the bag inside. No voice, no glimpse of a face. Door closed again. Bit weird, but I'd had contactless drops before. Drove home, marked it delivered. 12 euros tip. Decent. The next order came 2 nights later. Same house. Same takeaway, same items exactly. Same note. Same envelope with 50 euros. Same pale hand. I started to notice the pattern. Every second or third night, always after 9 p.m., always the exact same order. Always cash under the mat, always 50 euros. Always that brief door opening, just the hand, no face. By the 10th delivery I was curious. I looked up the house on the property register, online old habits, from when I thought about buying a place. It had been owned by a family named Kelly until 1998. Then sold after the last occupant, an elderly man named Patrick Kelly, died alone inside. No family claimed it for years. It passed through a few absentee landlords before someone bought it in 2020. No name listed, just a company registered in Dublin. I asked around the takeaways. Nobody knew who lived there now. Recluse, the Indian place owner said. Pays cash, never complains. Good customer. By December, the orders were every single night. Same food, same time bracket. I was getting almost half my weekly earnings from this one address. The money was too good to turn down, even though the drive out there in winter dark made my skin crawl. The first really unsettling thing happened on December 18th. Stormy night, wind howling across the bog. I pulled up as usual. Left the bag, lifted the mat for the envelope. Inside was the 50 euros. And the photograph, Polaroid. Me, sitting in my car outside my parents' house in Banagher the previous Sunday. I'd gone for dinner after Mam's chemo session. The photo was taken from across the road, through the windscreen. I was smoking a cigarette, something I only do when stressed. And I'd never told anyone I'd started again after Mam got sick. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped the cash. I looked at the house, curtains still drawn. No movement. I banged on the door. Who's there? What the fuck is this? No answer. I waited 5 minutes in the rain. Nothing. I took the photo, got in the car, drove straight to the Garda station in Burr. Showed the sergeant the picture. He frowned, asked if I'd seen anyone following me. I hadn't. They said they'd drive out the next day. Have a word. They did. Came back and said no one answered the door. House looked occupied, smoke from chimney, fresh wheelie bin, but no response. They left a card. The orders kept coming. Christmas Eve another delivery. This time the envelope had 50 euros and a note. Handwritten in neat capitals. Your mother's cancer is stage 3. She'll lose her hair in January. Tell her you love her while you can. I broke down in the car. Mam had been diagnosed in October breast cancer. We'd kept it quiet. Only immediate family knew the stage. I hadn't even told my mates. I stopped taking the orders for a week. Declined them in the app. But then money got tight, Christmas bills. Mam's meds not fully covered. On New Year's Day 2025 I accepted one again. The note that night, good boy, I missed you. I started recording everything. Photos of the envelopes, notes, timestamps. Installed a dash cam facing backwards, so it would catch anyone approaching the door. The notes escalated. One said, you still masturbate thinking about Shaban from school. The one who rejected you at the Debs. True. A teenage humiliation I'd never spoken aloud. Another. The 500 euros you took from the warehouse. Float in 2022, you still feel guilty every time you pass the building. I'd been desperate, rent overdue. Paid it back anonymously over months. No one ever knew. Every secret, every shame, laid out in black ink. By February I was a wreck, barely sleeping. Driving out there felt like walking into my own grave. But the money, and some sick curiosity. Who was it? How did they know? One night in late February, the door opened wider than usual when the hand came out. I caught a glimpse, pale face, male, thin, maybe 50s, eyes sunken. He looked straight at me for a second before slamming the door. I reported that. Garda went again. Same result, no answer. Then March. The night it all broke. Heavy fog, the kind that swallows sound. I pulled up, later than usual 10:40 p.m., left the bag, lifted the mat. No envelope. The door opened fully this time. The man stood there. Tall, gaunt, wearing an old Aran sweater, gray hair wild, eyes like pits. Sean, he said calmly. Come in, we should talk. I backed away. No, just pay and I'll go. He smiled. I know you're curious. I know everything. About the abortion your girlfriend had in 2019 that you paid for and never told anyone it wasn't yours. About the night you drove drunk after the warehouse Christmas party and almost hit that cyclist. About the letters you wrote to your father after you left when you were 10 letters you burned but still remember every word. Every single thing was true. Things I'd never told a soul. I rented the car, locked myself in, called the Garda emergency line. They said a unit was 30 minutes away, fog slowing everything. The man stood on the step the whole time watching. Then he walked to my car, pressed a new envelope against the window. Inside, 100 euros and a final note. I was Patrick Kelly's son. He died alone because nitrogen monoxide one came. I watch. I learn. I wait for people who carry secrets. You were perfect. Garda arrived. Searched the house. Empty. Food bags unopened in the kitchen. Weeks old, rotting. No one had eaten them. Dust thick everywhere, except one chair by the window facing the road. Hundreds of photographs pinned to walls, me, my car, my parents' house, my flat, me as a child pulled from old social media I thought I'd deleted. And notebooks. Dozens. Filled with details of my life going back years. How? Stalking, hacking, bin diving, I don't know. The man was gone. Back door open to the bog. Footprints leading away into the reeds. Then nothing. Fog and water swallowed them. They never found him. The house was sealed. Order stopped. I quit, moved, changed my name. But sometimes, late at night in Galway, my phone pings with a notification from an old delivery app I deleted. Unknown address. Bog Road. Order. Chicken korma, pilaf rice, naan, 2 cokes. Note. I still know where you are, Sean. If you deliver in rural areas, never take the same order too many times. Some customers aren't buying food. They're collecting you. Very disturbing true security guard horror story from remote Finland. The abandoned office building where the camera started showing things. That knew every secret ID buried. Most terrifying night patrol alone ever experienced 2026. I don't work security anymore. I haven't for over a year now and I never will again. After what happened in that building, I handed in my uniform, deleted my license details from every agency database I could find, and moved from Rovaniemi all the way south to Turku, where the streets are busy even at night and the only cameras I see are the ones on traffic lights. I changed my surname too, took my mother as maiden name, and I don't answer to the old one even when old friends slip up. But back in the winter of 2024 to 2025, I was still Mika Korhonen, 36 years old, ex-military police, recently divorced, and taking whatever private security contracts paid the rent. The money was decent, and the hours suited me nights mostly, when the world was quiet and I could be alone with my thoughts. The job that broke me was a 6-month contract at an old telecommunications research facility outside Rovaniemi, deep in the taiga forest north of the Arctic Circle. The building had been shut down since 2012 when the company went bankrupt, but the receiver still needed basic security weekly patrols, checking for break-ins, vandalism, pipe bursts in winter, that sort of thing. It was a 3-story concrete block from the late 1980 South. Windowless on the ground floor, long corridors of empty offices, a basement full of obsolete servers and cable runs, and a small control room on the second floor, where the remaining CCTV system still functioned. 12 cameras inside, 4 outside. The feeds ran to an ancient desktop that somehow still booted, and the recordings saved to a hard drive that hadn't been wiped since closure. The site was a remote 45 minutes drive from the nearest village on a plowed forest road that often closed in heavy snow. No mobile signal once you turned off the main highway. Just pine trees black against white snow, northern lights on clear nights, and temperatures that regularly hit -35. I worked solo. 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 5 nights on, 4 off. The routine was simple. Arrive at dusk, unlock the gate, drive in, lock the gate behind me. Do an external patrol with torch and body cam. Then internal walk every corridor, every stairwell, every room. Log temperatures in the server room to prevent freezing pipes. Sit in the control room for the rest of the shift, watching the feeds, drinking coffee from a thermos. Leave at sunrise. Easy money, or so I thought. The first few weeks were uneventful. The building creaked in the cold, snow sifted through broken seals, ravens nested in the roof vents. I'd see reindeer on the external cameras sometimes, or a lone moose crossing the yard. Once a wolverine triggered the motion sensor. Nothing human. I liked the silence. After the divorce, my wife had left, because I couldn't to talk about the things I'd seen in Afghanistan, the nightmares, the drinking. I needed places where no one expected conversation. The strangeness began slowly in late November. I started noticing glitches on the cameras. Static on the basement feed, even though the cables were intact. Shadows moving in empty corridors when I knew I was the only person inside. I'd check the live feed, see a dark shape glide past the doorway, then go investigate nothing. I logged it as possible animal intrusion or dust on the lenses. Cleaned them. The glitches continued. Then the recordings started showing things that hadn't happened while I was watching live. I discovered it by accident one December morning, reviewing the overnight footage before leaving. On camera 7 ground floor, west corridor, there was a time-stamped clip at 2:14 a.m. The corridor was empty when I watched live, but the recording showed a figure standing motionless in the middle of the frame. Tall, indistinct, face blurred like bad resolution. Just standing, head tilted as if listening. The clip lasted 43 seconds, then the figure walked out of shot. I checked my patrol log ID, walked that exact corridor at 2:10 and 2:20. Empty both times, no footprints in the dust. I told myself digital corruption. Old hard drive failing. Reported it to the agency anyway. They said keep logging, they'd send a technician when the roads were better. Meaning spring. By January, the anomalies increased. Cameras would lose focus randomly, then snap back. Motion alerts triggered with nothing visible. Once, Camera 3 in the server room showed all the rack lights blinking in sequence like Morse code, while the live feed was normal. I went down immediately. Everything was dark and silent. Then the system started capturing audio it shouldn't have. The microphones had been disabled years ago, according to the manual. But one night in mid-January, I heard faint voices on the control room speakers, low, overlapping, like multiple people whispering at once. I thought radio interference. Turn the volume down. The whispers continued inside my head even after I muted everything. I began staying in the control room more, avoiding the corridors. That's when the footage started showing me. Not Live Me recorded clips of me in places I hadn't been that night. Me sitting at the desk, head in hands, from an angle the fixed camera couldn't possibly capture. Me standing in the basement staring at a wall, back to the lens. The timestamps matched times I'd been on the opposite side of the building. I ran diagnostics. No network connection. The system was air-gapped. No remote access possible. Yet new files appeared in the archive folder with names like Mika_2011 or Mika_Kandahar. I opened one, grainy night vision clip. Me, 10 years younger, in military uniform, in a desert compound. The exact night my convoy hit the IED. The camera angle was impossible above and behind me as I dragged my injured mate toward cover. I'd never recorded that night. No one had. The official footage was from helmet cams that malfunctioned. I smashed the monitor that morning. Bought a new one myself the next day because the agency wouldn't replace it until the technician came. The building responded. That night every camera showed the same image simultaneously. Me, sitting at the desk, live feed. But I was standing in the corridor outside the control room, watching the screens through the glass window. The me on every monitor turned its head slowly to look straight into the lens straight at the real me, and smiled. I ran outside, sat in my truck with the engine running until dawn. I should have quit then. But the pay was double in winter, and I was saving for a deposit on an apartment in Turku, far away from everything. February brought the worst cold -42 one night. The building groaned like it was alive. Pipes banged. Frost feathers grew across the inside of windows. The system started speaking, not whispers anymore. Clear voice, male, calm Finnish accent, coming through the control room speakers even when they were unplugged. Mika, you're late for patrol. I'd ignore it. Then it would list my actions. You drank 3 cups of coffee tonight. You thought about calling Anna but didn't. You still keep her photo in your wallet. All true. Anna was my ex-wife. It knew more. You still dream about the boy in Kandahar, the one with the explosives vest. You see his face when you close your eyes. I never told anyone the details. Not the therapist, not Anna, not the military debrief. The voice revealed every buried thing. The affair I'd had in Helmand with the Danish medic names, dates, the hotel in Kabul, the money I'd taken from a confiscated Taliban cash small amount, but enough to make me hate myself. The night I almost killed a fellow soldier in a drunken fight after coming home. Every regret, every shame, spoken softly in the empty building. I started answering back, shouting at the speakers, begging it to stop. It never raised its voice. Just continued patient. You can't leave what you carry, Mika. The building remembers. The cameras see everything. Always have. One night in late February, the external cameras showed headlights approaching slow. No hurry, but I'd locked the gate myself. No one could get in. The vehicle, a dark van, stopped outside the fence. Driver never got out, just sat there for hours. When I drove out at dawn, no tracks in the fresh snow except mine. The next night, the van was inside the compound, parked by the loading dock. I approached with my torch and extendable baton, empty, engine cold. Doors unlocked. Inside, a stack of old VHS tapes labeled with dates from my military service. Tapes that shouldn't exist. I burned them in the yard. The building punished me. That night, every screen filled with live feed of my childhood home in Joensuu, the exact house I grew up in, interior shots, empty rooms. Then footage of my father's funeral, filmed from corners no one stood in. My mother crying alone in the kitchen afterward. I smashed every monitor, ripped cables. The voice continued through the emergency PA system that hadn't worked in decades. You think destroying the eyes blinds me? I've been watching longer than the cameras. March. The roads finally opened enough for the technician to visit. Young guy from Aulu, nervous about the drive. I showed him the system, or what was left of it. He poked around, said the hard drive was failing, corrupted sectors, possible malware from before closure. He wiped it, installed new software, updated the firmware. That night the system rebooted perfectly, and immediately displayed a new folder. Mika_current. Hundreds of clips, all of me. In the building. Over the months. But from impossible angles inside walls, above ceilings, under floors. Some showed me asleep in the control room chair. Others showed me standing in rooms I'd never entered. One clip, timestamped that very night, showed me sitting at the desk watching the screens while the real me was in the basement smashing old servers with a fire axe. I ran upstairs. The me on the screen turned to look at the camera and spoke my own voice. You can't run, Mika, you brought me here. Your guilt powers the building. Every secret you fed me keeps me alive. I drove out and never returned. The agency sent someone else. That guard lasted 3 nights before quitting. The contract was terminated. The building is scheduled for demolition this summer. But sometimes in my Turku apartment, my laptop camera light flickers green for no reason. And once last month, a new folder appeared on my desktop. Mika_new. I didn't open it. I smashed the laptop instead. If you ever take a solo security contract in an old, empty building, especially one with cameras that haven't been touched in years, ask what was researched there. Some places don't just record what happens. They record what people carry inside them. And they never delete the files. Very disturbing true Uber driver horror story from rural Scotland. The passenger who booked every night ride and slowly revealed every hidden shame ID ever kept. Most terrifying isolated pickup experience ever 2026. I don't drive anymore. Not for money. Not even for friends. I sold the car, canceled the insurance, deleted the apps Uber, Bolt, every local taxi dispatch in the Highlands. I moved from Inverness to a cramped tenement flat in Edinburgh's Old Town, where the streets are narrow and always full of tourists, where I can walk to the shops or take a bus if I have to go further. I changed my phone number twice and stopped using social media entirely. My name isn't the one on the driver profile anymore. I went back to my mother's maiden name and let the old one die. But in the winter of 2024 into 2025, I was still Callum MacLeod, 38 years old. Former oil rig worker laid off when the North Sea contracts dried up, scraping by on whatever hours the apps would give me. Nights mostly better surge pricing when the pubs closed and the roads emptied out. The Highlands are vast and dark. Once you leave Inverness heading west or north, the towns thin out fast. Single-track roads with passing places, sheep wandering across, no streetlights for miles. Lochs black as ink under cloud cover, forests of Scots pine press in close. Mobile signal drops to nothing in the glens. In winter, the temperature plummets. Black ice forms without warning. Snow gates close on the A roads. You learn to read the weather reports like scripture. I like the long drives gave me time to think or not think. Just the hum of the engine, BBC Radio Nan Gateheel playing traditional music, headlights cutting through mist. The passenger who ended it all started appearing in my queue in early November 2024. The first pickup was ordinary enough. 23:47 on a Friday night. Request from an address on the outskirts of Drumnadrochit small village near Loch Ness. Touristy in summer, half asleep in winter. Destination, a remote croft house off the A831, about 25 minutes deeper into the glen. Name on the app, J. Mackenzie. No profile photo, which was common for older accounts. Rating blank new user maybe? Fare £38 plus surge. Decent money for the hour. I accepted, pulled up outside a darkened bed and breakfast. A figure emerged from the shadows near the bus stop, tall, hooded jacket, scarf wrapped high. Male, I thought, by the height and stride. He climbed into the back seat without a word, just a nod. Smelled faintly of peat smoke and wet wool. Evening, I said, habitual politeness. He didn't reply, just stared out the window as I drove. The route took us along the lochside, water lapping close to the road, then up into the hills where the trees closed in. No other cars. I tried small talk, weather, football, the usual. Silence. Fine, some passengers prefer quiet. I turned the radio low. When the app pinged arrival, I turned onto a narrow track I'd never noticed before, overgrown with heather. Potholed, barely wide enough for the Skoda. Headlights picked out a low stone cottage. Roof patched with corrugated iron. No lights on, no other buildings in sight. I stopped at the gate. End of the road, mate. He leaned forward, handed me cash exact fare plus a £10 note. Voice low, Highland accent, older than I'd guessed. Thank you, Callum. I froze. My name wasn't visible to passengers, only first initial on the app for privacy. How'd you know my name? He was already out, closing the door gently. Walked up the path without looking back. Disappeared into the dark cottage. No light came on inside. I drove away unsettled, but told myself he'd seen the driver card on the dash or overheard me on a previous call. Happens sometimes. The next request came 3 nights later, same time bracket. Same pickup village, different B&B, same destination, same silent ride. Same cash payment exact plus £10. Same use of my name when thanking me. By the 5th ride, I was actively uneasy. Always the same passenger hood up, scarf high, face never fully visible. Always the same route. Always cash, always my name spoken softly as he left. I started declining the requests. But money was tight, heating bills, child support for my daughter in Glasgow, and the surges were good. After a week, I accepted again. That night, he spoke more. You've a daughter, Callum, Morven. She's 10 now, draws horses all the time. My blood went cold. Morven lived with her mum. I only saw her every second weekend. I'd never mentioned her to any passenger. Her drawings were private, sent to me on WhatsApp. How the hell do you know that? Silence the rest of the way. When he paid, he added, You missed her birthday last month. Work, you said. But really it was the drinking again. True. I'd relapsed after the rig layoff. Told my ex it was overtime. Lied to myself too. I drove straight to the police station in Inverness after dropping him. Reported stalking. They took details, said they'd send a car past the croft. Next day the officer rang. Track led to the cottage, but it was derelict, roof half collapsed, windows boarded, no sign of habitation for years. No vehicle tracks except mine. They checked the app company account registered to a prepaid card, no real name, address listed as the same croft. Requests kept coming. Every few nights. Always accepted by someone if I declined. Other drivers started mentioning a weird silent fare out Drumnadrotchet way. I installed a dash cam with interior view. Next ride I accepted to catch his face. He never showed it. Hood low, scarf higher, head turned away the whole journey. But he spoke the entire time, soft, relentless. He listed every failure. The affair I'd had on the rigs in 2019 with a married caterer from Aberdeen. Names, dates, the travelodge we used. The fight ID started in the pub after Morven's mum left me, broke a man's nose. Charges dropped because he didn't press. The money ID borrowed from the communal rig kitty to cover gambling debts never paid back fully. Every secret shame spoken calmly in the dark car. I'd pull over sometimes, demand he get out. He'd just wait until I drove on. Truth hurts, Callum, but it's better spoken. One January night, snow thick, roads treacherous, I picked him up again. He directed me a different way this time. Deeper into the hills, past abandoned bothies, along forestry tracks barely passable. Shortcut, he said. I should have refused. But the app showed the destination as the same croft. Halfway there, the car got stuck, wheels spinning in deep snow. I tried rocking it, no use. He got out, stood in the headlights. First time I saw his face fully. Older man, 70s maybe, gaunt, eyes pale and unblinking, skin like parchment. Walk with me, Callum. Not far. I stayed in the car, doors locked, called recovery signal flickering, call dropped. He tapped the window. I knew your father. Drank with him and the Klansmen before he wrapped his lorry around the tree on the A9. 2008. You were 22. Blamed yourself for not stopping him driving. My dad's death-drunk driving crash. I'd argued with him that night, let him leave angry. Never told anyone the guilt. I got out, shouting, "Who the fuck are you?" He smiled. Someone who listens. Out here, voices carry far. Secrets especially. He turned, walked into the forest. Snow swallowed him. I waited till dawn, freezing, then walked back to the main road. Flagged a gritter lorry. Car recovered next day, snow plowed away around it, as if it hadn't been stuck. The request stopped for 2 weeks. Then resumed from my new Edinburgh address somehow. Short rides across the city. I never accepted. But late one night, walking home from the pub, a black cab pulled up, old-style Hackney. Driver leaned out, sane man, older, but unmistakable. Need a lift, Callum? I ran. Police again. Nothing they could do, no plates, no trace. I quit driving. But sometimes, in the Edinburgh flat, my phone knew number panes with an Uber notification I shouldn't receive. Pickup address, my building. Destination, Old Croft, Glenmoriston. Passenger name, J. Mackenzie. Note, I still know the way, Callum. And everything else. If you drive rideshare in rural places, watch the silent ones. Some passengers aren't going anywhere. They're just collecting truths. And once they have enough, they come to settle the fare. Very disturbing true convenience store night shift. Horror story from remote Iceland. The regular customer who appeared every midnight and slowly uncovered every buried secret ID ever kept. Most terrifying isolated winter shift ever experienced. 2026 ***. I don't work nights anymore. I don't work in any store anymore. After that winter, I closed my life in the north like a book I never want to reopen. Sold the old Jeep. Gave away the heavy winter gear. Deleted the staff scheduling apps. And moved south to Reykjavik, where the streets are lit all night, and the only silence is the hum of traffic and tourists. I changed my phone number, blocked old colleagues on social media, and started using my middle name informally so that the old one feels like it belonged to someone else. But from October 2024 through March 2025, I was still Elias Johnson, 35 years old, recently back from a failed attempt at university in Denmark. Stuck in my tiny hometown of Bilenduis in northwest Iceland, population barely 900 hours from anywhere that feels like the modern world. The job was a late shift at the only 24-hour convenience store in town. The N1 station on the Ring Road. It had pumps outside, a small grill for pilsner and burgers, shelves of snacks, coffee machines that never quite worked right, lottery tickets, and a back room with a microwave and a saggy couch for breaks. In summer, tourists flooded through rentals cars full of Americans and Germans wanting naps and energy drinks. But in winter, the road quieted to almost nothing. Trucks hauling fish from the fjords, locals grabbing milk or cigarettes, the occasional lost driver looking for the turn to Sauer Croker. After midnight, it was mostly empty. Just me, the fluorescent buzz, the wind screaming off the Atlantic, and snow piling against the plate glass windows until the plows came at dawn. I took the shift because the pay was slightly better and I didn't sleep well anyway. The divorce from my Danish wife papers, signed the previous spring, had left me with insomnia and a constant low hum of shame. I'd cheated near the end, a stupid drunken mistake with a classmate in Copenhagen. Told no one back home. Lied to my ex about why the marriage really fell apart. The guilt sat in my chest like a stone. Nights at the store let me avoid my parents' questions and the pitying looks in the village. The customer appeared first on an ordinary Tuesday in late October. Stormy nights, sleet rattling the roof, the ring road nearly deserted. Around 0:12, the motion sensor chimed. A man walked in, tall, heavy build, wearing a dark green parka with the hood up, wool scarf covering the lower half of his face against the cold, boots crusted with snow. He moved slowly, deliberately, like someone who had all the time in the world. He bought the same things every time. 1 large black coffee, 2 Kleine pastries from the warmer, a pack of Prince cigarettes, and a single bottle of Brennivin. Paid in exact cash, always krona notes that looked old, creased, as if they'd been kept in a drawer for years. He never spoke beyond a low tack when I handed him the bag. After the third night, I started expecting him. He came at the same minute, 0:12 exactly, as if he timed it to the store clock, always alone. No car visible outside. The cameras showed only his footprints arriving from the darkness beyond the pumps and leaving the same way. In deep snow, there were no tire tracks, no other prints. I told myself he walked from one of the nearby farms, though the nearest was kilometers away, and no one walked the ring road in winter storms. By November, he began lingering. Standing by the magazine rack, flipping slowly through old issues of Suog Hert, eyes invisible behind the scarf. Or sitting at the single table by the window, sipping coffee, staring out at the blowing snow. He never removed the hood or scarf, even inside. One night the power flickered common during gales, and when it steadied, he was standing right at the counter, closer than before. "You look tired, Elias," he said, voice deep, Icelandic, but with a strange flat accent I couldn't place. I flinched. My name tag was under my sweater. I'd stopped wearing it weeks earlier after a creepy tourist incident. "How do you know my name?" He tilted his head slightly. "Small town. People talk. But Bilinduis isn't that small with outsiders, and he wasn't local. I'd have recognized the voice or build." He paid and left, footprints again appearing from nowhere. The visits became nightly, always 012, always the same order, always cash. And he began speaking more. First it was small things. "You favor your left knee when you stand too long. Old football injury, yes? From the match against Akureyri in 2008, you scored twice but tore the ligament in the last minute." "True. I've been the town hero for a week at 17, then sidelined for a season." Few people remembered the details. Another night. "You still keep that photo of your ex-wife in your wallet. The one from the Copenhagen harbor. You look at it when you think no one notices." I did, hidden behind my bank card. I started refusing to serve him, pretending not to see him at the grill, staying in the back room. But the motion chime would ring endlessly until I came out. He'd wait patiently by the counter, unmoving. One December night, the auroras were strong green curtains dancing over the mountains. He stood outside under them for a long time before coming in, staring up. Inside, he finally lowered the scarf. The face was wrong. Older than I'd guessed, 60s or 70s, but the skin was pale, almost translucent, veins visible beneath. Eyes deep set, colorless in the fluorescent light. No beard stubble, no wrinkles around the mouth. Like a face that hadn't aged normally. "You lied to her, Elias," he said quietly. "About the other woman, Maria, was it? The one from the literature class. You told your wife it was only once, but it was 4 times. In her flat while she was at work." My throat closed. I'd never spoken the name aloud since returning to Iceland. Not to friends, not to family, not in therapy. "How secrets echo here," he interrupted. "In the quiet. In the dark between towns. They travel on the wind." He paid and left. I installed extra cameras myself, my own cheap Wi-Fi ones aimed at the door and pumps. The footage showed him arriving literally out of the darkness, no approach, just suddenly there under the floodlights. Leaving the same way. One frame he's walking toward the road, next frame gone. Police came when I reported stalking. They knew my family's small town and took it seriously enough to visit. Found nothing at the farms nearby. No one matching the description. Suggested maybe a tourist staying under the radar or a trucker walking from the levee down the road. They increased patrols. The patrols saw nothing. He kept coming. The revelations grew darker. The money I'd taken from my parents' savings when I first moved to Denmark told them it was for textbooks, but spent half on partying. The night I drove drunk on the ring road after a fight with my then-girlfriend, nearly hit a sheep, swerved into a ditch, never reported it. The abortion my ex and I had early in the marriage, her decision, but I'd secretly felt relief because I wasn't ready, and the guilt of that relief still ate at me. Every private shame spoken calmly while I stood frozen behind the counter. I started closing the store, early locking doors at midnight, turning off lights. He'd stand outside in the snow, visible on camera, unmoving for hours. Face pressed to the glass sometimes, breath not fogging it. One January night, worst blizzard of the season, whiteout conditions, road closed, I didn't open at all. Stayed home. My phone rang at 012, unknown number. His voice, "You can't hide from what you already know about yourself, Elias." I hung up, unplugged the landline, turned off the mobile. Power went out at 0:30, whole town dark. When it returned at dawn, the store had been entered. Door still locked, alarm untouched. But on the counter, the exact items he always bought arranged neatly. Coffee still hot in the cup. And a note in handwriting I didn't recognize. I know the worst one too. The night in Copenhagen when you hit her. The argument about Maria. You grabbed her arm too hard, left bruises. She never told anyone either. But I know. The one secret I buried deepest. The moment I knew the marriage was over, even before the affair ended it. I'd convinced myself it was an accident, lost control for a second. Never admitted it, even to myself fully. I quit the next day. Moved within a week. Police investigated the break-in. Found no fingerprints, no DNA. The hot coffee baffled them, thermos maybe, but none missing. The customer never appeared again on any shift. But sometimes in my Reykjavik flat, the intercom buzzes at midnight. No one on the camera. And once, last month, a bag was left outside my door. Kleine, Brennivin, Prince cigarettes, black coffee in a takeaway cup, still warm. No note needed. He still knows where I am. If you work alone in a remote store on long winter nights, listen carefully to the wind. Some regulars aren't coming for coffee. They're coming for the truths you haven't faced. And once they have them all, they never really leave. Very disturbing true retail worker horror story from rural Sweden. The customer who came every closing time and knew every dark secret I'd buried deep, most terrifying alone in village. Shop experience ever 2026 asterisk. I don't go into small shops anymore. Not even the big Isa Maxi in town. I order everything online, pay extra for delivery. And if I have to buy something in person, I wait until the busiest hours, when there are queues and noise and people everywhere. I moved from that village 2 years ago, changed my surname back to my mother's, cut contact with everyone who knew me there, and started going by my second name, Lucas, instead of the one on my old Nama tag. But from autumn 2024 through spring 2025 I was still Victor. Lindström, 32 years old, recently returned from a failed life in Stockholm, lost girlfriend, lost apartment, and hiding out in my late uncle's small house in a forgotten village in rural Västergötland, southwest Sweden. The village had maybe 150 people in winter, one ICHR shop that served as grocery, post office, pharmacy counter, and social hub. The shop was a low red wooden building with a gravel parking lot, big windows facing the empty village road, and a back stockroom that smelled of damp cardboard and old coffee. It opened at 8 a.m. and closed at 8 p.m. Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sundays. I took the evening shifts 3 p.m. to closing because the owner, an older woman named Kirsten who'd known my family forever, needed someone reliable, and I needed the routine to keep from drinking myself to death. Winter evenings were the worst. The sun set by 3 p.m. Darkness pressed against the windows by 4. And after 6 p.m. the shop was usually empty except for the occasional local picking up milk or snuff. I'd restock shelves, mop floors, count the till, brew endless cups of filter coffee that tasted like ash. Outside, snow piling on the silent road, pine forests black against the sky. The distant hum of the E20 motorway, the only reminder that the rest of the world existed. No buses after 5 p.m. No taxis. If you didn't have a car, you walked or stayed home. The customers started coming in November. Always at 19:45, 15 minutes before closing. Never earlier, never later. The automatic doors would slide open with that tired hydraulic sigh. The bell would chime, and he'd step inside trailing cold air and snowflakes that melted on the linoleum. Tall man, broad-shouldered, wearing a dark wool coat that looked expensive but old. Collar turned up, a black knit cap pulled low. Scarf wrapped high, thick beard going gray, eyes pale and steady. He moved slowly like he owned the place, picking the same items every time. A loaf of pagan limpa bread, a small tub of cow's caviar, a packet of knäckebröd, a bar of marabou milk chocolate, and a bottle of Explorer vodka from the locked cabinet. Paid in exact cash, always large notes that looked like they'd been saved for years. Never used card. Never spoke beyond a low tack when I handed him the receipt. After the fourth visit, I began dreading the chime at 19:45. I'd watch the clock, feel my stomach knot, and when the doors opened, I'd busy myself in the stockroom until he was at the till. But he always waited patiently, standing there with his basket, eyes following me in the security mirror. One December evening, the shop was empty, early storm coming, everyone stocked up and gone home. He came in as usual, placed his items on the counter. "You're new here, Victor," he said quietly, voice deep, educated Stockholm accent, under a rural lilt. I froze. My Nama tag was clipped to my shirt, but it was small and I stood behind the high counter. Most customers called me Grabbin' or nothing. "Yeah, helping Kirsten out," I muttered. He nodded slowly, eyes never leaving mine. "You used to work in a bank, in Sikdermum." Until 2022, my heart stuttered. I'd been a loan officer at SEB until I was let go quietly after the investigation into missing funds. No charges, but enough suspicion that I left Stockholm and never told anyone back home the real reason. How do you know that? He smiled faintly. Villages remember city stories, especially when family asks around, but no one in the village knew. I'd told my parents it was restructuring. He paid and left. I watched his footprints in the snow appearing from the darkness beyond the parking lot lights, heading back the same way. No car, no bicycle tracks. He kept coming. Every evening at 1945, the revelations grew. One night, you still check her Instagram. Every week. Though she blocked you. My ex-girlfriend, Hannah. We'd broken up when she found the messages from the colleague I'd slept with. I made a fake account to watch her stories. Told no one. Another night. The money from the client accounts. You moved it to cover your gambling. 180,000 kronor over 6 months. You paid most back but not all. The exact figure. The exact shame. I convinced myself no one would ever know the full amount. I started closing early locking doors at 1930, turning off the outside sign. He'd stand in the snow under the floodlight, visible on the security camera, waiting until 2015 exactly, then walk away into darkness. I installed my own motion lights on the staff entrance. They never triggered when he arrived. Police came twice. They knew my family's small village and listened, drove around, asked at nearby farms. No one matching the description. Suggested maybe a traveler staying at the old hunting cabin up the forest road. They left a note on the door. He never took it. Kirsten noticed my nerves. Old customer? She asked. He used to come when your uncle ran the place. Quiet type. Paid cash. My uncle died in 2018. The man looked too young to have been a regular then. By January, the secrets were unbearable. The abortion Hannah had after my affair her choice, but I pushed subtly because I wasn't ready for a child and used the guilt as excuse. The night I drove home drunk from Göteborg after losing big at the casino hit a deer on the E20. Didn't stop, left it dying. The messages I sent my boss's wife flirting turned explicit. The reason I was really fired. Every private rot, spoken softly while I scanned his unchanging items. I started leaving the till early, hiding in the stockroom with lights off. He'd walk the aisle slowly, calling my name not loud, just conversational. Victor, I know you're here. I know everything. I'd wait until the camera showed him leave, then lock up shaking. One February night, worst cold of the winter, -25. Roads glazed with ice, the power went out at 1940. Whole village dark. Backup lights kicked in. Dim red emergency glow. The doors chimed at 1945 anyway, manual override somehow. He stood in the entrance, snow swirling in, items already in his basket, as if he'd shopped in the dark. You can't hide from yourself, Victor, he said, placing the basket on the counter. I'm just the mirror. I backed into the stockroom, locked the door, called police on my mobile signal weak. Call dropped twice before connecting. He didn't try the handle, just spoke through the door. I knew your uncle too. He kept secrets. About the fire in the old barn. 1995. You were 12. You and your friend playing with matches. The hay caught. You ran. Never told. The one secret I'd never spoken, not even in therapy. My friend moved away years later. The barn burned, ruled accidental. I carried it alone. Police arrived 40 minutes later, slow on ice. Shop empty. Items bagged neatly on the counter. Exact cash beside them. And a note. I'll stop when you stop lying to yourself. The visits ended after that night. Police found the hunting cabin abandoned, dust thick, no sign anyone had stayed in years. But in a drawer, old photographs. Me as a child, me in Stockholm, me at the bank. Me at the casino, all taken from a distance. No fingerprints. No DNA. I quit the next week. Moved to Göteborg first, then further. But sometimes in the city supermarket I feel eyes on me. And once, last autumn, in a completely different ICA, at exactly 1945, the doors chimed. I didn't look up, but I heard the basket placed on the belt. And the low voice, we're not finished, Victor. If you work closing shifts in a small rural shop, watch the regulars who never change their order. Some customers aren't buying groceries. They're collecting the parts of you that you thought no one would ever see. And once they have them all, they own you. Very disturbing true factory night shift horror story from rural Poland. The shadow worker who joined every break and revealed every hidden sin I.D. ever committed. Most terrifying isolated industrial nightmare ever experienced 2026. I don't go near factories anymore. I don't even drive past industrial zones on the highways. The smell of machine oil, the low hum of conveyor belts, the flicker of fluorescent lights, it all brings it back instantly, like a physical blow. I sold everything I owned in that region, changed my surname through a distant cousin's line, cut ties with every coworker I ever had, and moved to Krakow, where I work from home translating technical manuals and never leave my apartment after dark. But from September 2024 through May 2025, I was still Tomasz Novak, 39 years old, recently divorced for the second time, drowning in alimony payments and quiet. Self-loathing, working the night shift at an old metal processing plant on the edge of a dying village in Podkarpacki Voivodeship, southeastern Poland. The plant was called Zakłady Metalo Bieszczady, a Soviet-era relic built in the 1970s. Sprawling across 20 hectares of flat, windswept land surrounded by dense beech and fir forests that rolled into the Bieszczady Mountains. The nearest real town, Sanok, was 40 minutes away on a narrow, potholed road that flooded in spring and iced over in winter. The village itself had maybe 200 residents, mostly elderly, living in crumbling brick houses along one unpaved street. The plant employed about 60 people on rotating shifts, down from 1,000 in communist times. It stamped and welded parts for agricultural machinery, tractors, harvesters, things farmers in Ukraine and Romania still bought cheap. I worked 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 5 nights on, 3 off. The night crew was only 12 people total, 4 on the stamping presses, 3 on welding, 2 maintenance, 1 forklift driver, me and another guy on quality control, and the shift supervisor who mostly slept in his office. After midnight, the place felt abandoned. The massive halls echoed with the rhythmic thud of the automated presses, the hiss of cooling metal, the occasional scream of a grinder. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, half of them flickering or dead. Outside, nothing but darkness, wind rattling loose corrugated roofing, wolves howling sometimes in the distant mountains. I took the job because it paid cash bonuses for nights and I needed to disappear for a while. My second wife had left after discovering the gambling debts online poker, mostly, but bad enough that I borrowed from loan sharks in Erzesha. I told no one back home the full extent. Told my parents it was mutual differences. The isolation suited me. No one asked questions. Just clock in, do your rounds, inspect welds for cracks, measure tolerances with calipers, stamp approval sheets, drink terrible coffee from the machine in the break room. The figure appeared first in late September, during the first real cold snap. I was on my third break at 2:30 a.m., sitting alone in the canteen, a long room with chipped formica tables, a vending machine that only worked half the time, and windows looking out over the darkened loading yard. The other guys were scattered, some smoking outside despite the rules, some napping in the locker room. I was nursing a coffee, scrolling mindlessly on my phone. Signal was weak. 1 bar if you stood by the east window when I heard the door creak. He walked in slowly. Tall, thin, wearing the standard Navy work overalls we all had, but his looked older, faded almost gray, name patch blank. Safety boots scuffed and patched, hard hat tucked under one arm. Face narrow, pale, eyes dark and unblinking under heavy brows. Short-cropped gray hair. He could have been 50 or 70, hard to tell under the harsh light. He nodded at me, poured himself coffee from the machine, took 2 biscuits from the communal tin, and sat at the opposite end of my table. Didn't speak. Just stared out the window at the black forest. I nodded back uneasy. I knew every face on night shift. This guy wasn't one of them. New transfer? I asked eventually. He turned his head slowly. Been here longer than you, Tomasz. My name wasn't he on my overalls that night. I'd forgotten my tagged pair in the wash. How do you know my name? He smiled faintly. Everyone knows the new inspector. The one from Krakow who lost everything at the tables. My stomach dropped. The gambling wasn't public knowledge. I'd hidden it even from the HR forms. He finished his coffee, stood, left without another word. I checked with the supervisor next morning. No new hires. No transfers. Security logs showed only the usual entries and exits. He appeared again 3 nights later. Same break time, same seat, same silent ritual. By the 5th appearance, I was avoiding the canteen, eating sandwiches at my inspection station instead. But he'd find me. Walking the catwalk above the presses, checking for oil leaks. I'd glance down and see him standing motionless below, watching. Or in the quality lab, calibrating micrometers, the door would open and he'd be there, leaning against the frame. He began speaking more, first small truths. You still keep her letters, the ones from your first wife. The ones where she begged you to stop drinking. You read them when you're alone. True. Hidden in a shoebox under my bed. You drive the old Opel with the dent in the rear bumper. The one from the night you hit the deer on the road to Lesko and didn't stop. I'd told no one. The deer had limped into the forest. I'd panicked and driven on. Then deeper. The money you took from your mother's savings in 2018, told her it was for a business course, spent it on roulette and Presemisol. The exact lie. The exact shame. I started confronting him. Who the fuck are you? How do you know this shit? He'd only smile. I've worked every shift here since 1987. I know everyone who passes through. I know what they carry. The plant had records. No employee by his description that long. The longest serving welder was 62 and looked nothing like him. I told the supervisor. He shrugged. Ghost stories. Old places have them. But he looked uneasy, said similar tales from years ago. A worker who died in a press accident in '89, name lost in old communist files. The revelations became unbearable. The affair with my second wife's sister, drunken mistake at a family wedding, never discovered. The time I falsified inspection reports to cover for a friend whose welds were sloppy could have caused tractor failures, injuries. The abortion my first wife had after I pressured her. We were broke. I was scared. She never forgave me deep down. Every buried rot spoken quietly during breaks while machines thundered around us. I started taking different breaks, hiding in the maintenance shed or the roof access. He'd appear anyway standing in the shadows, waiting. One November night, heavy snow, roads nearly impassable, he sat across from me in the canteen and laid photographs on the table. Me at the casino in Orzesha, losing big. Me arguing with my second wife the night she left. Me as a teenager stealing from the church collection plate. Old photos, impossible sources. Where did you get these? I've always watched, Tomasz. The factory remembers. The walls, the machines, they hold what people leave behind. I ran to security, demanded they check cameras. The night guard, half asleep, reviewed footage. Empty corridors. No sign of him entering or leaving the canteen. But in the break room camera, the photos appearing one by one on the table while I sat alone, staring at nothing. I took sick leave for a week. Stayed with my brother in Krakow, but the debts piled. I returned. He was waiting my first night back. Winter deepened. -20 became normal. Snowdrifts buried the lower doors. He grew bolder. Walking with me on inspections, pointing out flaws I'd missed, flaws that matched ones I deliberately ignored for overtime quotas. Whispering names of former workers who died accidents, suicides, hearts giving out on night shifts. Revealing their secrets too, as if to show he wasn't singling me out. But always circling back to mine. The worst night was in February. Blizzard raging, power flickering, only 4 of us in the whole plant. The rest couldn't make it through the snow. I was alone in the pressing hall when the lights died completely. Emergency reds kicked in. He stood at the end of the line, between the silent machines. You can't run from yourself, Tomasz, he called, voice echoing. I'm just what you brought here. Every lie, every hurt. The factory keeps us all. I ran to the supervisor's office, locked the door. Called, police signal dropped. When power returned an hour later, he was gone. But on my inspection clipboard, a new report handwritten, listing every falsified measurement, every overlooked crack, signed with my own signature, perfect forgery. I quit the next morning. Drove through the storm to Sanok, handed in notice. Police investigated. Found old personnel files in the basement, photo of a worker from 1988 matching his description exactly. Died in 1989 when a press malfunctioned. Name, Jan Kowalski. Ruled accident. But in the margins of his file, handwritten notes in different inks over decades, secrets of employees, matching what he'd told me. No explanation. I moved. Burned the photos he'd left. But sometimes in my Krakow apartment, the lights flicker at 2:30, and I smell machine oil. And hear a low voice in the walls. We're not finished, Tomasz. If you ever worked night shift in an old factory, ask about the ones who never clocked out. Some coworkers aren't alive. They're just waiting for you to admit what you already know about yourself. And once you do, they never let you leave. Very disturbing true library horror story from rural Denmark. The late night reader, who appeared every closing time and slowly revealed every buried secret ID ever tried to forget. Most terrifying isolated silence experience ever experienced 2026 *. I don't step inside libraries anymore. Not public ones. Not university ones. Not even the little book exchanges in cafes. The smell of old paper, the hush of turning pages, the long shadows between shelves, it all drags me back instantly, like fingers around my throat. I sold my entire book collection, donated the rest to a charity shop I'll never visit, and moved from that village to a noisy fourth-floor flat in Air Hiss, where the only reading I do is on a backlit screen with the sound of traffic always in the background. I changed my surname through my mother's side, stopped using my old email, and told the few friends who asked that I'd taken a job abroad. But from August 2024 through June 2025, I was still Anna Larson. 37 years old, freshly returned from Copenhagen after a spectacular professional collapse, hiding in my late grandmother. Small whitewashed house in a quiet village on the west coast of Jutland. The village was called Vestervig, barely 300 souls, a cluster of red-roofed houses around an ancient church, surrounded by flat dunes, windswept heath, and the endless grey North Sea. The library was the old school building, converted in the 1980s, a single-story brick structure with tall windows, creaking wooden floors, and shelves that smelled of salt air and decades of damp. It served the village and the scattered farms for kilometers around. Open 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Tuesdays to Fridays, 10 to 2 on Saturdays, closed Sundays and Mondays. I took the job as the sole librarian because the pay was small but steady, the hours left evenings free. And no one asked questions about why a former university lecturer in literature had suddenly come home to sort children's books and stamp due dates. Summer evenings were long and golden, but by autumn darkness fell early. And after 6 p.m., the library was usually empty except for the occasional pensioner returning a saga or a teenager printing homework. I'd dim the lights in the back sections, reshelve returns, wipe down the tables, brew a last pot of coffee that tasted faintly of the sea air that seeped through every crack. Outside, wind rattling the birch trees, gulls crying over the dunes, the distant crash of waves when the tide was high. No streetlights on the lane leading to the building. If you forgot your phone torch, you walked home in pure black. The reader appeared first on a rainy Thursday in late August, just as the light was fading. I was at the circulation desk, stamping returns, when the door opened with its familiar groan. A man stepped in tall, lean, wearing a dark wool coat despite the mild evening. Collar turned up, a flat cap pulled low. Gray scarf loose around his neck. He carried no bag, no umbrella, just moved with quiet purpose to the Danish classic section. He selected 3 books, Kierkegaard's memoirs, a collection of Hans Christian Andersen's Lesser Tales, and an old edition of Martin Andersen. Nexo brought them to the desk without a word. He had a library card already, name listed as H. Pedersen. Address, an old farm road that I knew led only to abandoned fields. No phone number. He paid the small overdue fine from a previous loan in exact coins, voice low and formal. "Tax call do you have?" I nodded, handed him the books. He lingered a moment, eyes pale blue, almost colorless, studying my face. "You're new here, Anna," he said softly. My name tag was visible, but something in his tone made my skin prickle. "Relatively," I replied. "Helping out until they find someone permanent." He smiled faintly and left. I watched him walk down the gravel path into the dusk, no car, no bicycle, just disappearing between the birches. He returned every evening after that, always at 18:45, 15 minutes before closing. Always the same sections, classics, local history, mythology. Always 3 books, always exact change, always that quiet measuring stare. By September, I began to dread the door groan at 18:45. I'd find excuses to be in the back room, sorting donations or repairing spines, but he'd wait patiently by the desk, browsing the new arrivals until I emerged. One October evening, storm clouds piling over the sea, he placed his books on the counter and said, "You taught at the university in Copenhagen. Scandinavian literature. Until last year, I froze. I'd never told anyone in the village the full story, only that I'd taken a break from teaching." "Yes," I said cautiously. "How did you know?" "Word travels," he replied, "especially about the plagiarism scandal. The thesis you copied sections from. The student who noticed." My breath stopped. The incident had been hushed, internal review, resignation, by mutual agreement. No public record. I told no one, not even my parents. The shame had driven me home. He paid and left without another word. The visits became nightly. The revelations grew. One night, "You still keep the letters from your student, the ones after the affair." The ones where he threatened to tell your husband. The affair brief, stupid, with a postgraduate in my seminar, ended when he became obsessive. I'd burned most evidence, but kept a few letters hidden in a locked box. Another night. The research grant money you used for the abortion clinic in Mount. 2019. You logged it as conference travel. The abortion after a one-night stand during a symposium. I'd falsified expenses to cover it. No one knew. I started closing early, turning off the front lights at 18:30. He'd stand outside in the wind, visible in the window, waiting until I turned them back on or emerged to lock up. I installed a small security camera, myself motion activated, streaming to my phone. The footage showed him arriving out of the darkness. No approach path, just suddenly there under the exterior lamp. Leaving the same way. The local police came when I reported harassment. They knew my family's small village and drove out to the farm road on his card. Nothing but overgrown fields. An old foundation where a house once stood, burned down in the 1950s. No one named Pedersen associated with it for decades. He kept coming. The secrets became the ones I hadn't even admitted to myself fully. The way I desabotaged a colleague as tenure application anonymous notes to the dean about her inconsistencies. The night I drove home drunk from a faculty party in Odense, clipped a cyclist's mirror. Didn't stop. The eating disorder in my 20s hospitalized. Briefly told everyone it was mono. Every private fracture. Spoken gently while I scanned his books with shaking hands. I started leaving the desk unattended, hiding in the children's section among the low shelves. He'd walk the aisle slowly, calling my name not loud, just conversational. Anna, I know you're here. I know everything. I'd wait in the dark until the camera showed him leave, then lock up crying. One November night, gale force winds, rain horizontal, he arrived soaked but uncomplaining. Placed his books down. You can't outrun what you carry, he said. I'm only the reader. The books remember. The shelves hold every story ever hidden between pages. He laid a folder on the counter. Inside, printed emails from my university account, ones I'd deleted years ago. Plagiarized passages highlighted. Receipts from the Malmt clinic. Photos of me leaving the colleague's office with her files. Sources impossible. I screamed at him to leave. He only smiled and walked out. Police found the folder had no fingerprints but mine. The camera showed me placing it there myself during a moment I had no memory of. I took leave, stayed with a cousin in Aalborg. But the library position was mine alone. No replacement. I returned, winter closed in. Darkness by 3 p.m. Snow drifts against the doors. He waited every evening. The final night was in March. Northern lights flickering green over the sea, temperature -15, roads iced. I decided to quit officially the next day. Was packing returns when the door groaned at 18:45. He stood there, coat heavy with snow, and placed not books but a single volume on the counter. My own doctoral thesis, the one with the plagiarized chapters, but this copy had marginal notes in red ink. Every lie annotated, every source I'd stolen cited. And on the title page, in my own handwriting, but not mine, for the reader who sees everything. I backed away. What are you? He lowered the scarf fully for the first time. The face was ordinary, older, lined, unremarkable. But the eyes were wrong. Too still, like printed words on a page. I've been coming here since 1953, he said quietly. When the old librarian hung herself in the back room after her secrets came out. The building keeps one reader, always. To remind the next keeper what stories really cost. He turned and left. I ran outside after him, shouting into the wind. Only his footprints leading away, then stopping abruptly in the snow, as if he'd been erased. Police found records. A librarian in 1953, scandal over embezzled funds, suicide. And mentions in old minutes of a quiet regular. No one remembered arriving or leaving. I resigned the next morning, moved within weeks. The new librarian, a young woman from Dai, lasted 3 months. Quit suddenly, no explanation. Sometimes in my heiress flat, I get emails from an address I don't recognize. Attachments. Scanned pages from books I once stole ideas from. Subject line always the same. Return date overdue, Anna. If you ever take a solitary job in an old rural library, ask about the readers who never check out. Some patrons aren't borrowing books. They're returning the truths you thought you'd shelved forever. And once they finish your story, they start writing the ending. Very disturbing, true cleaning job horror story from rural England. The homeowner who was always waiting inside and knew every Secret ID ever tried to hide, most terrifying alone in empty. Manor experience ever experienced 2026. I don't clean houses anymore. I don't even clean my own properly, just quick wipes, vacuum once a week. Nothing that involves lingering in empty rooms with the echo of my own footsteps. I gave away all my professional supplies, the buckets, the microfiber cloths, the industrial vacuum, and moved from the Cotswolds to a tiny bedsit in Manchester where the walls are thin and I can always hear neighbors arguing or watching telly. I changed my surname back to my mother's maiden name, cut contact with every old client, and told the agency I was retiring early due to back problems. But from September 2024 through April 2025, I was still Sarah Whitby, 41 years old, recently divorced after my husband discovered the full extent of my online shopping addiction and the credit card's ID hidden, working as a private cleaner for high-end rural properties in Gloucestershire. The job came through an exclusive agency that catered to wealthy owners of manor houses, converted barns, and second homes. People who spent most of the year in London or abroad and needed someone trustworthy to deep clean, air out rooms, change linens, and keep the damp at bay. I specialized in the big, isolated properties. Old stone mansions set down long gravel drives, surrounded by hundreds of acres of fields, woods, and dry stone walls. No close neighbors. Often no phone signal once you turned off the main road. I liked the solitude at first. After the divorce, messy, public in our small town, I needed places where no one expected conversation. Just me, my playlist on noise-canceling headphones, the smell of beeswax polish and lemon cleaner, and hours to think without interruption. The house that changed everything was Haverford Manor, a sprawling Elizabethan pile on the edge of the Cotswolds, listed Grade I with 30 rooms, a walled garden gone wild, and a long history of bankruptcies, suicides, and mysterious deaths in the local archives. The owner was listed only as Mr. E. Harrow, a reclusive businessman who bought it in 2021 and spent a fortune restoring it, but rarely stayed. The agency briefed me. Weekly visits on Wednesdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Full deep clean, leave everything exactly as found. Keys in the coded lockbox by the side door. No staff on site. Alarm code provided. Payment direct to agency, generous bonus for discretion. I started in September. The first visit was ordinary, beautiful but cold. Dust sheets over furniture in unused wings. The faint smell of old wood smoke and damp stone. I worked room by room, upstairs bedrooms first, then drawing rooms, library, kitchens. No sign of recent occupation. Fridge empty apart from bottled water. Bed stripped. I left at 5 sharp, house spotless. He appeared on the third visit. I arrived at 9 a.m. as usual, let myself in. Began in the east wing polishing the oak paneling in the long gallery. Around 11:30 I took a tea break in the kitchen, sitting at the servants' table with my flask. The house was silent except for the grandfather clock ticking in the hall. Then I heard footsteps overhead. Slow, deliberate. Someone walking the upper corridor I'd already cleaned. I froze. The agency had said the owner was abroad. No scheduled visitors. I called out, "Hello, Mr. Harrow?" No answer. Footsteps stopped. I grabbed my phone, no signal, as usual in the valley. Went upstairs cautiously. Corridor empty. Doors all closed as I'd left them. No dust disturbed on the floors I'd mopped that morning. I told myself old houses settle. Pipes. Birds in the attic. Finished the day, locked up, left. He was waiting the next Wednesday. I let myself in at 9:05 traffic on the A419 and found a man sitting in the library, armchair by the window, reading a leather-bound book. Tall, thin, dressed in an old-fashioned three-piece tweed suit, gray hair neatly combed, face long and pale with sharp cheekbones, eyes dark, almost black. He looked up as I entered, smiled politely. "Good morning, Sarah," I startled. No one had told me the owner would be present. "Mr. Harrow?" "The agency didn't mention Elias Harrow," he said, closing the book. "I decided to stay a few days, don't mind me." "Carry on as usual." He returned to reading. I nodded, retreated to the kitchens to start there instead. He was always there after that. Every Wednesday. Always in a different room, sitting quietly, reading or simply staring out at the gardens. Never spoke unless spoken to. Never followed me. But always knew when I entered a room. One October morning, frost on the lawns, I was cleaning the master bedroom, changing sheets, dusting the four-poster when he appeared in the doorway. "You have a steady hand, Sarah," he said. "Even when you're anxious," I turned. "Thank you. You're hiding debts. Quite a lot. The catalog shopping. The payday loans. Your husband found the statements in the end. My cloth slipped. The debts were the core of the divorce. I'd run up £28,000 secretly. Told no one the full amount. Not even the solicitor. How do you people talk? He said mildly. And houses remember what's brought inside them. He left the room. The revelations escalated. 1 week. You still check his Facebook, though he's blocked you. You use your sister's account. True. Pathetic, but true. Another. The abortion in 2015, before you married. You told him it was a miscarriage. The deepest shame. I'd never spoken it aloud. I started arriving later, leaving earlier. But he'd be waiting in the hall when I arrived, or appear in the room I was cleaning. I told the agency I wanted off the job. They said Mr. Harrow had specifically requested I continue paid double for continuity. Police weren't interested. He's the owner. He's allowed to be there. He began leaving things. A printed bank statement on the kitchen table, my secret account. Balance highlighted. A photo of me in the clinic car park in Bristol 2015. A list of my online purchases, every frivolous dress, every late night impulse. All impossible sources. One December day, snow thick, drive treacherous, I found him in the library, fire lit. Though I'd checked, the flue was closed. You can't clean away what's inside you, Sarah, he said. I'm only the dust that settles when you stop moving. I dropped my bucket, ran to the car. But the tires were slashed. Phone dead, no signal anyway. He stood in the doorway as dusk fell. I knew the last cleaner too. She had secrets. About the money she stole from clients. She left suddenly. The agency later confirmed. Previous cleaner quit after personal issues. I stayed overnight in the gatehouse, spare key and lockbox. Left at dawn when a farmer passed. Quit the next day. Police searched the manor. Empty. No sign of Harrow. Title deeds showed owner was a shell company in the Caymans. No Elias Harrow on record, but in the library desk, a ledger dating back centuries. Names of cleaners, maids, housekeepers. Beside each, their secrets, in different inks. Last entry, mine, in fresh ink. Sarah Whitby, debts, lies, loss. I moved. Burned everything connecting me to the job. But sometimes in my Manchester bedsit, I find dust on surfaces I cleaned hours ago. And once, a leather-bound book appeared on my table. Inside, my own story. Written in a hand not mine. Final line. The house is waiting for your return. If you ever clean old isolated manor houses alone, ask about the owners who never really leave. Some clients aren't paying for clean floors. They're collecting the dirt you carry inside. And once they have enough, they keep you forever. Very disturbing true park ranger horror story from rural Japan. The shadow on the mountain trails that followed my every patrol and knew every hidden shame ID ever carried. Most terrifying isolated forest night ever experienced 2026. The mountains don't let go of what they've seen. I learned that the hard way, and now I can't even walk a city park path without my pulse racing. I resigned from the ranger service the week it ended. Packed my uniforms into a box I never opened again, surrendered my radio, and bear spray, and left Hokkaido entirely for a concrete apartment in Osaka, where the only trees are in potted planters on balconies. I cut my hair short, grew a beard, started answering only to my childhood nickname, and told the few colleagues who called that I'd taken early retirement for family reasons. But between October 2024 and May 2025, I was still Kenji Sato, 40 years old, recently separated after my wife discovered the full truth about the affair I'd hidden for 2 years, working as a senior ranger in the vast Shiretoko National Park on the wild northeastern tip of Hokkaido. Shiretoko is one of the most remote places left in Japan, a UNESCO World Heritage Site of rugged peninsula, dense primeval forest, volcanic peaks, and coastline battered by the Sea of Okhotsk. Bears outnumber people in summer, drift ice covers the sea in winter, and the trails can vanish under meters of snow for half the year. The ranger station where I was posted served a huge area with only 6 full-time staff in the off-season. My duties were daily patrols, checking trails for bear activity, clearing fallen trees, monitoring illegal camping, guiding the rare winter visitor who ventured out on snowshoes or skis. Nights meant emergency radio watch, occasional search coordination if a hiker went missing, and solo patrols of the lower trails with headlamp and flare gun when poachers or lost tourists were reported. I took the isolated posting gladly. After the separation, my wife had found the messages on my old phone, the ones with my coworker from the Sapporo office. I needed distance from judgment. The affair had been brief but reckless. born of loneliness on long training courses, and I'd lied to everyone, even myself, about how deep it went. The forests felt clean. No gossip, no pitying looks. Just wind through Kanabetsu birch, the call of Blackiston's fish owl at night, the crunch of snow under boots. The figure appeared first on a clear October evening, just after golden wheat crowds had thinned. I was on dusk patrol along the Razu Trail, a 5-kilometer loop from the nature center to a hot spring viewpoint. Sunset comes early in autumn there, light draining fast behind the Shiroko mountain range. I was checking bear scratches on tree trunks when I noticed someone ahead on the path. Tall silhouette in dark outdoor gear, standing motionless at the bend, facing away. Tourists weren't unusual, but this late alone, without a pack or trekking poles odd. I called out the standard greeting, "Konbanwa. Trail closes at sunset, need assistance?" The figure turned slowly. Male, older 50s or 60s, face weathered, eyes dark and steady under a black knit cap. He wore an old-style ranger jacket, the kind issued in the 1990s, faded green with the national park patch. No name tag. He nodded once. "I know these trails well," he said in quiet, formal Japanese. "Longer than you, Sato-san." I approached. Up close, he looked off. Skin too pale for someone who spent time outdoors, eyes not reflecting my headlamp properly. "You're a former ranger?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "Something like that." He turned and walked deeper into the forest, off-trail. I followed briefly protocol if someone seems disoriented, but he vanished between the trees without disturbing a branch. No footprints in the soft moss when I shone my light. I logged it as possible lost visitor, resolved. But his use of my surname unsettled me. No introduction. He appeared again 4 nights later, this time on night watch. I was in the ranger station, a small wooden building with radio room, map walls, and a single cot monitoring for distress signals. Around 2350, the motion sensor on the exterior camera pinged. Figure standing at the edge of the clearing, staring at the station. Same jacket. Same stillness. I radioed the on-duty colleague in the next district. No response to hailing. Went outside with spotlight, empty. But fresh snow showed prints arriving from the forest, then stopping 10 meters from the door. He became a fixture on every patrol, always at twilight or night, always on remote sections, always turning to look when I approached, then speaking a single sentence that cut too deep. "First, your wife still cries when she finds your old hiking photos." True. She told me during the final argument. Then, the messages with Aya from the Sapporo office. "You deleted them, but you still remember every word." Aya, the coworker. I'd scrub at every trace. I started varying routes, taking unmarked service paths. He'd be there anyway, waiting at a viewpoint or beside a bear warning sign. One November night, first heavy snow. Temperature -12, I was on emergency patrol after a report of illegal deer poaching. Deep in the forest, headlamp cutting through swirling flakes, I found him sitting on a fallen log, as if resting. "You lied to your daughter about why you missed her school play last month," he said calmly. "Told her work emergency. Really, you were drinking alone in Asahikawa. My daughter lived with her mother in Sapporo. I'd promised to attend, then relapsed into sake after a memory of Aya triggered me. I demanded, 'Who are you? How do you know these things?' He stood. 'I've patrolled these mountains since 1988. I know every ranger who comes and goes. I know what they bring with them.' Records showed no ranger by his description that long. The oldest current staff was 58 and looked nothing like him. I reported to the head office. They checked old files, found a ranger named Hiroshi Tanaka, who died in a bear attack in 1989. Photo matched perfectly. Ruled accidental, body never fully recovered. He kept appearing, revealing worse. The money I'd borrowed from the station emergency fund to cover gambling debts in Kushiro replaced slowly, never noticed. The night I almost struck my wife during our worst fight, hand raised, stopped at the last second. The abortion Aya had after our affair I'd paid, encouraged it, felt secret relief. Every confession I'd never made, spoken softly on snow-muffled trails. I started carrying the flare gun loaded, radio always on. He never threatened, only revealed. One January night, drift ice visible from the cliffs. Aurora flickering, he waited at the highest viewpoint. "You can't outrun your own tracks, Kenji," he said. "The forest keeps them forever." He left something on the bench. Printed messages, my deleted texts with Aya. Recovered somehow. I burned them in the station stove. Police and senior rangers searched. Found old campsites deep in restricted zones, cold ashes. Observations logs in handwriting matching the dead ranger's samples. Entries detailing my patrols, my personal life, going back months. No living person could have written them. I requested transfer, denied staff shortage in winter. The final patrol was in April, snow melting, bears waking. I was checking trail cameras when he stepped from behind a tree. Face clearer, now Tanaka's, but eyes empty. I was left here, he said. The bear took part, but the guilt kept the rest. Every ranger since brings new guilt. The mountain collects it. Keeps one of us to remind the next. He turned and walked into the forest. I followed against protocol deeper than I should. Found the original attack site. Old markers, bones scattered, some human, and a journal. Tanaka's. Last entry. Detailing his own secrets poaching. Affair with a married colleague. Drinking on duty. The mountain had kept him. I resigned the next day. Moved south. But sometimes, in Osaka parks, I see a tall figure in an old green jacket at the edge of trees. And my phone new number receives a single message from unknown sender. The trails remember you, Kenji. If you ever work as a ranger in remote mountains, ask about the ones who never clocked out. Some shadows aren't bears. They're the parts of us the forest refuses to let leave. And once they start walking beside you, they know every path you've ever tried to hide. Very scary true graveyard shift horror stories. A lone overnight security guard nightmare in abandoned factory, Midwest, USA. Disturbing true night shift terror. Paranormal encounters at 3 a.m. This happened back in the winter of 2019 in a forgotten industrial town outside Chicago, Illinois. The factory had been shut down for almost a decade after a massive layoff and bankruptcy. It was one of those sprawling old steel plants from the early 1900s, 3 massive warehouses connected by rusted catwalks. Conveyor belts hanging like skeletons from the ceiling, and rows of broken machinery covered in thick layers of dust and bird droppings. The company that owned the property hired private security to prevent copper thieves, squatters, and kids from turning it into a party spot. I was 24, fresh out of community college with no better options, so I took the overnight shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 5 nights a week. Pay was decent for the area, and they said it was easy, just walk the perimeter, check the gates, punch the time clocks at certain stations inside, and watch the cameras from the tiny guard shack at the main entrance. The first few weeks were boring as hell. Freezing wind howled through the broken windows, rats skittered in the shadows, and sometimes you'd hear the old metal roof creak like it was settling after a long day. But nothing out of the ordinary. I brought a thermos of coffee, my phone for podcasts, and a heavy flashlight that doubled as a club. The other guards on day shift joked about ghost shifts and how the place felt haunted, but I laughed it off. I didn't believe in that stuff. Not then. It started small, the way these things always do. Around week 4, I noticed the time clock in warehouse keep, the farthest one, the one nobody liked checking because the lights were half burned out, would sometimes show punches from hours when no one was scheduled. I'd arrive at 11:05 p.m., do my first round, and see the log had a punch at 10:47 p.m. from my badge number. I figured it was a glitch in the ancient system. I reported it, but the supervisor just shrugged and said the wiring was shot. Fine. Whatever. Then came the footsteps. I'd be walking the catwalk above the main production floor in Warehouse B, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, when I'd hear boots on the concrete below me slow, deliberate, matching my pace exactly. I'd stop. They'd stop. I'd start again. They'd start again. Every single time. I tried shining the light down, yelling, "Who's there?" Nothing, just empty space. Dust motes floating in the beam. I told myself it was echoes from my own steps bouncing off the walls. But deep down, I knew better. The rhythm was too perfect, too human. By the second month, things escalated. One night in late January, temperature dropped to -12 with wind chill. I was doing my 2 a.m. round in Warehouse A, the one closest to the road, the one with the big roll-up doors. I heard scratching at one of the side doors. Not knocking. Scratching. Like fingernails dragging down metal, slow and intentional. I radioed it in no response from base, which was weird because the radio was always clear. I approached the door, heart hammering. The scratching stopped the second I got close. I pressed my ear to the cold steel. Silence. Then from the other side, a low whisper. My full name. Not shouted. Whispered like someone was right there on the opposite side of the door, lips almost touching the metal. I jumped back so hard I hit a pallet rack and bruised my ribs. I ran back to the shack, locked myself in, and sat there shaking until dawn. I told the day shift supervisor the next morning. He looked at me funny, said he'd had guys quit over less, but it's just the building settling. Bullshit. I knew what I heard. After that, I started carrying a small recorder. I wanted proof. The next week, during a particularly quiet shift, snow piled high outside. No traffic on the road, I was in Warehouse C again, the one with the glitchy time clock. I punched in at the station, then sat on an old crate to rest. That's when the recorder caught it. Faint at first, like radio static, then clearer. Voices. Multiple voices, overlapping. Men and women, some laughing, some crying, some whispering numbers like a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Over and over. I played it back in the shack later, volume all the way up. Underneath the chatter, barely audible, was a woman's voice saying, "They're coming back tonight." Chills ran down my spine. I hadn't heard anything live. The place had been dead silent. I started noticing things moving when I wasn't looking. Tools left on benches would be in different spots when I returned. A chair I'd pushed against the wall would be pulled out into the aisle. One night I found an old Polaroid on the floor of the break room, grainy black and white photo of workers from the 1970s, smiling in front of the line. But in the background, behind them, was a figure that didn't belong. Tall, too tall, head tilted wrong, like the neck was broken. No face, just shadow. I took the photo home. The next day, it was gone from my jacket pocket. Never found it again. The worst night was March 3rd. I remember the date because it was the night everything broke. I got to work at 10:45 p.m. The shack was freezing heat, had gone out again. I did the perimeter check fast, then headed inside to Warehouse C for the first punch. As I walked the long corridor between B and C, the emergency lights flickered. Not once, multiple times. Like someone was flipping the switch, then the lights went out completely. Pitch black. My flashlight died at the same second. Dead battery, even though I'd charged it that afternoon. I stood there in total darkness, breathing hard. That's when the footsteps started again. But this time they weren't below me. They were behind me, close, too close. I spun around, arms out, yelling, nothing. Then a hand cold, rough, like calloused skin, grabbed my wrist. Hard. I screamed, yanked free, and ran blind toward where I thought the exit was. I crashed into walls, tripped over debris, cut my hands on jagged metal. The footsteps followed, never faster, never slower. Just matching me. Always right behind. I made it to the main door somehow, fumbled the lock open, burst outside into the snow. I sprinted to my car, didn't look back. I called the police from the parking lot. They came, searched the place with flashlights and dogs. Found nothing. No footprints in the snow except mine, no signs of forced entry. They chalked it up to nerves and the cold. Said I should quit. I did quit, the next day. Handed in my badge and never went back. But here's the part that still keeps me up at night. 2 weeks later, the day shift supervisor called me. Said they found something in Warehouse C, an old-time clock log from 1978, the year the factory had a major accident. A boiler explosion. 7 workers died. And on the log, the night of the explosion, there were punches from all 7. Timed after they were already dead. One of them had my exact badge number, impossible, because the system was brand new in 2018. I don't know what that place holds. Maybe the dead don't leave. Maybe they wait for someone alone in the dark to walk the same halls they did. Maybe they're still clocking in every night, waiting for company. All I know is I still hear footsteps sometimes, when I'm home alone. Late at night. Slow. Deliberate. Matching my breathing. And sometimes, when the house is dead quiet, I swear I hear a whisper. Just one word. 3, 2, 1. If you're thinking about taking a graveyard shift job in an old building, don't. Some places remember. And they don't like being disturbed. Very scary true graveyard shift horror stories. Overnight security nightmare in abandoned Midwest factory. Disturbing true night shift. Paranormal encounters. True scary alone at work terror. 3 a.m. horror stories compilation. Bone chilling. True security guard experiences. The creepiest true night shift stories ever. True disturbing. Overnight worker horror, scary true stories from security guards at night. Very disturbing true graveyard shift compilation. Asterisk asterisk disturbing true alone at night horror stories. Terrifying true home alone nightmare in rural Oregon, USA. Very scary true. Someone has outside stories. Disturbing true stalker home invasion, bone chilling. True cabin in the woods horror, 3 a.m. True paranormal home alone terror asterisk asterisk my name is Ethan. This happened in late October 2022. in a remote part of Douglas County, Oregon. My parents had bought this old fixer-upper cabin on 5 acres of dense pine forest when I was a kid. But after they divorced, Mom moved to Portland and left the place mostly empty. I was 22, taking a gap year from community college, so I decided to live there alone for a few months to find myself, save on rent, and maybe fix it up a little. The nearest neighbor was a half-mile down a gravel road that turned into dirt after the first rain. Cell service was spotty 2 bars if you stood on the porch facing south. No neighbors, no street lights, just trees and the occasional deer crashing through the underbrush. The first couple weeks were peaceful. I'd sit on the wraparound deck with a beer, listening to the wind move through the Douglas firs like distant ocean waves. At night, the silence was absolute except for the occasional barred owl asking its weird question. Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all? I liked it. Felt like I was the only person left on Earth. Then the little things started. One night around 1:30 a.m., I woke up because the porch light clicked on. Motion sensor. I figured a raccoon or deer tripped it. I rolled over, but 5 minutes later it clicked off. Then on again. Off. On. Off. On. Like someone was standing just out of range, stepping forward, then back, testing it. I got up, went to the living room window, peered through the slats of the blinds. Nothing but black trees and the glow of the yellow bulb illuminating maybe 15 feet of gravel. I turned the porch light off from the switch inside. It stayed off. I went back to bed. Next morning I checked the motion sensor. It was set to medium sensitivity. I bumped it to low, figured that would stop the false triggers. 2 nights later, the kitchen window rattled. Not when something tapping. Tapped, tap. 3 times, pause, 3 times again. I froze in the dark kitchen, holding a glass of water I'd come down for. The tapping stopped when I moved closer to the window. I flipped on the outside floodlight. Empty. Just pine needles on the deck, and the reflection of my own pale face staring back. I laughed at myself, called it a branch, went upstairs. Then the footprints appeared. It had rained hard the previous day, turning the dirt path around the house into soft mud. Morning after the tapping, I stepped out to get firewood and saw them. Fresh human footprints circling the house. Size 11 or 12 men's boots, deep tread. They came from the tree line on the north side, walked completely around the cabin once, paused at every window and door, then went back into the woods the same way they came. No tire tracks on the road, no other prints. Just one set, very deliberate. I took photos with my phone, zoomed in. The prints were perfect, no smudging, like the person had walked slowly. I called the county sheriff's non-emergency line. Dispatcher was polite but skeptical. Said they'd send a deputy when they could, but they were short-staffed, and there was probably a hunter or a lost hiker. I didn't mention how the prints stopped exactly at the tree line, like whoever made them knew exactly where the forest swallowed the evidence. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark living room with the shotgun my dad had left in the closet, unloaded. Shells in a drawer, I'm not an idiot. Around 2:17 a.m., the porch light came on again. I'd forgotten to change the sensitivity. I watched from the couch. Nothing. Then the light went off. 30 seconds later, 3 knocks on the front door. Not pounding. Polite. Knock. Knock. Then silence. I didn't answer. I sat there for an hour, shotgun loaded now, finger near the trigger, but not on it. Nothing else happened. At 4 a.m., I finally crept to the door, looked through the peephole. Empty porch. I opened the door a crack, chain still on. The cold air smelled like wet pine and something else, cigarette smoke. Faint, but I don't smoke. The next day, I installed a cheap Ring doorbell camera I ordered online and had delivered to the post office in town. Hooked it up to the Wi-Fi extender I'd bought just for that purpose. Tested it. Clear picture, motion alerts to my phone. That night the alerts started at 11:42 p.m. Motion detected, front porch. Motion detected, back deck. Motion detected, north side window. Motion detected, bedroom window. I watched live on my phone from the upstairs hallway. Lights off. Shotgun across my lap. The feed showed nothing. Just empty darkness and the grainy green glow of night vision. But every few minutes another alert. The figure never appeared in frame. It was always just outside the edge of the lens, like it knew. At 2:03 a.m., the power flickered. Once. Twice. Then it went out completely. The house plunged into black. My phone still had battery, but the Wi-Fi died with the router. I heard the generator in the shed kick on automatically. Thank God I tested it the week before. The lights came back, dimmer, flickering. Then the knocks again. This time on the back door. Knock. Knock. Pause. Then scratching. Slow, deliberate fingernails dragging down the wooden door. Up, down, up, down. I backed away from the kitchen, heart slamming against my ribs. The scratching moved. It went around the house side door, front door, bedroom window, always just out of sight. I called 911. The call dropped twice before it connected. When it did, the dispatcher asked for my address. I gave it. She said the nearest deputy was 25 minutes out. I told her someone was outside circling the house. She asked if I could see them. I said no, but I could hear them. She stayed on the line. At 2:41 a.m., the scratching stopped. Total silence. Then my phone buzzed text message from an unknown number. Nice house. Quiet tonight. I stared at the screen. No one had my number except family and a few friends. I typed back. Who is this? No reply. Another text. The lights make it hard to see inside. Turn them off. I blocked the number. It texted again from a different one. I know you're alone. I powered the phone off completely. The deputy arrived at 3:12 a.m. Flashlight beams swept the property. He found more footprints, same size, same tread circling the house 3 times this time. He found cigarette butts near the tree line. Fresh ones. Marlboro Red. He bagged them. Took my statement, said they'd run the plates of any vehicles that had come down the road recently. There were none. He told me to stay with someone in town for a few days. I said I would. I packed a bag that morning and drove to my mom's apartment in Portland. I stayed there a week. When I came back to grab more clothes, the cabin looked untouched. But the Ring camera had recorded something while I was gone. I opened the app in Mom's living room. There were 12 motion events from the 6 days I was away, all at night. All the same, nothing visible in frame. But in the last one, timestamped 3:33 a.m., on the final night, something changed. In the bottom right corner of the night vision feed, just barely in view, a shape, humanoid, standing motionless at the edge of the woods. Head tilted slightly to the left. No face visible, just black where the face should be. It didn't move the entire 30-second clip, just stood, watching the house. I called the sheriff again. They came out, watched the footage. Said it was probably a glitch, light artifact, or maybe an animal standing upright. But I saw the shoulders. The way the arms hung too long, the slight sway like breathing. I never went back to live there full time. I sold the place 6 months later. The new owners are from California. Weekenders. They've never mentioned anything strange. But sometimes when I'm in Portland, alone in my own apartment, I wake up at 3:33 a.m. for no reason. And for a second, just a second, I smell cigarette smoke. Marlboro Red, faint, like someone just stepped outside my bedroom door. And I wonder if they ever really left. If you ever find yourself truly alone, miles from anyone, in a house with too many windows, turn every light on, and never ever turn them off. Because something might be waiting for the dark. Disturbing true home alone horror stories, terrifying true. Someone is outside at night. Very scary true cabin stalker nightmare. Bone chilling. True rural isolation horror. 3 a.m. true paranormal home invasion. The creepiest true. Alone in the woods stories. Disturbing true stalker at the door. True scary stories of being watched at home. Very disturbing true someone's in the yard horror. Ultimate true home alone terror compilation. Very scary true night shift horror stories. In the dead of night, when the world slumbers and shadows stretch long across empty streets, the night shift workers become the unsung guardians of the quiet hours. These are the tales that haunt the dreams of those who dare to work while others sleep. Very scary true night shift horror stories that will chill you to the bone. From isolated gas stations in rural America to dimly lit offices in urban sprawl, these disturbing true encounters with the unknown prove that the graveyard shift is no place for the faint of heart. Dive into this bone-chilling compilation of shocking true stalker horror stories, truly terrifying true graveyard shift horror stories, and horrifying true overnight worker encounters that have left survivors forever changed. If you're researching for the scariest true paranormal stories or hours of disturbing true night shift stories to keep you up at night, you've found the ultimate mega compilation. These are not just scary true retail worker horror stories or disturbing true gas station horror stories, they real-life nightmares from the United States, Canada, and beyond, where the line between reality and terror blurs after dark. Our story begins in the heart of Detroit, Michigan, USA, where the rusting skeletons of old factories loom like forgotten giants under a moonless sky. Alex Thompson, a 32-year-old security guard with a wife and 2 young kids at home, had taken the night shift job at an abandoned auto parts complex to make ends meet. The pay was decent $15 an hour for patrolling the sprawling, decaying buildings from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., but the isolation gnawed at him. The complex was a maze of crumbling concrete walls, rusted machinery, and endless dark corridors that echoed with the occasional skitter of rats or the howl of wind through broken windows. Alex's routine was simple. Check the perimeter fences, monitor the grainy black and white camera feeds from a small office shack, and sip black coffee to fight off the heavy eyelids that came with pulling all-nighters. He carried a flashlight, a radio, and a sense of unease that never quite faded, especially on those frigid winter nights when the cold seeped into his bones like an unwelcome intruder. One particularly biting evening in late January, with temperatures dipping below zero and frost coating the ground like a brittle sheet of glass. Alex felt the weight of exhaustion from a sleepless day spent arguing with his wife about bills. He settled into his chair around midnight, rubbing his temples as he scanned the monitors. That's when he caught it, a fleeting shadow on the back-loading dock feed. It darted across the screen, too deliberate to be a stray animal or wind-blown debris. His heart skipped a beat, but he chalked it up to paranoia. Probably nothing, he muttered to himself, grabbing his heavy jacket and maglite flashlight before stepping out into the biting air. The crunch of his boots on gravel was the only sound in the vast emptiness. The distant hum of traffic from the highway, a faint reminder that civilization existed beyond this industrial graveyard. As he rounded the corner toward the dock, a low snicker pierced the silence like muffled laughter from the shadows. Alex froze, sweeping his beam across the alleyway. From the darkness emerged 4 figures, all in their late teens or early 20s. Faces obscured by cheap Halloween masks. A clown with smeared paint, a skeleton with glowing eyes, a devil with plastic horns, and a ghost with tattered sheets. They moved with jittery energy, like kids hyped up on sugar and adrenaline. But there was nothing playful about their approach. "What the hell?" Alex stammered, backing up as the clown-masked one lunged forward, shoving him hard against a chain-link fence. The impact rattled his teeth, and before he could radio for help, the skeleton delivered a gut punch that doubled him over, air exploding from his lungs in a wheezing gasp. They swarmed him then, a chaotic blur of fists and feet. Punches rained down on his face, his nose cracking with a sickening pop, blood flooding his mouth and sinuses in a hot metallic rush. Kicks slammed into his ribs, his back, his legs, sending him crumpling to the gravel, where stones bit into his skin like tiny teeth. Laughter echoed around him, high-pitched and maniacal, as if this was some twisted game. "Stop, please!" he gasped, curling into a fetal position to protect his head. But they didn't let up. One yanked off his Air Jordan sneakers. Another tore at his jacket, ripping the fabric with glee. The devil-masked assailant landed a final boot to his temple, stars exploding in his vision as the world spun into blackness. The last thing he remembered was their gleeful whoops fading into the night, leaving him broken and alone. Alex came to hours later, the first hints of dawn piercing the sky like a weak promise. Pain screamed through every inch of him, fractured fingers, throbbing ribs cracked and burning with each shallow breath, a concussion. Pounding like a drum in his skull, and his face a swollen mess with missing teeth and dried blood caking his lips. Shoeless and disoriented, he dragged himself back to the office, each step a torturous grind against dizziness and nausea. Collapsing into the chair, he fumbled for the phone with trembling, bloodied hands and dialed 911. "I've been attacked." "Send help," he croaked, his voice barely audible over the sobs building in his throat. Paramedics arrived in a blur of sirens and flashing lights, bundling him onto a stretcher and rushing him to the hospital, where doctors stitched him up, pumped him full of painkillers, and marveled that he hadn't suffered worse. "You're lucky to be alive," one said. But Alex didn't feel lucky, just violated. His body a map of bruises and his mind replaying the assault in endless loops. Police took his statement through a wired jaw, but the masks and darkness offered no leads. The attackers had vanished into Detroit's underbelly, leaving Alex to recover at home amid mounting medical bills. His 8-year-old daughter burst into tears at the sight of his battered face, clinging to him with tiny hands. His 12-year-old son tried to act tough but couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. Dependent on his sister, a nurse, for daily care, Alex felt emasculated, trapped in bed with aching ribs and useless hands. Why him? He was just a guy doing his job, not bothering anyone. The company promised better lighting and an extra guard, but the dread lingered like a shadow. He returned to work months later, more vigilant than ever, jumping at every noise and scanning every corner for masked figures. The very scary true night shift horror story had changed him forever. A reminder that in the quiet hours, danger doesn't always announce itself, it laughs in the dark. But Alex's ordeal was just the beginning. Shift to Modesto, California, USA, in the sweltering summer of 1991, where the streets pulsed with the energy of a city on the edge. Marcus Reyes, a 24-year-old cab driver with a checkered past of street fights and lost friends, had turned his life around, cruising the boulevards in his yellow taxi for honest pay. The job suited him, picking up fares from dusk till dawn, navigating the familiar grid of avenues and highways under neon signs that flickered like faulty stars. On August 2nd, a Friday night thick with weekend anticipation, Marcus was wrapping up a long shift when he spotted her. A young woman in her early 20s, thumb out on the side of Highway 108, her face streaked with tears and a suitcase clutched like a lifeline. Something tugged at him. Fridays could turn ugly after dark, with drunks and troublemakers roaming, but her shaky voice cut through his caution. "Please, I need a ride to the airport." "I have no money, but I'll pay you back, I swear." Against better judgment, he pulled over, waving her into the back seat. "Hop in." "No charge, just get where you need to go." As they merged onto the road, the engine's hum filling the silence, Marcus glanced in the rearview. She was pretty, with disheveled hair and red-rimmed eyes, wiping her nose on her sleeve. "You okay?" he asked gently, not wanting to pry but sensing the storm behind her facade. She spilled it then, in halting sobs. She'd come from the East Coast for college, met a guy, moved in after graduation. At first, he was kind flowers, dinners, but job hunts dragged on and his patience frayed. Arguments escalated weekly, his temper flaring into shoves and slaps. Tonight, it peaked. He hurled her things, screamed she'd ruined his life. She fled with what she could grab, no plan but escape. Marcus nodded empathetically, sharing stories from his own family, his mom's black eyes, his dad's rage advising her to report it, get help. But she shut down, voice sharpening, "No cops. They won't do anything." Her tone flipped like a switch, fragile one moment, edged the next, raising red flags. Why not press charges? What injuries was she hiding? Pushing lightly, Marcus suggested revenge through the system, but her reply chilled him. "He's not going to hurt anyone anymore." The words hung heavy, implying violence on her end, perhaps a fatal confrontation. Rustling in the back seat snapped him alert. In the mirror, her hand emerged from her jacket, a revolver's barrel glinting under passing streetlights. Marcus's heart hammered. He'd been robbed before, knew the cold kiss of steel. "Whoa, easy. Take the money, just don't shoot." But she pressed the muzzle to his temple, bruising skin, demanding keys with a trembling voice. "All men are the same, controlling, worthless." He complied, hands shaking as he tossed them back, begging for his life with lies about kids at home. She exited at the airport, vanishing into the crowd with feigned vulnerability. Marcus bolted to a payphone, dialing 911 while scanning for her return. Stranded, he hot-wired the cab home, but the terror clung like sweat. His nosiness had nearly killed him. Now he drove in silence, a survivor of another very scary true night shift horror story where trust turned deadly. Across the border in rural Minnesota, USA, the blizzards of winter turned highways into white wastelands, and a small 24-hour diner off a forgotten stretch became a refuge or a trap. Mike Harlan, a 45-year-old grill cook with a wife and 3 kids, and Jenny Lopez, a 28-year-old waitress supporting her toddler alone, pulled the graveyard shift together, their banter cutting through the loneliness. The diner was cozy, checkered floors, vinyl booths, the sizzle of burgers on the griddle mingling with coffee's aroma. But on one stormy night, with snow piling against the windows and wind howling like a beast, 2 men entered at 2:30 a.m., shaking off flakes from their heavy jackets. They looked ordinary late 20s, faded jeans, one with a neck tattoo snaking up like a vine, the other with hollow eyes that didn't blink. "Burgers and coffee," the tattooed one grunted, sliding onto stools. Mike flipped patties. Jenny poured mugs, the storm raging outside. Then, without warning, guns appeared, cold barrels aimed at their heads. "Get up," the hollow-eyed one barked, gesturing toward the walk-in fridge. Jenny's scream died in her throat. Mike raised his hands, mind racing to his family. They herded them into the freezing chamber, the door slamming shut with a finality that echoed in the sub-zero air. For 37 agonizing minutes, they were trapped shivering, hearts pounding, the men's whispers seeping through the door like poison. What happened in that icy tomb? Threats? Worse? When they emerged, relaxed and smirking, they left without touching the cash, melting into the blizzard. A trucker found Mike and Jenny catatonic, eyes covered, bodies trembling. Paramedics whisked them away, but the trauma lingered. No physical scars, but psyches shattered. Mike fled to California, abandoning everything. Jenny retreated to an Iowa farm, speaking in whispers. The diner hired guards, but the very scary true night shift horror story spread. A warning that in the storm's heart, evil doesn't steal, it breaks. Venturing to Norton Shores, Michigan, USA, the quiet suburb hid dark secrets behind its picket fences. Jessica Hiringa, 25, mother to a bubbly 3-year-old and engaged to her high school sweetheart, worked the night shift at a local Exxon gas station, a simple job to fund her accounting dreams. The station was basic, fluorescent lights buzzing over shelves of snacks, no cameras to cut costs, blind spots everywhere. On April 26, 2013, around 11 p.m., a regular customer entered for cigarettes, finding the counter empty. "Jessica?" he called, peering around. Her purse, jacket, keys scattered like she'd vanished mid-breath. Police swarmed, finding a blood drop outside matching hers, a canine scent leading to tire marks. No robbery, no struggle, just gone. Her family clung to hope. Mother Shelley pleading on TV. She's out there. Fiancé Dakota raising their son with gritted teeth. Years passed in agony, vigils flickering under streetlights. Then, in 2016, a teen escaped a silver minivan abduction nearby, pointing to Jeffrey Willis, a 46-year-old factory worker, with a clean record but dark appetites. His van held chains, syringes, guns, and a folder labeled Vicks with Jessica's photos, dated the night she disappeared. Willis had stalked her, luring her out, dragging her to his grandfather's house for unspeakable horrors before executing her. Cousin Kevin helped hide the body, but it was never found. Convicted on circumstantial evidence, Willis rotted in prison. But Jessica's absence haunted Michigan, spawning laws for night shift safety, buddies, buttons, cameras. Her very scary true night shift horror story became a rallying cry, proving that in quiet towns, monsters wear ordinary faces. These tales weave into a tapestry of terror, from the United States urban jungles to rural outposts, where night shift workers face the unimaginable. In Canada, up in the frozen expanses of Ontario, a lone hospital receptionist named Sarah encountered a man asking for a fictional patient late one night. He left, but followed her home, hiding in her back seat. "Let me in," he begged at her door, but she locked it, calling cops who found his prints everywhere. He'd watched her for weeks, planning abduction. Sarah survived, but the paranoia never left every shadow a potential stalker. In Seattle, Washington, USA, a warehouse guard heard thuds in the rain-soaked night. Investigating a cracked door, he found a mumbling figure with a knife. Fleeing, he alerted police. Footage showed the intruder slipping in through a gap, intent unknown but deadly. The guard quit, trading nights for days, forever scarred. From Texas truck stops where tailgaters with weapons ambush sleep-deprived drivers, to New York subways where cleaners find hidden intruders in ceilings, these very scary true night shift horror stories pile on. A DoorDash driver in Florida pulled up to a dark farmhouse only to be chased into grass by a silent man. Police found the order fake, the trap set. Hours could be spent unraveling these disturbing true Home Alone horror stories intertwined with night shifts. Shocking true delivery driver horror stories, and very disturbing true security camera horror stories. In Los Angeles, a bar closer like Cadence fended off a couple offering exclusive parties for cash. Turns out, a trafficking ring, their van waiting outside. She escaped by texting her boss, but the fear lingers. In Chicago, a pizza delivery teen faced a creepy old man at a flower-strewn house. Footsteps creaking, but no one answering until the man lunged from shadows. He fled, but the eyes haunt him. Compile them all. The scariest true paranormal encounters where ghosts whisper in empty offices, truly terrifying true graveyard shift horror stories of masked assailants, horrifying true movie theater horror stories of lurking figures in the dark. In Boston, a theater usher found a man hiding in the projector room, watching not the screen but the staff. These are the ultimate true horror stories marathon compilation. Bone-chilling true paranormal activity stories from night shifts worldwide except Arab countries, focusing on American, Canadian, and European nightmares. In London, UK, a night cleaner in an old theater heard footsteps in empty aisles, finding a figure staring from the balcony gone when lights flicked on. In Toronto, Canada, a nursing home aide saw a patient, who wasn't on records, vanishing into walls. The list grows. Disturbing true winter horror stories of blizzards hiding kidnappers. Very scary true someone's in the house horror stories during shifts alone. Shocking true ring camera horror stories capturing intruders at doors. In Denver, Colorado, USA, a home security feed showed a man testing knobs at 3 a.m., whispering names he shouldn't know. Truly disturbing true workplace horror stories about a factory worker in Pittsburgh, hearing voices in vents, finding a crawler inside. Horrifying true train horror stories from night conductors in France, spotting ghost cars on tracks. Very disturbing true neighbor horror stories. In Vancouver, Canada, a shift worker noticed lights in the empty apartment next door. Figures watching through windows. Scariest true demon encounters in abandoned buildings patrolled at night in Berlin, Germany. This mega compilation of true scary stories that will haunt your dreams continues endlessly, each one a thread in the fabric of night terror. From true scary stories from remote villages in Alaska, to true scary stories of isolated cabins in the Rockies, the night shift binds them. In the end, these very scary true night shift horror stories remind us, when the clock strikes midnight, safety is an illusion. Stay vigilant, or become the next tale in this hours of disturbing true night shift stories. Very disturbing true Home Alone horror story that happened in the United States of America. I never believed that being alone in a house could change the way you see the world forever. I used to think fear needed something obvious. A monster, a weapon, a scream. I was wrong. This happened in a quiet town in the Midwest of the United States, the kind of place where nothing ever makes the news. The kind of town where people don to lock their doors during the day and wave at strangers they don't recognize. I was 19 years old, home alone for the first time for more than a single night. My parents had gone out of state for a week. My older sister was staying with friends. The house was fully mine. A two-story suburban home, unfinished basement, creaky stairs, and a backyard that backed into a stretch of dark woods no one ever used. The first night was fine. The second night felt different. It started with sound. Not a loud sound, not a bang, not a crash. A soft, almost careful sound. It came from downstairs. At first, I told myself it was the house settling. Old homes make noise, that's what everyone says. Pipes shift, wood expands, heat clicks off. But this sound had rhythm. 3 slow taps. Pause. 3 slow taps again. I froze in my bed, phone glowing in my hand, pretending I was calm. I didn't move. I didn't breathe loudly. I waited. Nothing. Minutes passed. I laughed quietly at myself, embarrassed. Fear feeds on imagination, I thought. Then my phone buzzed. A notification from my home security app. Motion detected. Living room. My heart dropped so hard it felt physical. We had cameras, but we never used them seriously. Mostly for package deliveries. I opened the app with shaking hands. The camera feed loaded slowly. The living room was dark. Only the faint glow from the streetlight outside spilled through the curtains. At first, I saw nothing. Then something moved. Not walked. Shifted. In the corner of the frame, near the hallway leading to the kitchen, a shape leaned slightly forward, as if it had been standing perfectly still and finally decided to move. I stared, trying to make sense of it. The shape didn't look like a person. It was too tall, too thin. Its arms hung longer than they should have, nearly touching the floor. The head was tilted at an angle that didn't look natural, like it wasn't used to holding itself upright. The camera glitched for a second. When it came back, the shape was closer to the camera. I slammed the phone face down on the bed and whispered no, no, no over like it might undo what I'd seen. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet. I didn't know what else to do. Calling the police felt dramatic. I hadn't heard anything. I hadn't seen a face. I told myself it was a shadow, a trick of the camera. A coat rack, anything. I stood at the top of the stairs, lights off, listening. The tapping started again, but this time it was coming from below me. From the first step of the staircase. Tap, 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 like fingernails on wood. Slow, deliberate. I backed into my room and locked the door. My hands were numb. My mouth was dry. I tried calling my dad. No answer. My sister. No answer. Another notification. Motion detected upstairs hallway. That was impossible. The cameras didn't cover upstairs. I stared at the alert, my mind struggling to understand. Then I heard it, breathing. Not mine. Right outside my bedroom door. Slow. Wet. Controlled. Whoever or whatever was there knew I was inside. I could feel it. The air felt heavy, like pressure before a storm. The doorknob didn't turn. It didn't need to. A voice whispered my name. Not loud. Not threatening. Almost curious, like it was tasting the sound. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My body refused. Every survival instinct told me one thing. Do not make noise. The whisper came again, closer to the door. I don't remember how long I sat there, knees to my chest, bat shaking in my hands. Minutes? Hours? Eventually, the breathing stopped. Footsteps moved away, down the stairs. Silence returned. When morning came, sunlight filled my room like nothing had happened. Birds chirped. Cars passed. I opened my door slowly. The house looked normal. Too normal. Nothing was broken. Nothing was missing. The front door was still locked. Windows untouched. I checked the camera footage. There was no recording. No motion saved. No evidence. Except for one thing. On the living room floor, directly beneath the camera, were 3 long scratch marks in the wood. Perfectly straight. Perfectly deep. Like something had tested the surface. My parents came home 2 days later. I didn't tell them everything. I couldn't explain it without sounding insane. We moved a month later. The new owners never lasted long. And sometimes late at night, when I'm alone again, I hear 3 slow taps. Not from the house, but from inside my memory, watching, waiting. Part 2, very disturbing true home alone horror story that happened in the United States. I thought leaving that house meant leaving whatever was inside it behind. I was wrong. After we moved, life tried to return to normal. New neighborhood, new routines, new walls that didn't creak the same way. I told myself the fear would fade once I stopped sleeping in that room, once I stopped walking past that staircase. But fear doesn't disappear. It waits. The first sign that something followed me happened 3 weeks after the move. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. For no reason at all. No nightmare. No noise. Just that sudden, violent awareness that someone is looking at you. My room was dark except for the digital clock glowing red on my dresser. 3:17. I stayed still, listening. That's when I heard breathing. Not loud, not close, but not mine. It came from somewhere deeper in the house. Carried through the vents like the walls themselves were exhaling. Slow. Measured. Familiar. My stomach dropped. I told myself it was the heater. New houses make new sounds. Different pipes. Different airflow. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Are you alone again? I sat up so fast the room spun. My hands trembled as I stared at the screen. I hadn't told anyone about that night. Not friends. Not family. No one. I didn't reply. Another message appeared almost instantly. I don't like this house as much. Cold spread through my chest. How did it know we moved? I locked my door and stayed awake until morning, convincing myself it was a prank. Someone from school? Someone messing with me? The number disappeared the next day. Disconnected. Weeks passed. Nothing else happened. Until my parents left town again, just for one night. I begged them to let me stay with a friend. They laughed it off, told me I was old enough to handle being alone. That night I kept every light on. I checked every door, every window, every room. I even opened closets and looked behind shower curtains like that would protect me. At 1:02 a.m., the power went out. Not flickering. Not partial. Everything died at once. The house sank into darkness so deep it felt physical. The silence was thick, pressing against my ears. Then came the tapping, 3 slow taps. From the ceiling, directly above my bedroom. Tap, tap, tap. I backed against the wall, heart hammering so hard it hurt. The tapping moved. Across the ceiling, slowly, like something crawling with careful intent. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. You hear me, don't you? I ran. I didn't even grab my keys. I bolted out of my room, down the stairs, straight for the front door. That's when I saw it. Standing at the end of the hallway, not fully in the dark, not fully in the light. Tall, too tall. Its head brushed the ceiling, neck bent at an angle no human could hold. Its arms hung limp, fingers nearly dragging the floor. It didn't chase me, it didn't rush, it just watched. As if it knew I couldn't escape anyway, the front door wouldn't open. I twisted the knob until my hands burned. It didn't budge. Behind me, the floor creaked. One step closer. I screamed. The lights came back on all at once. The house snapped back to normal. The hallway was empty. The door opened easily. I ran outside barefoot into the cold night, collapsing on the lawn, gasping like I'd been underwater. The police said there was no sign of forced entry, no phone records. No power outage reported in the area. Nothing. They asked if I was stressed, if I'd been sleeping well, if I'd considered talking to someone. They didn't believe me. I started sleeping with my lights on, then with music playing, then not sleeping at all. The tapping never returned. The breathing stopped. The messages never came again. But sometimes when I'm completely alone, I feel it. That sense of being observed. Not from outside, from inside the room. And I understand something now that terrifies me more than anything else. It never needed the house. It needed me. And it's very patient. Very disturbing true night shift horror story that happened in Japan. I took the night shift because it paid more and because I believed I was the kind of person nothing really scared. I was wrong. This happened in northern Japan, in a quiet industrial city where factories ran all night and streets emptied after midnight. I was 22, recently moved, desperate for money, and hired as a night security attendant for a small electronics warehouse on the edge of town. The building was old. Not abandoned old, but forgotten old. Concrete walls stained by decades of rain, narrow hallways that smelled faintly of metal and dust, and fluorescent lights that buzzed like insects trapped in glass. My shift ran from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The job was simple. Walk the building every hour, check the cameras, log anything unusual. Nothing ever happened, they said. The first week was exactly that. Quiet, boring, safe, until the night I noticed the camera blinking. At 2:41 a.m., camera 6 flickered on my monitor. That camera faced the rear loading bay, a space that was supposed to be empty after midnight. No deliveries. No staff. Nothing. I leaned closer to the screen. The loading bay lights were off, but something moved through the darkness. Not fast, not sudden. Just a slow shift of shape, like a shadow remembering it was supposed to be solid. I rewound the footage. There was nothing. I told myself the camera was faulty. Old wiring, moisture. I logged it and moved on. An hour later, the same camera blinked again. This time the lights in the loading bay were on. And someone was standing there. They weren't wearing a uniform. They weren't holding a phone. They weren't moving. They stood perfectly still, facing the camera. I waited for them to wave, to adjust their stance, to do anything human. They didn't. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and headed down the corridor. Every step echoed too loudly, like the building wanted to announce my approach. When I reached the loading bay, it was empty. No doors open, no footprints, no sound, but the air felt wrong, thick, pressurized, like walking into a room where someone had been holding their breath for a long time. I turned back. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, behind me, slow, bare, deliberate. I spun around, flashlight raised. Nothing. The footsteps stopped. I laughed nervously and returned to the security room, heart pounding harder than it should have. At 3:58 a.m., the radios crackled. A voice whispered through it, not static, not interference. A voice, low, close, breathing between words. "Is anyone there tonight?" I froze. I picked up the radio with shaking hands. "This is security. Identify yourself." Silence. Then the voice returned. "You walk alone." I dropped the radio. Every camera feed went black at once. The monitors didn't power down. They stayed on, glowing with darkness. Then, one by one, they came back. Every camera showed the same thing. A hallway. My hallway. The one outside the security room, and at the far end something was standing. It wasn't fully visible. The lights above it flickered, revealing pieces at a time. Long arms hanging too low. A head bent forward, face hidden in shadow. It began to move, not toward the camera. Toward me. The door handle rattled. Once. Twice. Slowly, like it was testing how much force was needed. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My body locked up, trapped between fear and disbelief. The handle stopped. The lights went out. Total darkness. Something pressed against the door from the other side. Not hard, not violent. Just enough to let me know it was there. Waiting. Listening. I don't remember how long I sat there, curled on the floor, counting my breaths, praying for sunrise. When the lights finally came back on, the door was untouched. The cameras showed empty hallways. Morning staff arrived at 7 a.m. I quit that day. A week later, I returned to collect my final paycheck. I asked the supervisor about camera 6. He went quiet. Then he told me the truth. That camera had been disconnected for years. No signal. No power. No footage. And I understood then why the job paid so well. Some places don't need people to watch them. They need witnesses. And sometimes they follow you home. Truly terrifying, true, overnight security camera horror story that happened in Canada. I used to believe security cameras made places safer. After what happened, I understand they don't protect you from what's already inside. This took place in northern Canada, in a small city surrounded by forest, the kind of place where winter lasts most of the year and darkness feels permanent. I was 26 years old, working an overnight shift as a remote security monitor for a private logistics facility. My job wasn't to patrol. I wasn't brave enough for that. I sat alone in a locked room, watched feeds, logged anomalies, and called authorities if needed. That's it, 12 cameras, 1 building, 8 hours of silence. The facility was massive, long concrete corridors, storage bays stacked to the ceiling, an underground level no one liked talking about. The building used to belong to a different company decades ago, one that shut down suddenly. No one ever explained why. My shift started at 10 p.m. The first few hours were always quiet. I drank coffee. I scrolled my phone. I checked the cameras every few minutes more out of boredom than duty. At 1:13 a.m., camera 9 blinked. Camera 9 covered the underground level. I frowned. No one was allowed down there overnight. No motion was ever recorded there, ever. The feed showed a long concrete hallway lit by a single flickering light. At first, nothing looked wrong. Then I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. At the far end of the hallway, where the light barely reached, something was standing. Not walking, not moving. Just standing there. It wasn't centered in the frame. It was pressed slightly against the wall, like it didn't want to be seen. Its outline was wrong. Too narrow. Too tall. The proportions didn't make sense, like a person stretched vertically. I leaned closer to the monitor. The timestamp rolled forward. The figure didn't move. I checked the log. No motion alert. No system warning. Just the feed. I told myself it was a shadow caused by the flickering light. Old buildings create illusions. The brain fills gaps. I switched to camera 10. Normal. Camera 11. Normal. Camera 12. Normal. Back to camera 9. The figure was closer. Not by much. But close enough that there was no denying it had moved. My chest tightened. I checked the time again. 1:16 a.m. 3 minutes. 3 minutes for something to move without triggering motion detection. I reached for the radio and called the on-site guard, the only other person in the building. No response. I tried again. Nothing. The hallway light flickered harder, buzzing loudly through the speakers. For a moment the feed glitched, pixels tearing across the screen. When it stabilized, the figure was gone. I exhaled, realizing I'd been holding my breath. Then every monitor switched feeds at once. All 12 cameras showed the same hallway, camera 9's hallway. From 12 different angles. That was impossible. The system didn't allow mirrored feeds. And at the center of every screen, the figure stood, closer than before. Close enough now that I could see details. Its head was tilted slightly to one side, as if listening. Its arms hung too low, hands nearly touching the floor. Its legs were stiff, unnatural, like they bent the wrong way. There was no face, not darkness, not blur, just absence. Like the concept of a face had been erased. My radio crackled. A sound came through, breathing, slow, controlled, right against the microphone. Then a voice, not loud, not threatening, almost calm. You see me now. I dropped the radio. My chair scraped loudly against the floor as I stood. My heart slammed so hard I thought I might pass out. I backed toward the door, never taking my eyes off the monitors. The figure lifted its head. All the screens zoomed in at once. Not digitally, physically, as if the cameras themselves were being pulled closer. The absence where its face should be filled the screens. The lights in the control room flickered. The door handle behind me clicked. Once. Slowly. Testing. I didn't think. I ran. I burst out of the control room and down the main corridor, footsteps echoing wildly. The building felt different now. Smaller, like the walls were closing in. Every overhead light shut off as I passed beneath it. One by one. Behind me, something moved, not footsteps. A dragging sound. Heavy. Deliberate. I reached the exit door and slammed into it. Locked. My keycard shook violently in my hand as I swiped it. Access denied. Behind me, the dragging stopped. Silence flooded the corridor. I turned slowly. The hallway behind me was empty. Too empty. No hum of lights. No distant machinery. Just me. And the cameras. Every security camera lens was pointed directly at me. I felt it then. That sensation of being observed from every angle. Not just watched. Studied. The voice returned. Not from the radio. Not from the speakers. From inside my head. You weren't hired to watch. You were hired to stay. The exit door unlocked with a loud click. I didn't question it. I ran into the freezing night air, collapsing in the snow, lungs burning, vision spinning. I didn't stop running until I reached the road. The company reported no incident. No footage. No system errors. Camera 9, they told me, had never been connected. The underground level, they said, didn't exist. I moved cities, changed jobs. But sometimes late at night, when my phone screen goes dark, I see my reflection. And behind it, standing perfectly still, slightly off to the side. Something watching, waiting, because cameras don't protect you. They invite attention. And once something learns how to be seen, it never forgets where you are. Horrifying, true overnight hospital horror story that happened in Germany. Hospitals are supposed to be places of healing. That's what people say. What they don't tell you is that hospitals never really sleep. They breathe. They remember. And sometimes they notice who is alone. This happened in Germany, in a mid-sized city with an old medical complex built decades before modern renovations softened places like it. I was 24 years old, a medical logistics assistant, which meant I moved supplies between departments during the night shift. No patients, no doctors. Just empty corridors, buzzing lights, and the constant distant sound of machines keeping people alive. My shift began at 10:30 p.m. and ended at 6:30 a.m. The hospital was enormous. Multiple wings connected by underground tunnels. Some sections were newer, bright, clean, efficient. Others were old, very old. The walls in those parts seemed thicker, the ceilings lower, the lights dimmer. Everyone avoided the lower east wing at night. I learned why. The first few weeks passed without incident. I memorized the routes, learned which elevators took longer, which hallways echoed louder than others. I listened to podcasts, pushed carts, and counted minutes until sunrise. Then one night, an order appeared on my handheld scanner that made me pause. Delivery request. Lower East Wing storage level. That level wasn't supposed to be active at night. I radioed the supervisor. No response. The scanner pinged again, insisting. I told myself it was a mistake. Systems glitch all the time. But hospital policy required every request to be fulfilled or physically cancelled. So I took the cart. The elevator ride down felt longer than usual. The numbers flickered as they passed. When the doors opened, the air changed instantly. It smelled old. Not dirty, just abandoned. The hallway lights were on, but only every other one. Shadows stretched unnaturally between them. My footsteps echoed too loudly, like the sound didn't want to fade. As I walked, I noticed doors lining the corridor. Patient rooms. All empty. Curtains drawn. Beds still inside, sheets neatly folded like someone expected them to be used again. Halfway down the hall, my scanner buzzed. Delivery location updated. Room B17. I stopped. Room B17 was behind me. I turned slowly. The hallway behind me looked longer than it had before. The lights seemed dimmer, the air heavier. I pushed the cart back. Room B17's door was slightly open. I knocked. No answer. I nudged the door open with the cart. The room was empty except for a bed and a heart monitor still powered on. The screen glowed green, showing a steady flat line. Beep, beep, beep. I frowned. No patient. No staff. Why was the machine on? Then the heart monitor changed. A heartbeat appeared. Slow. Irregular. As if something invisible had just climbed into the bed. The curtain beside the bed rustled. I stepped back, heart pounding. The curtain moved again. Not like air. Like fingers brushing fabric. I turned to leave. The door slammed shut behind me. The lights went out. Total darkness. The heart monitor kept beeping. Closer now. Faster. I fumbled for my flashlight, hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. When the beam clicked on, it illuminated the bed. The mattress was indented. Like someone was sitting there, but nothing was visible. The indentation deepened. Something stood up. The flashlight flickered, revealing a shape that didn't fully exist. A suggestion of a body. Tall, wrongly proportioned. Its head brushed the ceiling, neck bent unnaturally forward. The heart monitor flatlined. The beeping stopped. Silence swallowed the room. Then I heard breathing, right beside my ear. Not panicked, not angry. Curious. The door unlocked with a soft click. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I pushed the cart aside and sprinted down the hallway, lungs burning, vision blurring. The lights turned off behind me as I passed them, plunging sections of the corridor into darkness. I reached the elevator and slammed the button. Nothing. The screen was blank. From behind me, footsteps echoed, slow, bare, too many joints bending. I turned just long enough to see the shape emerging from the darkness, its outline flickering like it wasn't fully anchored to this place. I screamed. The elevator doors opened. I threw myself inside and mashed the buttons. The doors closed inches from the thing's reaching arm. The ride-up felt endless. When the doors finally opened, I collapsed onto the floor of the main wing, sobbing, shaking, unable to breathe. Morning staff found me there. I told them everything. They exchanged looks I didn't like. Later that day, a senior administrator pulled me aside. He told me Lower East Wing Level B had been closed for years. Room B17, he said quietly, used to be a long-term isolation room. Patients who died there sometimes didn't accept it. The systems still generate requests, he admitted, to see who answers. I quit the next day. I moved cities. I changed careers. But sometimes, late at night, when I hear a steady beep in the distance or feel a room watching me, I remember that hospital. And I understand the truth. Hospitals don't just save lives. They keep what doesn't leave. And if you work the night shift long enough, eventually something will check in. Truly terrifying, true overnight rest stop horror story that happened in Australia. There are places designed for passing through, not for staying. Rest stops are like that. Temporary, transitional, forgotten the moment you leave them behind. This is a true story that happened to me in Australia. And even now, years later, I avoid long drives at night because of it. I was 27 years old and driving alone across Western Australia, a stretch of land so vast and empty that your thoughts start to echo back at you. I had taken a temporary job that required relocation, and instead of flying, I decided to drive. I wanted the experience. I wanted the silence. I wanted to prove to myself that I could handle being alone. By the time the sun went down, I had been driving for nearly 9 hours. The road was a straight black line cutting through endless darkness. No towns, no lights, no signal. Just my headlights and the faint reflection of road signs warning about wildlife crossings. At 1:38 a.m., exhaustion hit me hard. My eyes burned. My hands felt loose on the wheel. I knew I had to stop. The GPS showed a rest stop 5 kilometers ahead. When I pulled in, the place looked abandoned. 2 picnic tables. A small concrete bathroom building. A trash bin tipped slightly to one side. No cars. No lights except a single flickering pole lamp that buzzed loudly, attracting moths that spiraled like living static. I parked under the light and turned off the engine. The silence that followed felt wrong, not peaceful. Not empty, watching. I stayed inside the car for a few minutes, scrolling my phone even though there was no signal just to feel less alone. Eventually, I forced myself out to use the bathroom and stretch. The air was cold and smelled faintly of dust and dry grass. Somewhere far away, I heard something move. Not a bird. Not wind. Footsteps. Slow. Far enough to be uncertain. I told myself it was an animal. Australia is full of animals. I walked toward the bathroom building. The door creaked loudly when I pushed it open, the sound echoing far too much for such a small place. Inside, the fluorescent light flickered weakly. The room was empty, clean enough, but the mirrors were cloudy, like they hadn't been wiped in years. I finished quickly and washed my hands. That's when I noticed something carved into the wall above the sink. Not graffiti. Not names. Words. Do not sleep here. The letters were deep, uneven, carved with something sharp. I stared at them longer than I should have. A laugh escaped my mouth, forced and hollow. Very funny, I muttered to myself. Back in the car, I locked the doors and leaned my seat back slightly. I planned to rest for 20 minutes. Just enough to clear my head before continuing. I closed my eyes. I don't know how long I slept. I woke up because something touched my car. Not a bump. Not a shake. A gentle pressure. like a hand resting on the roof. I opened my eyes instantly, heart racing. The lamp outside flickered. The pressure moved, sliding, slowly, across the roof toward the driver's side window. I froze. My breath sounded too loud in my ears. Then came the sound, scraping, long nails dragging lightly across metal. I turned my head inch by inch and looked out the driver's side window. There was someone standing there, not close, not far, just at the edge of the light. They were tall, too tall. Their shoulders sloped forward unnaturally, as if their spine bent the wrong way. Their head hung low, face hidden in shadow. They didn't move. They didn't knock. They just stood there, fingers still resting on the roof of my car. I fumbled for my keys. The engine didn't start. Panic surged through me, hot and immediate. I tried again. Nothing. Outside, the figure tilted its head. I heard a sound that still makes my stomach turn when I remember it. Breathing, long, slow, enjoying the moment. I locked eyes with the darkness where its face should have been. And it smiled. I didn't see teeth. I saw the absence of a mouth opening wider than it should have. The light flickered violently. The figure stepped closer. I screamed and slammed my hand on the horn. The sound exploded into the night. The figure reacted instantly. It jerked backward, not startled, but irritated like I had broken a rule. The pressure vanished from the roof. The engine roared to life. I didn't think. I didn't check mirrors. I slammed the accelerator and tore out of the rest stop, gravel spraying behind me. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The rest stop disappeared into darkness. But standing at the edge of the road, just beyond where the light reached, was the figure. Watching. Not chasing, waiting. I drove until sunrise. I didn't stop. Not once. When I finally reached the next town and collapsed into a motel bed, I slept for nearly 14 hours. I told myself it was exhaustion, hallucinations, stress, until weeks later. I was home, safe in a city, surrounded by people. At 2:11 a.m., I woke up suddenly. My bedroom was dark, silent. Then I heard it. Scraping. Slow nails dragging gently across the outside of my window. And breathing. Patient. Familiar. Because some places don't let you leave alone. And some things you meet on the road don't care where you go next. They just wait for you to stop again. Truly disturbing, true overnight subway tunnel horror story that happened in South Korea. Subway systems are never truly empty. Even after the last train leaves, something always stays behind. This happened in South Korea, in a major city whose subway runs like a living organism beneath millions of people every day. I was 25 years old, working as a temporary overnight maintenance assistant for a subcontractor assigned to inspect signal lights and emergency panels after service hours. It was supposed to be routine. It wasn't. My shift started at 12:10 a.m. after the final train cleared the line. The tunnels went quiet in a way that felt unnatural, like a city holding its breath. No wind, no echoes of trains. Just thick, underground silence broken only by distant electrical hums. I wasn't alone, at least not officially. 2 senior technicians were assigned to a different section several kilometers away. We stayed in radio contact, checking in every 30 minutes. I was responsible for a stretch of tunnel between 2 closed stations, a part of the line rarely accessed unless there was a fault. The first hour passed normally. I walked the tracks, checked panels, logged readings. The tunnel lights were dim and spaced far apart, creating long pockets of darkness between them. I kept my headlamp on, though I hated how it made shadows jump and twist against the curved walls. At 1:42 a.m., my radio crackled. "You still moving?" I responded immediately, "Yes." "Section clear so far." There was a pause. Then the reply came back, quieter than before. "Don't respond if you hear footsteps." I stopped walking. My heart began to race. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Static." I tried again. "What do you mean nothing?" I stood still, listening. At first, I heard only my own breathing, loud inside my helmet. Then, faintly, from somewhere deep in the tunnel ahead, came a sound I couldn't explain away. Footsteps, not metal boots on concrete. Bare, soft, measured, too slow to be accidental. I turned off my headlamp. The darkness swallowed everything instantly. I stood there, frozen, counting the seconds between each step. 1, 2, 3. The footsteps stopped. A voice spoke from the darkness. Not loud, not aggressive, almost polite. "You are late tonight." My legs felt weak. I forced myself to turn the headlamp back on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the tunnel ahead. Nothing was there. No movement. Just the tracks stretching forward, disappearing into black. I laughed nervously, sound echoing horribly. "This is not funny," I said, my voice cracking. "Maintenance crew, identify yourself." Silence. Then the lights along the tunnel flickered. Every other light shut off. The tunnel became segmented into alternating islands of light and darkness. And in one of the dark sections, something shifted. It wasn't fully visible. The darkness there seemed thicker, denser, like it was clinging to a shape. The outline was wrong, too tall, shoulders too narrow, arms hanging longer than they should. It didn't step into the light. It leaned forward just enough for the edge of the lamp's glow to touch it. I saw skin. Gray. Smooth. Almost reflective. No clothes, no hair, and no face. Where a face should have been was a flat surface, broken only by a vertical opening that slowly widened. The sound that came from it wasn't a scream. It was breathing, long, satisfied. I backed away, nearly tripping over the tracks. My radio screamed with static. Then a voice burst through, "Run." I didn't question it. I turned and ran, boots slipping, heart pounding so hard it blurred my vision. The tunnel seemed longer now, the lights farther apart. Behind me, I heard movement, not footsteps. Something sliding, dragging itself forward with wet, deliberate sounds. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed, until I reached the emergency access door leading to a service corridor. I slammed into it and pulled. Locked. Behind me, the sliding stopped. The tunnel went silent again. Then came knocking. Not on the door, on the tunnel wall beside me. 3 slow knocks, pause. 3 more. The wall vibrated slightly with each impact. The voice returned, closer now, echoing from everywhere at once. "You walk these tunnels like you own them, but you never asked who built them." The emergency door clicked. Unlocked. I threw myself through and slammed it shut behind me, collapsing on the cold concrete floor of the corridor. The knocking continued on the other side. Slower now, almost playful. Then it stopped. I stayed there until morning crews arrived. When I told my supervisor what happened, he didn't look surprised. He looked tired. Later, one of the senior technicians pulled me aside. He spoke quietly, making sure no one else heard. He told me that during the original construction of the line decades ago, there had been accidents. Workers lost underground. Sections sealed off quickly to keep the project on schedule. Some tunnels, he said, were never meant to be reopened. Sometimes when the trains stop running, those things notice the silence. And they remember the people who walk their halls. I quit that job the same day. But even now, years later, when I ride the subway late at night and the train pauses longer than usual in the tunnel, I feel it. That pressure. That awareness. Like something standing just beyond the light, listening to my breathing, waiting for the last train to leave again. Truly horrifying true. Overnight abandoned mall horror story that happened in the United States. Abandoned malls aren't empty. They're paused. That's the thought that comes back to me every time I drive past one now. Their massive parking lots cracked and overgrown. Their signs half lit like tired eyes that refuse to close completely. This happened in the United States, in a mid-sized city where a once popular shopping mall had been shut down after years of slow decline. Most stores had left, foot traffic disappeared, and eventually the doors were locked for good. Or at least that's what the public was told. I was 23 years old and working for a private property management company as an overnight site checker. It wasn't official security. I didn't carry a weapon. My job was to walk through abandoned properties, check for damage or trespassers, log conditions, and leave before morning. I took the assignment because it paid well and because I thought fear was something that happened to other people. The mall was scheduled for demolition within the year. Until then, someone had to make sure no one broke in, no fires were started, and nothing collapsed prematurely. My shift started at 11:45 p.m. The parking lot alone felt unsettling. Hundreds of empty spaces stretched into darkness, illuminated by flickering light poles that buzzed loudly in the quiet. Weeds pushed through the asphalt. Old shopping carts sat abandoned like rusted skeletons. I unlocked a side entrance and stepped inside. The air smelled stale, like dust and old fabric. The lights were on, but dimmed to a low overnight setting. The vast corridors echoed even the smallest sound. Every footstep sounded like it didn't belong. At first, it was almost peaceful. Closed storefronts lined the halls, their signs still hanging proudly above darkened windows. Mannequins stood frozen behind glass, dressed for seasons that would never come again. Food court menus were still mounted, prices faded but readable. Time felt wrong inside the mall. Like it had stopped moving forward, I followed my usual routine. North wing first. Then the central atrium. Then the old movie theater attached to the east side. The first hour passed quietly. Too quietly. At 1:12 a.m. I noticed music. It was faint, almost imagined. A soft, tinny melody drifting through the air. Mall music. The kind that used to play quietly overhead when stores were open. Cheerful. Neutral. Designed to fade into the background. My stomach tightened. The sound system had been disconnected months ago. I stood still, holding my breath. The music continued, not loud, not clear. Just present enough to be undeniable. I followed it. Each step made the sound clearer, leading me toward the central atrium. The large open space was darker than the rest of the mall, lit only by emergency lights near the ceiling. The old fountain sat dry and cracked at the center, coins still scattered at the bottom. The music was coming from there. I scanned the area with my flashlight. Nothing. No speakers. No wires. No obvious source. Then I noticed movement. On the second-floor balcony, directly above the fountain, something shifted behind the railing. I aimed the flashlight upward. A figure stood there, not walking, not waving. Just standing, hands resting on the railing, head tilted downward as if watching the fountain below. Or watching me. I called out, my voice echoing harshly. "Hello, this is private property. Identify yourself." The figure didn't move. The music stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than the sound ever had. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the balcony. The figure leaned forward. Too far. Its torso bent at an angle that didn't make sense, like its spine had extra joints. Its arms extended slightly, fingers curling around the railing in a way that looked more like gripping than resting. I saw its face then. Or rather, I realized there wasn't one. Where a face should have been was a smooth, pale surface, stretched tight and blank. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, just skin. The flashlight flickered. When it steadied, the balcony was empty. I didn't wait. I turned and walked quickly toward the east wing, telling myself it was exhaustion, stress, imagination, anything but what I had just seen. The movie theater entrance loomed ahead, its large sign still advertising films that had ended years ago. The glass doors were locked, but my master key allowed access. The moment I stepped inside, the temperature dropped. The air felt damp, heavy. The hallway leading to the theater stretched long and narrow. Carpet stained with old spills and footprints that never quite faded. Posters lined the walls, their colors washed out, faces smiling at nothing. As I passed Theater 7, I heard something inside. Rustling. Fabric shifting. Like someone standing up from a seat, I froze. The door was closed. Slowly, quietly, I leaned closer. From inside the theater, I heard breathing. Not panicked, not tired. Steady, enjoying the silence. I backed away. Behind me, footsteps echoed in the hallway. I spun around. The hallway was empty, but the carpet, it was changing. Footprints appeared one by one, pressing into the fabric as if something invisible was walking toward me. I ran. I sprinted back toward the mall entrance, heart slamming, lungs burning. The overhead lights shut off in sections as I passed beneath them, plunging areas into darkness behind me. The music returned. Louder now. Distorted. Warped. Echoing from everywhere at once. I reached the main doors and shoved them open. They didn't move. The handles rattled uselessly in my hands. Behind me, I felt it. Not a touch. A presence. Close enough to feel heat. Or cold, I don't know which. A voice spoke, low and layered, like multiple whispers stacked together. We stayed when everyone left. We learned the quiet you weren't supposed to come alone. The lights exploded overhead, flickering violently. I turned. The atrium was full, not with people. With shapes, tall, thin, motionless, standing where shoppers once stood. Where children once ran. Where couples once argued about where to eat. They faced me, all of them. The doors behind me unlocked with a loud click. I ran into the night, collapsing onto the pavement, gasping, shaking, barely able to think. I never went back. The company marked the mall as unsafe and reassigned the contract. Months later, I drove past the site. The mall was gone, demolished, flattened. But sometimes, late at night, when I walk through crowded places or hear faint music in empty halls, I feel it again. That sensation of being observed, of being remembered. Because abandoned places don't forget the people who walk through them. And sometimes when you step into a place that time has paused, it notices. And it waits for you to come back. Truly terrifying true overnight lighthouse keeper horror story that happened in Norway. Lighthouses are built to warn others away from danger. No one tells you what they're meant to warn the keeper about. This happened on the western coast of Norway, where the land breaks into jagged rock and the sea never truly rests. I was 29 years old, recently out of university, desperate for work, and far too confident in my ability to handle isolation. When I accepted a temporary contract as an overnight lighthouse caretaker during the winter off-season, I thought it would be peaceful, remote, quiet, simple. I had no idea how wrong that was. The lighthouse stood on a narrow island of black rock, separated from the mainland by rough water and a distance just far enough to make rescue impossible during bad weather. In summer, tourists visited by boat. In winter, it was mine alone. The supply boat dropped me off just before sunset. The crew was quiet, not unfriendly, just restrained. They unloaded my food crates, fuel, and equipment quickly. When I asked if there was anything I should know, one of them hesitated before speaking. "Don't turn off the light at night," he said. I laughed, thinking it was a joke. That's the whole point, right? He didn't laugh back. The boat left, its engine fading into the distance until the sound was swallowed by wind and waves. That was the moment it truly sank in. I was alone. The lighthouse itself was tall and narrow white paint chipped by decades of storms. Inside, a spiral staircase wound upward through levels of storage rooms, sleeping quarters, and finally the lantern room at the top. The walls were thick stone, cold to the touch even with the heater running. My job was simple. Maintain the light. Log weather conditions. Check the generator. Stay inside at night. The first evening passed quietly. I cooked, unpacked, and watched the ocean turn black beneath a moonless sky. The wind howled, rattling the windows, but I found comfort in the sound. It reminded me I wasn't imagining the isolation. At 10 p.m., I climbed to the lantern room and checked the light. It burned steady and bright, casting its beam across endless water. I logged the check and went to bed. I woke at 1:34 a.m. to a sound that didn't belong. Knocking, not loud, not urgent. 3 slow knocks from below. I sat up in bed, heart racing. Knock, knock, knock. It came again, echoing through the stone tower. No one was supposed to be there. Boats didn't come at night. Not in winter. Not to this island. I told myself it was the wind. Metal shifting. Something loose striking the wall. But the rhythm was wrong, intentional. I stayed in bed, listening. Silence returned. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me back to sleep. The next morning, I found wet footprints on the lower level. They led from the door to the base of the staircase and stopped. Bare footprints. Large. Too long. I checked the logbook left by previous keepers. Most entries were mundane. Weather notes. Equipment checks. But near the back, written in a different hand, was a sentence that made my stomach tighten. If you hear knocking, do not answer. I spent the day telling myself it was a joke, a superstition, something to scare new hires. Night came early. The storm arrived with it. Wind screamed against the tower. Waves crashed so hard the whole structure trembled. The light above cut through rain and darkness like a blade. At 2:11 a.m., the knocking returned. Louder this time, closer. It wasn't coming from the door anymore. It was coming from inside the walls. I froze, standing in the middle of the stairwell, flashlight shaking in my hand. Knock, knock. Each impact vibrated through the stone. Then I heard footsteps, slow, heavy, moving upward, from below the base level. That was impossible. There was nothing beneath the lighthouse except rock and foundation. The footsteps continued. Step. Pause. Step. They climbed as if someone were ascending the staircase without touching it. The air grew colder with each sound. My breath fogged. The bulb above me flickered. Then a voice spoke. Not loud. Not angry. Close. So close it felt like it came from behind my eyes. You keep the light on well. I spun around. No one was there. The footsteps stopped just outside the lantern room. I locked the door with shaking hands and backed away, heart pounding so hard I thought I might black out. The glass walls of the lantern room rattled violently. The beam of light flickered. Then for the briefest moment, something passed through it. A silhouette. Tall. Thin. Unmoving except for the way its head tilted upward, as if it were looking directly at me through the glass. The knocking changed. It became scratching. Long nails dragging slowly across stone. Testing. Patient. I screamed. The sound was ripped away by the wind. The scratching stopped. Silence fell so suddenly it hurt my ears. Then the generator alarm blared. The light went out. Total darkness. The ocean disappeared. The world ceased to exist beyond the glass. I fumbled for my radio, hands numb. No signal, no response. In the darkness, I heard breathing. Not mine, slow, satisfied. Right behind me, the emergency light flickered on. And reflected in the glass was something standing inches away. Its body was elongated, joints bent incorrectly, skin pale like something never meant to see daylight. Where its face should have been was a hollow shape, stretched and dark, as if the features had been erased by wind and salt. It leaned closer. The beam reignited. The light returned. The thing vanished. I collapsed to the floor, sobbing, gasping, unable to move. Morning came eventually. The storm passed. The supply boat returned early. When the crew saw me, they didn't ask questions. They packed my things. As we pulled away, I looked back at the lighthouse. At the base of the tower, just above the waterline, were handprints. Pressed deep into stone, still wet. I never took another isolated job. But sometimes when I see a lighthouse beam sweeping across dark water at night, I feel it again. That awareness. That certainty. Some lights aren't meant to guide ships. They're meant to keep something else from reaching shore. And as long as the light stays on, it waits. Truly disturbing true night shift horror at an abandoned warehouse that happened in Canada. Abandoned warehouses are silent witnesses. They store dust, memories, and sometimes something else. I was 28 years old, working a temporary night shift job in Toronto. My role was simple, or so I thought. Inventory check, property inspection, and maintenance reporting in an abandoned warehouse complex slated for demolition. The warehouse had been empty for over 10 years. The owners said it was structurally safe for short visits. They didn't warn me about what lived inside the silence. The first day was mundane. I walked the huge concrete floors, checking broken pallets, overturned forklifts, and the faint graffiti that crawled across the walls like forgotten warnings. Dust hung in the air, glittering slightly in the weak flashlight I carried. The silence was absolute, except for the distant hum of the city outside. But night changed everything. My shift started at 11:50 p.m. The security gate clanged behind me, echoing down the empty streets outside. The warehouse was massive, divided into sections, each one shadowed and vast. Overhead lights were mostly dead. Only a few flickered intermittently, giving the impression that the building itself was breathing. I made my rounds through the first section, checking storage rooms and offices, logging everything. My steps echoed like gunshots. I laughed at my own nerves. This was supposed to be easy money. At 1:06 a.m., I entered the central storage bay. It was the largest area spanning the width of the complex. Pallets stacked haphazardly reached the ceiling, creating shadowy tunnels and caves between them. My flashlight bounced along the boxes, catching shapes that disappeared when I blinked. Then I heard it. A scraping sound, soft, far away. Like metal dragging across concrete, I froze, my heart pounded. I whispered to myself, it's probably just debris settling. Warehouses make noise. It's normal. But then the sound repeated. Closer, slower, deliberate. I turned my flashlight toward the noise and saw nothing. Only shadows stacked like walls of broken darkness. Then I heard footsteps. Not mine, not faint, clear, heavy, deliberate, echoing off the steel walls. I called out, my voice shaking. Hello? Who's there? No answer. The footsteps moved. Approaching, closer, faster, but the echo made them impossible to locate. I could only feel them, a rhythm in my chest, growing louder and louder. I tried to run toward the exit. My flashlight bounced wildly, illuminating pallets, boxes, and something else. A figure. Tall, thin, unnaturally tall. Standing between two pallets, perfectly still, its head tilted forward. Its arms hung longer than humanly possible. I couldn't see its face, it was shrouded in shadow, but the outline was wrong, elongated, disproportionate. I froze. The figure didn't move toward me. It didn't step back. It just observed. And then the warehouse spoke. Not through a voice, not through sound, but through the walls themselves. A low vibration traveled beneath my feet. The lights flickered violently. The air grew thick. Dust hung suspended, glittering in shapes that looked almost like faces for a moment before vanishing. I ran. My boots skidded on concrete. My flashlight caught glimpses of dozens of shadows moving unnaturally in the periphery, just out of focus. Sometimes they merged with the stacks of boxes. Sometimes they disappeared completely. I reached the exit. The door handle rattled, locked. I ran down a side corridor, searching for an emergency exit. Every step echoed in the warehouse like it was laughing at me. My radio, which should have had signal, only produced static. Then I heard my name. Soft, whispered, from multiple directions at once. Don't leave. I ran faster. Around a corner, a long hallway stretched ahead. Flickering lights revealed footprints. Not normal footprints. They were enormous, elongated, spaced unnaturally wide apart. They moved toward me, and yet I could see no one. The air turned icy. My breath fogged inside the warehouse. The lights flickered one last time and went out completely. Total darkness. And then the sound of dragging, slow wet scraping right behind me. I didn't look. I couldn't. I ran blindly, arms outstretched, trying to find anything to grab, any door, any exit. A hand-cold, long skeletal touched my shoulder. I screamed, spinning, but nothing was there. Only darkness. Finally, I found a service door. I slammed it open and ran through the narrow stairwell that led to the roof. I climbed the rusted ladder to the roof hatch. Outside, the cold winter air hit me. But the warehouse wasn't empty. The shadows moved. Formless, fluid, stretching across the broken rooftop like they were alive. They merged into a single figure at the far edge of the building. The figure stood perfectly still, towering, elongated, faceless. Its eyes were darkness itself. I climbed over the hatch, dropped to the fire escape, and ran down the side of the building. My lungs burned. My vision blurred. When I reached the street, the warehouse seemed normal. Empty, quiet, abandoned. I told my supervisor I quit immediately. He nodded. Didn't ask questions. Some things he said he'd seen before. Weeks later, I walked past the building during daylight. Nothing, just walls, broken windows, graffiti. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I can still hear the scraping. Still feel the eyes in the shadows. And I know it waits. For the next person who thinks an abandoned warehouse is just empty space. For the next night shift worker. For the next fool who thinks silence is peaceful. Because it isn't, and it never will be. Disturbing true night shift horror story in a remote Alaska oil rig. Alaska, USA, some places on Earth are designed to test the limits of human endurance. Cold, isolation, and darkness are a trifecta that can break the mind long before the body. I learned that lesson on the night shift at an abandoned oil rig in the Gulf of Alaska. I was 27 and desperate for work. The rig had been partially decommissioned years ago, but a skeleton crew maintained the remaining equipment, pumping oil through aging pipelines. My job was simple: monitor the pumps, record data, perform maintenance checks, and report anything unusual. The pay was enormous, but the warnings were few. The helicopter dropped me on the platform just as twilight disappeared into an endless black sky. The air was icy, the wind slicing through my jacket like 1,000 knives. The rig sat alone in the ocean, surrounded by nothing but dark water. No lights, no ships, no civilization. Just steel, oil, and the vast empty sea. At first, the work was dull but manageable. I checked gauges, maintained machinery, and logged readings in the control room. The night was quiet, punctuated only by the occasional roar of the wind against steel beams and the distant crash of waves against the platform. But then, around 1:42 a.m., I noticed something strange. The main floodlights that illuminated the exterior deck were flickering. Not random flickers patterns. Like a signal, a rhythm. On, off, on, pause. On. I walked onto the deck to investigate. The wind nearly knocked me over, and the ocean stretched black and infinite. But there was something on the horizon. At first, I thought it was a ship. But it didn't move. And then I realized it was stationary, too close, too perfectly shaped to be a distant ship. A silhouette rising from the water. Human? La human? I couldn't tell. I returned to the control room, telling myself I was imagining it. Isolation plays tricks on the mind, I told myself. I was alone, thousands of miles from anyone who could help, and the rig itself creaked like a living thing in the storm. By 2:15 a.m., things got worse. I heard a sound over the PA system. The system had been deactivated for months, yet a distorted voice whispered through the speakers. "Why are you here?" I froze. The voice was layered, like multiple tones speaking at once, too deep, too deliberate. I ran to the deck, expecting anyone to be there. The platform was empty. No crew, no helicopter, no boats. Just the wind and the waves. Then came footsteps. Metal clanged behind me. Slow, heavy, on steel. The sound echoed in ways it shouldn't have. I spun with the flashlight, and for a brief moment, I saw a figure. Not solid, not fully formed. It shimmered in and out, like heat over pavement. Tall, impossibly thin, with arms too long, moving unnaturally. Its head tilted, facing me, but no face, only darkness. I ran back inside, locked the control room, tried to call for help. No signal. The radio, satellite phone, even the emergency beacon dead. Silence. The rig groaned. The machinery itself seemed to shiver. The lights flickered violently, and the shadows across the steel beams elongated into shapes that moved of their own accord. One moment the shadows were static, and the next they were climbing, stretching across catwalks and walls, as if alive. I could hear it breathing. Not one being, but many. Slow, patient, deliberate. Drawing closer. The clock struck 3:03 a.m., and the lights went out completely. Total darkness. Only the sound of breathing, scraping, and faint whispering filled the rig. I stumbled to the emergency flashlight. Its beam revealed shapes just beyond its reach. Thin, elongated, faceless, emerging from the walls themselves. I don't know how long I ran, hours, minutes. Time lost meaning. Every corridor, every catwalk, every door I opened revealed the same. Shapes. Watching, waiting, moving in impossible ways, defying angles, climbing where no one should be able to climb. By 4:30 a.m., I made it to the helicopter pad. The wind had died slightly, giving me a glimpse of the horizon. And there they were, dozens of silhouettes standing at the edge of the rig, tall, thin, their faceless heads tilted toward me. They didn't move closer. They didn't run. They just observed, patient, ancient, and utterly alien. The emergency siren went off accidentally when I tried the radio again, and the figures vanished instantly. The rig felt empty, normal, silent. When the helicopter arrived at sunrise, the crew found me shaking, screaming, incoherent. I pointed to the deck. No one else saw anything. The rig appeared normal, like a deserted industrial site, abandoned for years. I quit that day. The company warned me not to speak about the incident. I didn't, but I still have nightmares. Sometimes when I see the ocean at night, I feel those faceless shapes watching from the water, waiting for another isolated worker. Some places are abandoned in name only. Some nights, in the cold, dark, endless isolation, the dead or whatever those shapes are never leave. And if you ever find yourself alone on an offshore rig or any place far from civilization, remember this. The machines may hum, the wind may howl, but the eyes always watch. Truly disturbing, true isolated mountain cabin horror story in Alaska. Some parts of the world are not meant for humans. Snow, ice, and darkness combine to make a perfect trap for the unwary. I learned that lesson in the winter of 2023, when I accepted a short-term job to document wildlife for a research company in the remote mountains of Alaska. They told me it would be simple. Record animal movements, maintain a small cabin, stay safe. They didn't warn me about what lived there when no one else was around. The first helicopter dropped me at the cabin just as the sun disappeared behind the jagged peaks. Snow whipped across the landscape, driven by a wind so fierce it cut through layers of clothing. The cabin was isolated, small, and surrounded by tall spruce trees coated in ice. No other buildings, no roads, nothing but wilderness. At first, I was amazed. Peaceful, beautiful, a winter wonderland untouched by humans. The kind of isolation I thought I had prepared for. By nightfall, however, something changed. It started subtly. Footsteps outside the cabin. Crunching snow. Too slow. Deliberate. I checked every corner. Nothing. Only the wind. Only the trees. Then the knocking began. Soft. Rhythmic. At the door. I told myself it was branches or animals. A wolf, maybe. Bears don't knock, I reassured myself, but the pattern, it was too precise. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks again. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My hands trembled as I grabbed a flashlight and a heavy coat. Outside, nothing. Only the trees swaying, shadows bending oddly in the light. The night dragged on. Hours passed or minutes. Time lost meaning. The knocking would stop, then resume, closer each time. Always in multiples of 3. By 2:17 a.m., I saw it. A shadow moving between the trees. Human-like in shape, impossibly tall, limbs elongated beyond natural proportion. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle. No features. Just darkness. Watching. Waiting. Patient. I locked all doors, bolted windows, and ran through my checklist for the emergency radio. No signal. Nothing. The world outside the cabin had disappeared. By 3:03 a.m., the cabin itself seemed alive. Floorboards creaked where no one walked. Walls groaned. The heater, working perfectly minutes before, sputtered and died. The shadows outside multiplied. They didn't move naturally. They stretched across the snow, bending at impossible angles, as if the world itself were folding around them. Then I heard the whisper. Soft, sibilant, almost melodic, but incomprehensible. From every direction at once. From inside my own mind. Come outside. I didn't move. I couldn't. I tried to call the company. No signal. The only sound was my own breathing, ragged, echoing through the tiny cabin. Then the scratching started. Slow, long, deliberate. On the walls, the roof, the door. Nails dragged across wood and metal. The cabin shook. Dust fell from the ceiling. The shadows pressed against the frosted windows, forming shapes that looked like faces, elongated faces, twisted expressions of something inhuman. I ran upstairs to the loft. The small sleeping area offered no safety. I could hear the scratching coming from beneath me, from the floorboards, and worse, from above the ceiling. Hours passed, or maybe seconds, I don't know. The world had become an endless void of sound and shadow. By dawn, a helicopter arrived. I had triggered the emergency beacon in a moment of desperation. When the crew landed, they found me in the loft, shaking, screaming incoherently, covered in frost and scratches that weren't mine. The cabin was normal, silent, empty. The snow untouched except for my own footprints. No shadows. No faces in the windows. No signs of the shapes that had tormented me all night. I never went back. Weeks later, I researched the cabin's history. Decades ago, a small group of loggers had disappeared in the area. Some claimed it was wolves. Others claimed it was the cold. But local legends spoke of the Tall Ones entities that lived in isolation, waiting for humans who dared to enter the snowbound forests. No one wanted to talk about them, and now I understand why. Because isolation is a trap. Darkness is alive. Shadows remember. And some nights, the world beyond the trees isn't empty. They are waiting. Truly disturbing true snowstorm horror in a remote Canadian research station. Canada, Yukon Territory. Some places on Earth are unforgiving. Snow, wind, darkness, and isolation combine to create environments designed to crush the human spirit. I learned this lesson the hard way during the winter of 2024, when I accepted a short-term job at a remote Canadian research station, studying wildlife migration patterns in the frozen north. The station was accessible only by helicopter, and in winter, only a few days a month when weather permitted. The company promised warmth, basic amenities, and complete safety. But they neglected to mention that the station had a history of people disappearing, equipment malfunctioning for no logical reason, and strange noises echoing across the frozen tundra. The helicopter dropped me off late in the evening. The sun had already set, leaving an endless twilight that made the snowfields look like liquid silver under the dim sky. The station itself was small, metal-clad, and elevated slightly above the snow. It looked normal, functional, safe. At first, everything seemed routine. I checked the equipment, logged temperature readings, and monitored the motion sensors installed to track wildlife. The wind outside was relentless, but inside, the station felt secure. I ate, read, and settled into the modest sleeping quarters. Then the storm began. It started subtly at first, a whisper of wind, a small swirl of snow against the windows. Within hours, the storm intensified into a blizzard, the kind that obliterates visibility, shakes buildings, and makes every sound seem amplified and ominous. By 11 p.m., the lights flickered. Power surges in the station were not unusual during storms, so I ignored it. But then I heard it. A faint scratching like nails across metal, coming from the outer walls of the station. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The scratching stopped instantly. The only sound was the howling wind outside. I told myself I was imagining it. The storm played tricks on the mind. Isolation can drive people insane. By midnight, I was monitoring the wildlife cameras when movement on one of the exterior cameras caught my eye. A dark figure standing outside, just beyond the floodlights I had set up. Human-like in form, but unnaturally still, staring directly at the camera. I froze. I checked the other cameras. The figure was gone. The wind had cleared, leaving nothing but white snow stretching into darkness. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the storm, maybe a snowdrift, maybe a shadow. But the feeling of being watched refused to leave. Then the whispers began, soft, almost imperceptible, coming from the vents. At first, I thought the storm had carried sound from outside. But the whispers were different. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand, but the tone was clear, deliberate, patient, threatening. By 2:13 a.m., the station itself seemed to change. The walls creaked in ways that defied their structure. Floors groaned beneath my feet, even though I was alone. Equipment malfunctioned inexplicably. The computers shut down, lights flickered. The temperature inside dropped sharply despite the heaters running full. I attempted to call the helicopter base for assistance. No signal. No response. The storm had completely isolated me. I was alone. By 3 a.m., I couldn't ignore the noises any longer. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Outside. Walking across the snow. Not running. Not the random pattern of animals, deliberate. Measured. Moving closer. I looked out the window, flashlight in hand. There, just beyond the edge of the floodlights, were two figures. Tall. Thin. Faceless. Limbs elongated beyond human proportions. They didn't move like humans. Their movements were jerky, unnatural. Their heads tilted at impossible angles, as if examining me through some alien logic. I backed away. My mind screamed at me to run, but the station was my only shelter. Panic took over. I locked doors, checked emergency supplies, and waited. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost meaning. The storm outside became a wall of white, yet I could see the figures through the snow, moving closer, not on the snow, but through the shadows themselves. By 4:20 a.m., the power failed completely. Total darkness. I could no longer see the figures, but I could feel them. The air grew thick, almost viscous, as if it carried their presence. The whispers turned into low, guttural tones, vibrating the metal walls of the station. I tried to sleep, but fear made it impossible. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. Every shadow outside looked like a figure watching, waiting. The storm raged, but it was no longer the storm I feared. It was what lived inside it. When dawn finally broke, the storm subsided. Helicopters could land again. I stepped outside, heart pounding, prepared to see destruction, or at least evidence of what had terrorized me. Nothing. Only white snow stretching to the horizon. No footprints. No figures. No signs of life beyond the storm. But I knew the truth. The station wasn't abandoned. Not entirely. Something watched. Something waited. Something patient, ancient, and utterly alien to human understanding. I left that day and never returned. I warned no one. Some nights, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the whispers. Soft, patient, promising that next time, the storm might not spare me. The wilderness in Canada is beautiful, but beautiful is not safe. Isolation is not neutral. Snow hides secrets. Darkness remembers. And some nights, the figures do not leave. Truly terrifying, true isolated glacier research horror story in Alaska. Some places on Earth are so far removed from civilization that they feel almost removed from reality itself. The glaciers of northern Alaska are one such place, an endless expanse of ice, snow, and jagged peaks that stretch beyond the horizon. When I accepted the job to spend 2 months at a remote glacier research station, I thought I was prepared for isolation. I wasn't, not even close. The helicopter dropped me onto the station in late December, just as the last light of the sun disappeared behind towering ice cliffs. The wind howled across the glacier, carrying with it a biting cold that penetrated every layer of clothing I wore. The station was small, metallic, and elevated above the ice on stilts. It was isolated, with no roads, no nearby settlements, and no one scheduled to arrive for weeks. At first, the work was routine. Monitoring glacial movements, recording temperature changes, checking cameras, and maintaining the small station. But something felt off. The air was too silent, too still. Even the wind seemed to hesitate at times, as if the glacier itself was holding its breath. By nightfall, the isolation began to press in. Snowdrifts piled against the station walls, blocking some of the emergency exits. The wind rattled the metal beams. The storm outside was relentless, a whiteout of snow that turned the world into an unending, featureless void. At approximately 11:42 p.m., the first anomaly occurred. A shadow moved across one of the external cameras. I assumed it was a wandering animal at first, perhaps a fox or a wolf. But when I checked the other cameras, the shadow appeared closer each time. Sometimes in impossible locations on the roof, along the edge of the stilts, and sometimes directly outside my window. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped onto the narrow catwalk surrounding the station. The wind nearly knocked me over. I scanned the ice, but nothing moved, nothing alive. Only endless white. Yet, I could feel eyes watching me. Patient, deliberate, unseen. By 1:30 a.m., the scratching began. It started softly, at first, just above my sleeping quarters. Then it grew louder, sharper. It came from inside the walls, but also outside. The metal structure vibrated with the sound, echoing through the station like something enormous moving across the ice. I tried calling the main base. No signal. The satellite phone had died. No internet, no radio, no help. I was completely cut off from the world. Isolation was no longer a challenge, it was a predator. By 2:05 a.m., I could hear footsteps on the roof. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Not human. The station shuddered slightly with each step. I shone the flashlight upwards, and for a brief second I saw it. A figure, impossibly tall, thin, with limbs that bent the wrong way, standing above me on the roof. Its face was featureless, but I felt its gaze like a physical weight pressing down on me. I ran inside and locked every door. The lights flickered violently, then went out completely. Only the dim emergency lights glowed, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to move independently. The whispering started then. Low, guttural, and in a language I could not understand, but I knew the tone, patient, deliberate, and threatening. I'd barricaded myself in a small office where the communication equipment was stored. The scratching intensified. The walls seemed to pulse, bending slightly, as if the station itself were alive, twisting around me. I could hear breathing. Not one creature, but many. Slow, synchronized, deliberate. Drawing closer, hours passed, or maybe minutes, I could not tell. Time lost all meaning. Every corner, every shadow, every creak in the floor sounded like movement. I tried to sleep, but it was impossible. The air felt thicker, almost viscous, as if something unseen surrounded me. By 4:15 a.m., I could no longer deny it. The station was not empty. Something ancient, something patient, something utterly alien to human understanding was outside. Watching, waiting, I could sense it moving through the snow, its presence bending reality, warping the light and shadows. Finally, at 5:32 a.m., the storm began to die down. The helicopter arrived late, delayed by the blizzard. When the crew landed, they found me shaking, incoherent, covered in frost, and scratching marks across my arms that were not there the night before. The station appeared normal. No footprints. No signs of life beyond the snow. The exterior cameras recorded nothing unusual, but I knew the truth. The glacier hides secrets. The isolation is alive. And some nights, if you are alone and far enough from civilization, the world around you is not empty. It waits, patient, eternal, and some nights, it remembers you. Even now, months later, I wake in the middle of the night, hearing faint scratches in the walls, feeling unseen eyes staring at me through the darkness. The isolation was not just physical, it was something far older, far more intelligent. Waiting for the next person foolish enough to step onto the glacier. I will never go back. I will never speak of it again, but the memory remains burned into my mind. Some places on Earth are not meant for humans. Snow, ice, darkness, and isolation can hide terrors that the human mind cannot comprehend. And some nights, if you listen closely, the whispers can still be heard across the frozen expanse of the Yukon in the eternal night of the glaciers, patient, waiting, watching. Disturbing true midnight horror in a remote Alaskan ice cave. Some places are meant to remain unvisited. Deep in the northern Alaska wilderness, glaciers stretch endlessly. Ice caves form beneath their frozen weight, and the wind whispers secrets that humans were never meant to hear. I learned this the hard way in January 2025, when I accepted an expedition job to document rare ice formations in a remote glacier cave system. The journey began with a helicopter drop at the glacier's edge. Snowstorm warnings were strong, but I was told it was safe for a short trek to the cave entrance. I packed supplies, climbing gear, cameras, and emergency rations. The landscape was breathtaking, white plains stretching endlessly. Ice cliffs glimmering like glass in the dim Arctic light, but there was a suffocating emptiness to it. The entrance to the cave was narrow and jagged, hidden beneath a slope of snow. I squeezed inside just as the first night fell, the darkness swallowing the daylight behind me. The temperature dropped immediately. The sound of wind and shifting ice outside became muffled, but louder in the form of echoes bouncing off the walls. The cave smelled of cold, damp stone and ancient mineral. At first, exploration went smoothly. I photographed the ice formations, measured temperatures, and logged my coordinates. The cave expanded into a series of winding tunnels, some large enough to walk through, others forcing me to crawl. The light of my headlamp created eerie shadows that twisted along the walls. Then I heard the first sound that shouldn't exist, a faint whispering. It was soft, almost imperceptible, and it seemed to come from all directions at once. I paused, holding my breath. The cave was silent except for the echo of my own breathing. I chalked it up to nerves. The wind outside, the stress of isolation, it all made sense. But deep down I knew something was wrong. Hours passed. The darkness pressed in, and the cave tunnels became increasingly disorienting. My map was useless. The paths seemed to shift, the corridors elongating in ways that defied logic. I began to feel watched, a constant pressure in the back of my mind, as if eyes existed where none could be. At approximately 11:17 p.m., I stumbled into a chamber far larger than the entrance suggested. The walls glimmered with ice, reflecting my headlamp in distorted patterns. And that's when I saw it. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, standing motionless near the back of the chamber. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its head was tilted in a way no human head could be tilted. No face, only shadow, and yet I could feel its gaze like a physical force pressing against me. I froze, my heart hammered. The figure didn't move. It didn't breathe, or at least I couldn't hear it. Time slowed. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. The fear rooted me in place. Then the whispering grew louder. Not just sounds, but actual words or something resembling language. I couldn't understand it, but the tone was clear. Patient, deliberate, malevolent. I backed away slowly, trying to keep my eyes on the figure. That's when I realized. The shadows on the walls were moving independently. They twisted, stretched, and bent, mimicking the figure in impossible ways. I felt panic rising, a nausea of primal terror, as the air around me grew colder, almost viscous. I ran. Down the tunnels, blindly. Every turn I took seemed to lead me deeper, not out. The cave itself seemed alive, guiding me towards some unknown purpose. I heard footsteps behind me, soft but heavy, following my every move. The whispers multiplied, echoing from the walls, ceiling, and floor simultaneously. By 1:02 a.m., I reached a narrow tunnel I hadn't seen before. A sharp drop led to an icy cavern below. The figure was at the edge, waiting. Motionless, patient. The shadow stretched across the ice like a living stain. I scrambled down the slope, nearly slipping, my headlamp flickering with each step. Then the scratching began. Slow, deliberate, nails or claws across ice. Not outside, but everywhere. Above me, below me, all around me. My flashlight illuminated the figure briefly. It had moved impossibly fast, closer than physics should allow. Hours or maybe minutes passed. My mind lost track of time. Hunger, cold, and exhaustion blurred with the terror. I tried shouting, calling for help, but my voice echoed back at me in distorted, mocking tones. The cave had a way of twisting reality. By dawn, exhausted, I stumbled into a secondary entrance, a narrow crevasse leading outside. The blizzard had died down slightly. The sun reflected off the glacier, blindingly white. But as I looked back, the shadows shifted along the cave walls behind me. The figure was gone, but I knew it was still there. Waiting, patient, eternal. When the rescue helicopter arrived, I was shaking uncontrollably. The team found no footprints, no signs of another human or creature in the cave. The cameras recorded only my own movement, the ice and shadows distorted by light. I never returned. I never spoke of the encounter publicly. But I still feel it. Some nights in my dreams, I hear the whispers. The soft scratching, the air thick with cold intent. The cave wasn't just ice, it was alive, and it remembered me. Some places on Earth aren't just dangerous, they are alive, patient, waiting, and some nights, When the wind howls across the frozen glaciers of Alaska, if you listen closely, you can hear the whispers too. I know now that some isolated places are eternal prisons for the human mind. Isolation doesn't just test you, it hunts you. And the glaciers of Alaska hide predators older than humanity itself, unseen, patient, and infinitely cruel. Truly disturbing true winter horror in an abandoned Swedish mining village, far in the frozen north of Sweden, past the endless snowfields and pine forests. There is a place that time forgot, a mining village abandoned decades ago, left to decay under endless snow and ice. The villagers called it Glassfjell, but it had been deserted since the mines collapsed in the 1960s. The local legend said that those who ventured there alone never returned, or returned changed. I was a freelance documentary photographer, hired to capture rare images of abandoned Arctic settlements. I had explored isolated cabins and ice caves before, but nothing prepared me for Glassfjell. The helicopter dropped me at the edge of a snow-covered valley. The village lay beyond, almost invisible beneath drifting snow. Wooden houses leaned at precarious angles, their roofs sagging under the weight of decades of winter storms. Rusted mining equipment jutted from the snow like skeletons. At first, I was fascinated. The silence was overwhelming, no wind, no animals, no echoes, just a frozen stillness that pressed against the skin. I began photographing the village, climbing into empty homes and peering through cracked windows. Everything was coated in ice and frost. Every step I took stirred the silence like a stone dropped into a pond. Night fell fast in Lapland in December. By 10:30 p.m., the last light vanished. I set up a small camp in what used to be the village general store. The wind began to howl through the broken windows and collapsed walls, carrying a sound like low whispers. I assumed it was just the storm interacting with the hollow structures, but deep down, a sense of unease settled over me. Around midnight, the first incident occurred. A loud thud came from upstairs in the building, though the building only had one crumbling floor. I froze. The sound repeated, slow and deliberate, as if footsteps were pacing. I grabbed my flashlight and camera, prepared for a close-up of wildlife, but nothing was there. Only shadows, distorted by my headlamp, twisting across the walls. By 1:15 a.m., the noises intensified. I could hear scratching, scraping, almost like claws against wood and metal. It wasn't coming from one place, it was all around me, echoing unnaturally. My camera batteries flickered. Every shadow in the room seemed to move independently, stretching toward me in impossible ways. I tried calling for help. No cell signal. No radio, no satellite phone. Glassfjell was completely isolated, invisible to the modern world. The storm outside had worsened. Snow piled against the broken doors and windows. The village itself felt alive, anticipating my movements, responding to my fear. By 2:45 a.m., I ventured outside to photograph the abandoned mine entrance. The snowstorm reduced visibility to less than a meter. That's when I saw them figures moving through the snow. At first I thought they were ghosts of miners, but their movements were impossible. They glided, bending unnaturally, disappearing and reappearing as if the world itself had become liquid. Faceless, tall, their limbs too long, and each step leaving no footprints. Panic gripped me. I ran back to my shelter, but the figures were faster, circling the building, appearing in the shadows, vanishing when I turned the flashlight toward them. Low whispers now surrounded me, speaking in a language I could not comprehend. Yet the tone was clear, malicious, patient, and ancient. Hours or perhaps minutes passed. Time lost all meaning. My mind felt like it was being pulled in every direction. The temperature inside the abandoned store dropped dramatically. My breath visible in clouds and the shadows on the walls twisted into forms I could not name. The creatures outside were patient, intelligent, and aware of every movement I made. By 4:30 a.m., I realized that the village itself had become a trap. The structures seemed to shift subtly when I wasn't looking. Corridors bending impossibly, doors leading to rooms I had never seen. My maps and GPS were useless. The abandoned buildings were no longer inanimate. They were part of the entity outside, part of a living maze designed to trap and terrify. I barricaded myself in the basement of the general store. The scratching, whispering, and movement intensified. The shadows seeped through the cracks of the wooden walls, reaching toward me. I could feel a pressure on my chest, like invisible hands trying to pin me down. Sleep was impossible. Every sound, every vibration, every whisper made my mind scream. Finally, at 6:12 a.m., the storm began to ease. Sunlight weakly filtered through the broken windows. The figures were gone, or so it seemed. When a helicopter arrived to pick me up, I was shaking uncontrollably, frostbitten, and barely able to speak. The crew found no signs of the supernatural. No footprints. No distortions. Only an abandoned mining village, empty and silent. But I knew the truth. Glassfjell was alive. It waited, it watched. Some nights in my dreams I hear whispers in Swedish dialects. I do not know footsteps circling my bedroom shadows, moving across walls, and a cold patient presence that waits for the next human to wander too far into the frozen north. The village had taught me something terrifying. Isolation does not just challenge you, it hunts you. Darkness does not just conceal, it waits. And some places on Earth, abandoned and forgotten, are not empty. They are patient predators, older than humanity itself, eternal and infinitely cruel. Even now, when I see snow-covered ruins, abandoned cabins, or frost-laden forests, I feel it, the patient presence of Glassfjell, watching, waiting, eternal. Some places are never meant to be visited. When I returned to the helicopter, my mind thought the nightmare in Glassfjell had ended. I was wrong. The images, the whispers, the impossible shadows, they didn't stay in the village. Months passed, but the nightmares followed me. Sleep became a battleground. Shadows appeared in corners of my apartment, moving against the light, stretching unnaturally. The whispers returned, faint but persistent, and sometimes I could swear I heard footsteps pacing behind my bedroom door, even though no one was there. By mid-February, I received a call from a documentary producer who had seen my initial footage. They wanted a follow-up, a deeper exploration of Glassfjell. They'd promised a team, safety measures, and equipment. Against every instinct, I agreed. Part of me thought facing it again would exorcise the fear. Another part, deeper, older, knew the village would not let me go. We arrived by helicopter during twilight. The fjords were choked with snow. The village looked different. The decay had worsened, as if the structures themselves were alive, growing darker, twisting subtly in impossible ways. The air was thick and heavy, even our radios barely worked. We set up base in the old general store. The moment I stepped inside, the temperature dropped dramatically, and the whispering began again. My team laughed nervously, blaming the wind and their nerves. But I knew. I could feel it. The village remembered me. It had waited, patient, hungry. At 11 o'clock p.m., we explored deeper. The abandoned mine entrance called to me, more menacing than before. Inside, the air was damp, icy, and smelled of iron and rot. Our lights revealed scratch marks on the walls, deep, precise, claw-like. Some marks were fresh. By midnight, we heard movement. Soft shuffling like countless feet pacing in rhythm. Shadows flickered along the walls, bending and twisting independently of our lights. And then I saw them. Figures taller, thinner, and faster than any human. Faceless. Limbs bending impossibly. They were everywhere, sliding along walls, emerging from corners, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Panic gripped the team. I tried to lead them out, but the mine tunnels seemed to stretch endlessly. Every path we took looped back to the same chamber, as if the village itself had rearranged itself. The whispers became intelligible broken words in Swedish, a language I had never heard before, warning, mocking, and promising pain. By 2:30 a.m., the storm outside intensified. The village's windows rattled, doors banged, and snow fell in thick sheets. One team member screamed gone in an instant. No footprints, no sound of a body hitting the ground. Just vanished. The remaining members clung to me, terrified, but I could feel the entity moving closer, patient, studying, intelligent. I remember the corridor that changed. The walls, once wooden and decayed, twisted, forming impossible angles. Shadows multiplied, elongating toward us like reaching hands. I turned to photograph them, and in the camera lens, the figures were clearer, their faces featureless, but their presence radiated malice. Hours passed, or maybe seconds. Time lost all meaning. The air thickened, pressing on our chests. Breathing became a chore. One by one, the team started screaming, disappearing into walls, floors, or shadows. I ran blindly through the twisting corridors, carrying a flashlight and camera, hearing footsteps behind me, hundreds of them, but seeing nothing human. At 5:10 a.m., the storm began to ease. Sunlight barely filtered through broken windows. I emerged from the mine entrance, exhausted, frostbitten, and alone. The village looked peaceful in daylight, empty, inert. No evidence of the horrors from the night remained. My equipment was intact, but the footage revealed something impossible. Figures appearing in every shot, sliding across walls, standing in impossible poses, sometimes reflected in mirrors that shouldn't exist. The helicopter arrived and I left Glassfield behind once again. But the terror didn't stay there. My dreams were filled with the whispering, the scraping, the figures watching me from corners. I could see them in my reflection, in shadows, stretching and twisting in ways no human form could. Glassfield is not just a village, it is alive. It waits for the next soul foolish enough to return. The snow, the ice, the decaying wood, they are part of it. The creatures faceless, patient, eternal do not forgive. They remember, and they hunt. Now I warn anyone who seeks adventure in abandoned Arctic settlements. Some places are not meant to be visited. Some villages, some mines, some forests, they are alive, patient, malevolent, waiting. Glassfield is one of them. And if you ever hear whispers in the wind, footsteps where there should be none, or see shadows moving independently of light turn away, you may never leave. Even now, months later, I feel it watching through the shadows of my apartment. Through reflections on my screens, through glimpses in my peripheral vision, Glassfield did not let me go. And I know it never will. Ultimate true Arctic horror. The final nightmare in Sweden's haunted mining village. After surviving the second expedition to Glassfield, I thought I had escaped its grip. I was wrong. The nightmares, the whispers, the faceless shadows, they followed me like a disease. Every snowstorm reminded me of the fjords and the twisted village. But there was something I hadn't understood yet. Glassfield did not want me to leave. Months later, a package arrived at my apartment. Inside, a small frost-covered wooden box, carved with symbols I didn't recognize. There was no sender, only a note. Return. It is not finished. That same night, the whispers returned louder than ever, and shadows twisted across my walls, independent of any light source. I contacted a new team, experienced explorers and paranormal investigators. None of them knew the full danger. I didn't want them to, but I had no choice. We arranged to return to Glassfield by helicopter, armed with cameras, infrared sensors, and thermal equipment. My mind was consumed with dread, yet I couldn't resist the pull. Upon arrival, the village was worse than before. Snow had piled higher, collapsing some roofs entirely. The decay had accelerated unnaturally, and the wind carried an almost human-like whispering. I could feel it, the village itself aware of our presence, preparing for us. We set up camp in the general store once again. The temperature dropped far below expected norms, frost forming on our faces and equipment instantly. That night, the figures appeared not just outside but inside. The faceless entities glided through walls, then through corners, stretching impossibly. They seemed drawn to fear itself. Every sound we made, every flicker of light, every movement intensified their presence. By 11:45 p.m., one of my team vanished. No scream, no struggle. Just gone. Another attempted to leave, but the village had shifted. Doors led to rooms that didn't exist before. Corridors looped impossibly, defying physics. Glassfield itself had become a living labyrinth, designed to trap anyone who dared enter. I realized the key. The village thrived on isolation, fear, and the mind's fragility. The entities were not mindless, they were ancient, patient predators that had learned to manipulate perception. Shadows twisted into shapes from your memories, using your deepest fears against you. The whispering wasn't random. It was strategy, slowly eroding our sanity. By 2 a.m., only 2 of us remained. The rest had disappeared into the snow walls or shadows. The faceless figures pressed closer, and I could feel the village itself breathing. The air thickened until each breath burned. Every heartbeat echoed unnaturally. I finally understood. Leaving the village was impossible without facing it directly. Glassfield demanded confrontation. We followed a hidden tunnel beneath the old mine, illuminated by faint thermal anomalies. The walls were covered in carvings, symbols of miners, sacrifices, warnings. One carving depicted faceless figures dragging villagers into the earth. It was not legend, it was instruction. Survival depended on understanding the entities, or at least appeasing them. We reached a central chamber, frozen and dark. Shadows swirled in patterns, forming faces that mimicked lost team members. One figure stepped forward, tall, faceless, and impossibly fast. My companion froze, and within seconds, she vanished into its limbs, leaving only a scream that echoed endlessly. I was alone. Adrenaline took over. I remembered the wooden box that had arrived at my apartment. The carvings matched symbols in the chamber. Inside the box had been small stones, etched with runes. I scattered them across the floor. The shadow recoiled slightly, hissing in a way that sounded almost human, a mixture of anger and frustration. It was temporary, but it gave me a chance to escape. I ran blindly through twisting corridors, the walls bending impossibly. Snow and ice now flooded through cracks, slowing me. Figures appeared in every shadow, stalking, observing, anticipating. My flashlight flickered and died. Only instinct and adrenaline kept me moving. By 6 a.m., I stumbled outside as the first light filtered through snow clouds. The village appeared inert, ordinary, but I knew better. The whispers lingered faintly, the shadows receded only partially, and the wind carried a presence that would never release me. I was alive, but Glassfield had marked me. I had survived the final night, but I was changed forever. Now, when I close my eyes, I can see the village in its frozen glory. I can hear the whispers in every storm, every creaking floorboard, every snow-laden wind. Glassfield is patient. It waits for the next visitor, the next foolish soul drawn to its cursed isolation. Some places are not just haunted, they are alive. They are hunters. Glassfield proved that the most terrifying horror is not the cold, not the snow, not even the dark, but the knowledge that something ancient, patient, and malevolent is always watching, always waiting, and always hungry. Even now, months after leaving, I still feel its gaze. The shadows follow me. The whispers reach through walls. Glassfield did not let me go. It never will. Urban true remote mountain cabin horror story, trapped in the Canadian wilderness. I had been looking forward to a solitary winter retreat for months. The plan was simple, a week alone at a remote mountain cabin, nestled deep in the snow-covered peaks of British Columbia, far from any road, phone signal, or human presence. I was an urban dweller seeking peace, but the wilderness had plans that were far darker than solitude. The first day was serene. Snow blanketed the forest, the air crisp and brittle, the sky a pale gray dome. The cabin itself was small, wooden, with a fireplace and minimal furnishings. It seemed perfect, quaint, isolated, and silent, but that silence is what first unsettled me. Out in the woods, the quiet isn't peaceful, it's watchful. You feel it in your bones. By nightfall, the wind picked up. It howled like something alive, rattling the cabin's shutters. I sat by the fire, journal in hand, trying to record the day, but a strange feeling kept gnawing at me, like eyes watching from beyond the tree line. I laughed it off, telling myself it was the solitude playing tricks. Around 11 p.m., while fetching water from the small creek outside, I noticed footprints in the snow leading directly to the cabin. Only one set, large, irregular, and not human, heading straight to my front door, then disappearing. Panic rose. I ran inside, bolted the door, and double-checked the windows. My rational mind tried to reason it away. Animals. Maybe a deer, but deer don't leave prints that look humanoid, and they certainly don't vanish. Night 2 escalated the terror. The wind carried whispers, faint at first, almost like someone calling my name from the trees. The fireplace flared as if disturbed by some unseen hand. Shadows moved at the edge of my vision, fleeting, too large and tall to be natural. I recorded everything on my phone, but later the files were corrupted, static, dark shapes, and whispers captured instead. By night 3, I realized I was trapped. A snowstorm had begun, cutting off all access. Visibility beyond 10 feet. The cabin, once safe, now felt like a cage. Outside, the shapes moved. They weren't animals. They stood upright, thin, unervingly fast, gliding between trees, sometimes disappearing mid-step, sometimes lingering just beyond the cabin walls. I attempted to leave on day 4, but every path through the snow seemed impossible. Trails looped back, familiar landmarks twisted as if reality itself had warped. The forest became a labyrinth designed to keep me inside. Panic turned to terror when I realized the whispers had become intelligible. They were commands, urging me to step outside, to follow the shadows. By the 5th night, my supplies dwindled, my phone was dead, and I was hallucinating. The cabin walls seemed to pulse subtly, the floorboards groaning under invisible weight. The shadows inside were no longer content to stay at the edges. One night, I awoke to see a faceless figure standing at the foot of my bed, impossibly tall, limbs bending at unnatural angles. Its presence radiated pure malice. Desperation took over. I attempted to barricade the cabin, set traps, and even used the firewood to block doors. But the entity seemed to anticipate my every move. By morning, all barricades were torn apart, furniture overturned, and deep scratches etched into the wood walls. The whispers mocked me. They knew I was alone. On the sixth night, something changed. The storm intensified, winds shrieking like tortured spirits. The shadows pressed against the cabin walls. I huddled in the corner, praying, until one of the figures entered the room. I couldn't see a face, only a void where features should be, and it moved closer, gliding across the floor without a sound. My chest burned, heart hammering, but I couldn't move. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound, the ceiling above me split, as if something massive had fallen from the roof. Snow and ice poured in. I bolted for the door, slipping and sliding in the storm, the shadows gliding right behind me. I stumbled blindly through the blizzard, finally reaching a ridge I recognized from a distant view. I collapsed, freezing, shivering violently, but alive. The entities never left, their presence still in the air, haunting every gust of wind. Days later, when a rescue team finally reached the cabin, they found it abandoned, floors scratched, the fire pit cold but surrounded by odd large footprints. Nothing alive remained, except my journal, open on the table, pages smeared, as if someone or something had read it and left a warning. Never return. We watch, always. I left Canada permanently after that. Yet even now, when the wind rattles my urban windows or shadows creep along walls, I feel them, the tall, faceless figures of the mountain forest, waiting for the next soul brave enough or foolish enough to enter their domain. Survival was possible, barely. Sanity, I lost fragments of it. And the lesson is clear. Some places are alive. Some entities do not sleep. And some winter nights, the wilderness itself hunts the living. Disturbing true isolated cabin horror story. Alone in the frozen northern wilderness, it began as a simple escape from the chaos of city life. I had rented a small, isolated cabin in northern British Columbia, a place with no electricity except a generator, no cell phone reception, and no neighbors within miles. I thought solitude would heal me, but I underestimated the forest and what lurked in it. The first day was peaceful. Snowflakes fell like feathers, blanketing the jagged pines and making the world silent, almost unreal. Inside the cabin, the fireplace crackled, the scent of burning wood filling the air. I unpacked my supplies, lit candles for ambience, and even took a walk along the frozen river nearby. But the forest wasn't as quiet as it seemed. It hummed. A low vibration, almost imperceptible at first, thrummed under the snow and ice. I told myself it was just the wind, but the feeling in my chest said otherwise. That night, the whispers started. Faint at first, like the wind shifting through the trees, but unmistakable. My name, clear, deliberate, almost pleading. I froze, clutching my journal. "It's just my mind," I whispered. Yet the voice didn't stop. I tried recording it, but my phone picked up only static, broken fragments of words and long stretches of silence. By the second night, the isolation became suffocating. Snow piled high against the cabin walls, making escape impossible. Outside, I saw shapes gliding between the trees, impossibly thin, tall, and moving unnaturally fast. One paused just beyond the window, a featureless head tilted toward me, then vanished in an instant. Panic gripped me. I locked the doors, bolted the windows, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. On the third night, the storm intensified. Wind tore through the trees like screaming banshees. The cabin shuddered with each gust. The whispers returned, louder, repeating my name with an urgency that made my skin crawl. Shadows seemed to stretch and contort along the walls. I saw limbs bend at impossible angles, figures moving silently across the floor, and for the first time I felt genuine fear. Not imagined, but primal, deep in my bones. By the fourth night, the terror escalated. The shapes no longer stayed outside. One entered the cabin while I was asleep, standing at the foot of my bed. I awoke to a faceless void, taller than any human, limbs unnaturally long, radiating something dark and sentient. I froze. My body refused to move, heart hammering so violently I thought it might burst. The figure didn't speak, didn't attack, just stared, as if judging, waiting, days blurred. My generator died, my food supplies ran low, and the storm outside seemed endless. I attempted escape once, but every path twisted impossibly, returning me to the cabin no matter which direction I ran. The forest itself felt alive, a maze designed to trap and torment. At night, the whispers became instructions. Come out, follow, join us. I refused. But the pressure, the voices, the shapes pressing against my vision, made me question reality. On the sixth night, I witnessed something impossible. A shadow moved across the cabin ceiling, stretching long, impossibly thin, connecting the walls like liquid darkness. Footsteps appeared on the snow outside, large, irregular, not human, circling the cabin, pausing at each window. My journal, my only link to sanity, was thrown open, pages ripped, as if unseen hands had read every word. Desperate, I waited for the storm to end. When dawn finally broke, I escaped, staggering into the blizzard, snow up to my waist. Behind me, the forest seemed to sigh, the wind whispering my name in a low, threatening murmur. I never looked back. Weeks later, rescuers found the cabin. It was empty, yet every wall bore scratches, deep gouges, and footprints that made no sense, weaving in and out of the walls. My supplies were untouched, yet my journal, left on the table, had pages shredded and covered with illegible marks. A warning or message from whatever haunted the cabin. I left Canada forever, but the memory persists. Every winter wind, every shadow along a forested path, every quiet night feels alive. The truth is undeniable. The wilderness watches, waits, and hunts. Some places are not meant to be entered. Some entities do not forgive intrusion. And some snowbound nights, the forest itself becomes a predator, patient and eternal. Disturbing true remote lighthouse horror stories, alone on the cliffs of despair. I never believed in ghosts, or so I thought until I accepted a temporary job as a lighthouse keeper on Gallows Point, a small, isolated cliffside lighthouse in northern Maine. The lighthouse was centuries old, battered by wind and salt, surrounded by jagged rocks and an endless sea that roared like a living thing. When I arrived, the keeper, who normally worked there, handed me a rusty key, muttering something about watching the shadows. I laughed nervously, brushing off the comment. The first night was deceptively peaceful. The wind shook the lighthouse, but the waves crashing against the cliffs sounded almost musical, like the sea singing a lullaby. Inside, the spiral staircase groaned under my weight, and the lantern room's light cast long, wavering shadows across the walls. I ate dinner, wrote in my journal, and tried to settle in, but something felt wrong. By the second night, the unease grew. I began hearing footsteps echoing in the spiral staircase when I was alone in the lantern room. I checked the old brass door locks. They were secure. The walls, weathered and stained, seemed to pulse subtly, almost breathing. When I looked out the window, I swore I saw a figure standing on the jagged rocks below, but by the time I blinked, it had vanished. On the third night, the real terror began. The lighthouse foghorn, which had been silent, blasted without warning, shaking the windows. I rushed to the lantern room to check the controls. Nothing was wrong. Then I heard whispers, low and guttural, echoing through the walls, repeating my name. I froze. There was no one else for miles. By the fourth night, isolation had begun to warp my senses. I heard the stairs creaking in impossible sequences, the footsteps moving against gravity, descending while I climbed. Shadows gathered in corners, stretching unnaturally, twisting like smoke into grotesque forms. Sometimes I glimpsed faces appearing in the windows, only to disappear when I looked directly. On the fifth night, I realized the lighthouse wasn't just haunted, it was alive. Objects moved on their own. The journal I had been writing in was tossed across the room, pages ripped as if read by invisible hands. The lantern room's light flickered violently, revealing the cliffs below crawling with humanoid figures. Black silhouettes with long limbs and no discernible features, climbing silently. Sleep became impossible. Every creak of wood, every howl of wind, every wave crashing against the cliffs felt deliberate, as if the lighthouse itself were communicating in terror. I began hearing laughter, low and wet, echoing through the spiral staircase, sometimes from above, sometimes from below. On the sixth night, I witnessed something impossible. A figure entered the lantern room without opening the door, standing in the corner, taller than any human, its head featureless, limbs twisting unnaturally. It didn't move, didn't speak, but the air grew thick with dread. My heart pounded as if it were trying to escape my chest. The shadows in the room began to detach from the walls, crawling across the floor toward me. By the seventh night, the lighthouse had become a prison. Escape seemed impossible. Every path I tried led back to the base of the spiral staircase. The cliff outside had become a writhing landscape of black silhouettes, stretching impossibly into the fog, and the whispers intensified into commands. Come to us, stay forever, join the lighthouse. On the eighth night, I discovered a hidden room behind a crumbling wall. Inside were dozens of journals, all written by previous keepers. Each described the same phenomenon: isolation, whispers, shapes, and an overwhelming sense of being hunted. All ended the same way: last entries scribbled frantically, then nothing. The walls were stained with rust and something darker, an unidentifiable residue that reeked of iron and decay. By the 9th night, the figures in the cliffs began appearing inside the lighthouse, reflecting in the windows as I moved from room to room. My journal was shredded, scattered, as if the lighthouse itself were reading and mocking me. The whispers were now a roar, a chorus of unseen entities demanding attention, feeding on my fear. The 10th night was the climax of the terror. The foghorn screamed continuously, the wind tore the lighthouse apart, and the black figures became tangible, pressing against the walls, the windows, my skin, whispering secrets of death and despair. I ran to the spiral staircase, but it twisted endlessly, stretching beyond the limits of the lighthouse. Every step led me further from safety, into a vortex of cold, darkness, and impossibility. I survived somehow. I escaped as dawn broke, stumbling down the cliffside into the ocean mist. When rescue arrived, the lighthouse appeared normal, abandoned. The journals of previous keepers had vanished. But the wind still whispered my name, and the shadows followed, even in daylight. I never returned. The memory haunts me. Every night I hear the foghorn in my dreams, see the faceless figures on cliffs, and feel the lighthouse's relentless living stare. Some places are not meant to be visited, some jobs not meant to be held, and some lights should never be lit. Disturbing true abandoned lighthouse keeper horror stories, alone in the howling fog. I never believed in ghosts, demons, or anything supernatural. At least I didn't. Until the summer I took a temporary position as a lighthouse keeper on Black Hollow Point. A crumbling, abandoned lighthouse perched on the edge of jagged cliffs in northern Maine. It was the kind of place people whispered about, but never visited. Winds that howled like wolves, fog so thick it swallowed sound, and waves that smashed rocks into dust with a deafening roar. The lighthouse itself was ancient, made of stone so weathered it seemed to breathe. The metal spiral staircase leading to the lantern room groaned with every step. When I arrived, the last keeper handed me a rusty brass key, muttering, "Don't let the fog in, and don't look too closely at the windows after dark." I laughed nervously, thinking he was joking. I wasn't. Night 1. At first, the isolation felt almost peaceful. The wind shook the building, the waves below crashed rhythmically, and the lantern room's rotating light cast a steady hypnotic glow over the fog-choked cliffs. But when I climbed the spiral staircase to check the lamp, I noticed something unsettling. Shadowy shapes moving across the walls, independent of the lantern's light, flickering in ways that made no sense. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Night 2. By the second night, the unease grew. I began hearing footsteps echoing through the spiral staircase when I was alone. They weren't random. There was a rhythm, deliberate like someone pacing in anticipation. I called out, "Hello?" The only answer was the wind screaming through the broken windows. Later, I thought I glimpsed a figure standing on the cliff below. But when I blinked, it vanished. Night 3. On the third night, the lighthouse's foghorn blasted unexpectedly, shaking the windows and sending my heart into my throat. I rushed to the controls. Nothing was wrong. Then I heard it. Whispers, low and guttural, echoing through the stone walls, repeating my name over and over. I froze. There was no one else for miles. Night 4. Isolation began to warp my perception. The staircase seemed endless, turning on itself, stretching beyond the dimensions of the lighthouse. Shadows grew longer, twisting into grotesque forms. Sometimes I saw faces in the fog outside the windows, but they would vanish when I looked directly. The air felt heavy, suffocating, like the building itself was breathing, alive and aware. Night 5. The terror escalated. Objects moved on their own. My journal, which I had been carefully writing in, was torn across the floor, pages scattered. The lantern room's light flickered violently. When I looked out the window, I saw humanoid shapes crawling along the jagged cliffs, long-limbed and featureless, moving in unnatural, jerking motions. I tried to convince myself it was hallucination, stress, or exhaustion. Night 6. I began hearing laughter, low, wet, almost predatory, echoing from the staircase. The whispers became voices speaking in fragmented sentences. Stay, join us, forever. Every step I took seemed to provoke more activity. Shadows detached from the walls, slithering across the floor like smoke with teeth. Night 7. Desperation set in. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the stairs, every howl of wind, every wave smashing against the cliffs felt intentional, like a predator toying with me. That night, I discovered a hidden door behind the lantern room's old storage cabinet. Inside were dozens of journals, all written by previous keepers. Each chronicled the same horrors: isolation, whispers, shadows, and shapes in the fog. Each ended abruptly, frantically scribbled, then nothing. Some were stained with an unidentifiable dark substance that smelled metallic and rotted. Night 8. The figures in the fog became bolder, appearing inside the lighthouse itself. Reflections in the windows showed them looming behind me. I tried to move from room to room, but every path led me back to the spiral staircase. It twisted impossibly, stretching like it had no end. The whispers turned into a chorus, demanding my attention, feeding on my fear. Night 9. By now, the lighthouse had fully become a prison. The shadows were tangible. The lantern flickered, revealing a tall, featureless figure in the corner of the lantern room, its limbs twisting unnaturally, staring at me. The air grew thick, cold, almost suffocating. I couldn't breathe without feeling the shadows press against me, unseen hands scraping across my skin. Night 10. The climax was beyond comprehension. The foghorn screamed continuously. The wind tore at the lighthouse walls, and the black figures pressed from the cliffs and corners, whispering, laughing, clawing, reaching. My sanity fractured as the lighthouse became a vortex of darkness and cold, stretching the spiral staircase into infinity. I ran, but there was no exit, only the chorus of whispers growing louder. Join us, stay forever. The light is ours. When dawn finally broke, I stumbled out, trembling, bloodied, soaked from the ocean mist. The lighthouse appeared entirely normal, abandoned. The journals of previous keepers had vanished. But the whispers never left me. Even today, I can hear the foghorn in the distance, see shadowed figures on cliffs, and feel the lighthouse's relentless stare. Some places are never meant to be visited. Some jobs are never meant to be held. And some lights should never, ever be lit. Disturbing, true, isolated cabin horror stories that will haunt you forever. It was mid-November, a time when the woods surrounding Pine Hollow Cabin began to settle into the still, bone-chilling silence of winter. Jessica, a 22-year-old college student with a love for solitude, had rented the cabin to escape the noise of the city and finish her thesis. Nestled deep in the forest, the cabin had no cell service, a dirt road that twisted like a serpent for miles, and a faint smell of pine resin mixed with damp earth. The first evening passed uneventfully. Jessica unpacked, set up her laptop, and made a small fire in the stone fireplace. Outside, the wind whispered through the skeletal trees, carrying with it the faint echo of what could have been animals or something else. She dismissed the thought and focused on her work, occasionally glancing at the old analog clock that ticked too loudly against the walls of the cabin. Around midnight, she awoke to a sharp creak coming from the hallway. The cabin had an attic, accessible by a narrow wooden staircase hidden behind a closet door. Jessica had been told it was empty and dusty, just a storage space for old furniture. Yet the creak was distinct like footsteps. Heart pounding, she rationalized that it was the settling of the old wooden floor, or perhaps a branch scraping against the roof. She lay back down, pretending to be asleep, hoping it would stop. It didn't. Over the next hour, the creaking became rhythmic, deliberate. She could almost count the steps. 1, 2, 3, pause, 1, 2, 3. Her throat dry, she reached for her phone. Nothing, no signal. The wind outside intensified, and she swore she heard whispering, soft and almost melodic, coming from the attic. Jessica's logical mind screamed that this was impossible, yet every instinct in her body told her otherwise. Gathering courage, she crept toward the closet. Her fingers trembled as she turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The staircase to the attic loomed, shadowed and narrow. She climbed slowly, each step groaning under her weight. At the top, the attic was dark, thick with dust and cobwebs. Her flashlight barely penetrated the gloom, revealing stacks of old, moth-eaten furniture and boxes labeled in a handwriting she didn't recognize. Then she saw it scratched into the wooden floorboards, fresh and jagged. "You are not alone." Her blood ran cold. She spun around, but the attic was empty. A gust of cold air slammed the door shut behind her, plunging her into darkness. She fumbled with the flashlight. Its beam flickered, revealing a corner of the attic where the shadows seemed to writhe, forming shapes that resembled human figures crouched and staring. Jessica's breath came in short gasps as she stumbled down the stairs, tripping over a loose board. Back in the main room, she bolted to the front door. Her fingers fumbled with the lock. Outside, the wind carried the sound of footsteps circling the cabin, slow, deliberate. She ran to the nearest window and peeked nothing but endless darkness and the swaying silhouettes of trees. But then she saw it, a shadow, tall and thin, standing just beyond the tree line, watching her. Its head tilted unnaturally, almost too far, and she could swear it smiled. Desperate, she grabbed the kitchen knife and bolted to the bedroom. The footsteps followed. They were inside the cabin now. Jessica's breathing became ragged. She pressed herself against the wall, knife raised, as the shadow began to seep into the doorway like smoke. And then she heard it, a whisper right next to her ear, soft but cold. "You should have stayed in the city." Morning came, and the sunlight filtering through the windows made the cabin look harmless again. Jessica was gone. Locals say she vanished without a trace. The rental property sits empty now. The sign at the gate weathered, "Pine Hollow Cabin available for rent." But at night, hikers and hunters report hearing the same rhythmic creaking of footsteps in the attic, whispers echoing through the woods, and the tall, thin figure standing silently at the edge of the forest, watching. Some swear they've seen scratches on the floorboards spelling the same warning: "You are not alone." If you ever consider a getaway to an isolated cabin, remember this story. The silence of the woods can be comforting, but sometimes it's waiting. Disturbing true remote cabin horror stories that will freeze your soul overnight. It was a bitterly cold night in late November when Claire, a 24-year-old freelance writer, decided to spend a weekend alone at the remote Hollow Pines cabin, tucked deep in the Appalachian woods. The cabin had no electricity beyond a few old lanterns, no Wi-Fi, and no cell service, a perfect escape from the chaos of her city life. The road leading to it was a winding dirt path that disappeared into thick forests, barely wide enough for a single car, littered with jagged rocks and fallen branches. Claire arrived just as dusk was settling, painting the sky in bruised purples and dark indigos. The cabin's wooden exterior creaked as the wind pushed through the surrounding pine trees. Inside, she found an old fireplace, a few worn-out armchairs, and a dusty bookshelf lined with books that smelled faintly of mildew. The first hour passed quietly. She unpacked her laptop, brewed some coffee, and lit a small fire. But as darkness fully enveloped the woods, the cabin seemed to change. The wind howled like a chorus of desperate voices, rattling the windows and doors. Around 11 p.m., Claire heard it, a sharp knock at the front door. The sound was distinct and deliberate, echoing against the cabin walls. She froze, staring at the door. "It's probably just a branch," she whispered to herself, though the rational explanation felt hollow. Another knock, this time louder, followed. She cautiously approached the door and peeked through the small window. Nothing. The woods outside were empty, silent except for the wind. Unease settled in her stomach like a cold stone. She tried to focus on her writing, but the sound of soft footsteps began echoing from the attic. The cabin had a small, narrow staircase hidden behind a closet door that led up into the attic. The first step creaked under her weight, sending her heart racing. When she pushed open the attic door, a blast of icy air hit her face. The attic was dark, filled with old furniture draped in moth-eaten sheets. But something caught her eye. Faint scratches in the dust forming letters that read, "Stay forever." The hairs on her neck stood on end. She turned quickly, but the attic seemed empty. Yet she felt it, the presence of something just beyond the shadows. Her flashlight flickered as she tried to illuminate the corners, revealing shapes that seemed to shift and move when she blinked. Then she heard a whisper, soft, icy, coming from behind the stacks of boxes. "You can't leave." Claire bolted down the stairs and ran to the door, fumbling with the lock. Outside, the forest was unnaturally still, yet she could hear footsteps circling the cabin, slow, methodical, always just out of sight. She grabbed a heavy lantern and cautiously stepped onto the porch. That's when she saw it. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, emerging from the shadows. Its limbs moved in jerky, unnatural motions, and its face was obscured by the darkness, yet she felt its gaze pierce her very soul. Panic took over. She slammed the door and ran to the small bedroom, barricading herself with the bed and dresser. The footsteps entered the cabin now, creaking along the wooden floors in deliberate, echoing steps. A whisper repeated, louder this time, "Don't run. You belong here." The walls seemed to close in, the shadows thickening, curling around the corners of the room like living smoke. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Claire couldn't tell. The fire dwindled to embers. Her flashlight died. The whispering continued, now multiple voices overlapping, chanting in a low, incomprehensible tone. Every creak, every groan of the cabin felt deliberate, purposeful. Then, without warning, the attic door slammed open, revealing a dark silhouette crouched at the top of the staircase, motionless but impossibly menacing. By morning, the cabin appeared ordinary again. The sun filtered through the windows, illuminating dust-covered furniture and empty rooms. Claire was gone. No car tracks on the dirt road. No footprints in the snow that had fallen overnight. Locals claim the cabin is cursed. Those brave or foolish enough to rent Hollow Pine's cabin report hearing the same footsteps at night. Whispers from the attic, and glimpses of a tall, thin figure standing silently among the trees, always watching, always waiting. Some say the scratches remain, carved into the floorboards. Stay forever. If you ever consider a remote cabin getaway, remember this story. Isolation can be deadly. Sometimes the silence of the forest isn't peace, it's patience. Disturbing true remote lighthouse horror stories that will haunt your nights forever. It was late October when Jordan, a 27-year-old freelance photographer, decided to spend a weekend at the abandoned Blackstone Lighthouse. Perched on the edge of a jagged cliff overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, the lighthouse had been decommissioned for decades. Its white paint chipped and flaking, the spiral staircase inside creaking ominously. Jordan had rented the small keeper's cottage nearby for solitude, hoping to capture the eerie beauty of the lighthouse against stormy skies, but what awaited him was far beyond artistic inspiration. The first evening was deceptively quiet. The wind howled against the cliffs, and the waves crashed violently below, sending plumes of sea spray high into the air. Jordan set up his camera equipment, took a few test shots, and explored the lighthouse interior. The lower rooms were filled with decayed furniture, rusted tools, and the unmistakable smell of mildew and salt. The spiral staircase groaned under every step as he ascended, each echo bouncing off the stone walls. Around midnight, a sudden chilling fog rolled in from the ocean. Visibility dropped to almost nothing, and the lighthouse lamp, though long decommissioned, appeared to flicker faintly from within. Jordan laughed nervously, convincing himself it was a trick of the shadows. But then he heard a soft, dragging sound from the upper levels of the lighthouse, like chains scraping against the floor. Curiosity battled fear, and he climbed the staircase toward the noise. Each step creaked louder, reverberating through the narrow shaft. When he reached the top, the fog outside had thickened, wrapping the lighthouse in a suffocating white veil. He saw a figure at the edge of the balcony, a tall, emaciated man with skin like wet parchment, staring at the sea with hollow eyes. Before Jordan could speak, the figure slowly turned toward him. Its mouth opened, not to scream, but to whisper a chilling guttural sound. "You should not be here." Jordan stumbled backward, nearly falling down the spiral staircase. The sound of footsteps followed him, echoing and multiplying as if invisible entities were descending behind him. The lighthouse walls seemed to breathe, shifting shadows twisting into faces and hands, reaching for him. His flashlight flickered violently, illuminating glimpses of old lighthouse keepers' portraits' eyes scratched out, mouths open in silent screams. He tried to leave, but the fog outside had thickened into an impenetrable wall. The cottage was nowhere to be seen. Desperate, he ran to the lighthouse lamp room, hoping for a vantage point. The view outside was impossible, a churning gray sea, the cliffs stretching endlessly, yet the sound of waves was replaced by whispers. Countless voices overlapping, chanting, "Stay, forever." Suddenly, a hand clamped over his shoulder. Jordan spun, but there was no one there. The spiral staircase below now seemed infinite, descending into darkness that pulsed and moved. The lamp flickered one last time, casting shadows that crawled up the walls and ceilings, forming skeletal figures that reached toward him. Panic consumed him. He tried to scream, but no sound emerged, only the whispers, growing louder, more insistent. Hours or perhaps minutes passed. When the fog finally lifted, rescuers found the lighthouse empty. Jordan was gone. His camera equipment remained, recording static-filled images, glimpses of the skeletal figure, impossible angles of the staircase, and one chilling frame, his own terrified face staring into the lens, eyes wide with the realization that he would never leave. Local legend claims that anyone who enters Blackstone Lighthouse alone at night risks vanishing into the fog, becoming part of the whispers, a new face among the haunted portraits. Some nights, sailors swear they see the lamp flicker, though the lighthouse has been decommissioned for decades. And those who peer into the fog too long claim they can hear faint whispers calling their names, urging them to stay forever. If you ever consider exploring a remote lighthouse on a stormy night, remember Jordan's story. The isolation isn't peaceful, it's a trap, a portal into something older, darker, and endlessly patient. Disturbing true remote cabin nightmare. The shadows that watch you, it was the kind of winter night that seeps into your bones. The air thick and bitter. The sky a heavy blanket of clouds blocking the moon. Emma, a 25-year-old travel blogger, had rented a secluded cabin deep in the Ashwood Forest, miles from the nearest town. She had promised herself this trip would be peaceful. Snow-covered pines, crackling fireplaces, and solitude. But Black Pine Hollow Cabin had a history. The listing conveniently omitted stories of disappearances, whispers in the trees, and shadows that moved when no one else was around. The first evening was calm. Emma unpacked her camera, journal, and laptop, setting up by the fireplace. The cabin smelled of old wood, pine, and a faint hint of smoke. Outside, the wind sighed against the eaves, brushing against the tall, skeletal trees like hands seeking to grab at the glass. She laughed nervously to herself, attributing the sound to imagination, and curled up with a mug of hot chocolate. Around 11:47 p.m., the first sound arrived. A soft tap, tap, tap above her head. The cabin had a loft area, accessible by a narrow, creaking staircase hidden behind a folding screen. Emma froze. She remembered the listing warning, loft closed, do not enter. Heart racing, she tried to rationalize. Maybe a branch hit the roof, or an animal had gotten in. But the tapping persisted, deliberate, rhythmic. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. Tap. Her curiosity, mixed with unease, won over caution. She grabbed a flashlight and slowly approached the loft. Each step made the old wooden floorboards groan under her weight, echoing unnaturally in the silent cabin. At the top, the loft was dark, filled with dust-covered furniture, old trunks, and boxes labeled in handwriting that made her skin crawl. Then she saw it. Carved into the floorboards, jagged and fresh, were words she didn't recognize at first, but clarity struck her in icy terror. "You're not supposed to be here!" A sudden gust slammed the loft window, rattling the glass. Emma spun around, flashlight shaking, revealing shadows that seemed thicker than the darkness itself. They weren't just shapes, they moved. Crouched figures, twisted and thin, watching her. The air grew colder, and she could see her breath hanging in front of her face. Panicking, she stumbled down the stairs, scraping her hands on splintered wood. Back in the main room, she grabbed the heavy fireplace poker, trying to steady herself. The cabin was silent, almost peaceful, but then she heard it. The faintest whisper, so soft she could barely register it. "We've been waiting." Emma's pulse raced. She ran to the front door, only to find it frozen shut from the heavy snowfall outside. Through the frosted window, she glimpsed a figure at the tree line. Impossibly tall, unnaturally thin, head tilted at a sharp, inhuman angle. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, flickered with an orange glow, unmoving yet piercing. She felt its gaze crawl through the walls and settle into her bones. The night became a relentless torment. Every sound was amplified. Footsteps above, scratching at the walls, whispers from the corners of the cabin. Shadows twisted along the floors, stretching, bending, coiling like dark smoke. She swung the fireplace poker blindly, but it hit nothing but empty air. The whispers grew louder, almost melodic. "You shouldn't have come. You can't leave." Hours seemed to pass in seconds. Emma felt a hand brush her shoulder, though when she spun around, nothing was there. The fire flickered violently, casting grotesque, shifting faces on the walls. The loft staircase creaked again, each step echoing like a drumbeat of doom. Then she noticed scratches appearing on the floorboards, seemingly forming by themselves, spelling the same warning repeatedly. "Go back while you can." As dawn approached, the first faint light revealed the cabin as ordinary as ever. No evidence of the night's horrors except the jagged messages etched into the floor. But Emma was gone. Her car remained at the forest edge. The cabin, now abandoned, waits silently for its next visitor. Locals say that hikers passing by Black Pine Hollow report hearing footsteps in the loft, whispers from empty rooms, and shadows that linger at the tree line. Security cameras installed by curious adventurers have captured figures that bend and twist in ways that defy reality. No one stays the night, and those who do often vanish, leaving only their belongings and a message carved into the wood. You were warned. Disturbing true remote cabin horror story that will haunt you forever. It all began on a cold November morning when Emily, a 23-year-old freelance writer, decided to take a break from the chaos of city life. She had booked a secluded cabin in the dense forests of Black Hollow Woods, a place so remote that GPS barely registered her location. The idea of total isolation seemed perfect for her project. A book compiling true horror experiences from people who had been alone in the wild. What she didn't anticipate, however, was that she would soon become part of the story herself. The drive to the cabin was long and nerve-wracking. The forest thickened as she followed the winding dirt road, flanked on both sides by trees that seemed to lean in closer with every mile. Mist clung to the ground, curling around her tires like ghostly fingers. She kept her music low, partly to conserve her sanity, partly because the silence itself was unnerving. Every snapping branch echoed louder than it should have. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps pacing her car. By the time she reached the small clearing where the cabin stood, her nerves were already fraying. The cabin itself was rustic log walls, a stone chimney, and windows darkened by layers of dust. It looked peaceful during the day, almost picturesque, but something about the way the shadows hugged its corners made her stomach churn. Emily parked and stepped out, the cold biting through her jacket. The air smelled like wet pine needles and damp earth. She carried her luggage to the front door, noticing a small, faded sign nailed to a tree. Black Hollow Cabin, no visitors after sunset. Once inside, the cabin was cozy, but musty. A firewood pile sat next to the fireplace, and the furniture was old but sturdy. She unpacked, arranged her laptop on the wooden desk near the window, and decided to explore the rooms. There was a small kitchen, a living area, a bedroom, and a loft accessible by a narrow staircase tucked behind a sliding door. Curiosity and excitement had her ignoring the gnawing unease that had been building in her chest. Night fell quickly in the forest. By the time Emily lit a fire and brewed tea, darkness had swallowed the trees. The first sounds were subtle and occasional groan from the wooden floorboards, the wind rattling the window panes, and somewhere far off, the echo of a branch snapping. She told herself it was normal. The woods had sounds and old cabins settled. Still, when she climbed into bed, she felt eyes on her, though she was alone. Around 1:17 a.m., Emily awoke to the creak of the loft stairs. Her heart jumped. She lived alone. There was no one else in the cabin. The sound stopped after a single step, then resumed slow, deliberate, like someone was testing the floor. She froze, listening. Another creak, then silence. She tried to calm herself, chalking it up to old wood settling. But then came the whispers. They were faint at first, like wind through the cracks, but unmistakable, low, melodic, almost taunting. Words she couldn't make out. Shaking, she grabbed her flashlight and tiptoed to the sliding door. The loft stairs were visible, but empty. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but curiosity held her. Slowly, carefully, she climbed. Each step groaned under her weight. Dust motes floated in the flashlight beam, creating eerie shapes. Then she saw it. A message scratched into the wooden floor, freshly carved. You shouldn't be here. Emily's blood ran cold. Her hands trembled as she spun around. The loft seemed empty, but shadows danced unnaturally. One corner of the room looked darker than the rest, moving as if it were alive. She stumbled back, almost losing her footing, and fled downstairs. Her breathing was ragged. She locked the loft door and pressed herself against the living room wall, clutching a kitchen knife she had grabbed in panic. The wind outside intensified, carrying more whispers. They grew louder, more insistent, almost circling the cabin. Emily's ears strained. Every floorboard in the cabin creaked, even ones she hadn't stepped on. Then came footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving toward the front door. She ran to a window and peered out. Darkness. Nothing. And yet she knew she was being watched. Her eyes darted across the trees. At the edge of the clearing stood a figure tall, thin, unnaturally straight. Almost like a human-shaped shadow watching her. Its head tilted unnaturally. Its eyes glinted, reflecting the firelight inside the cabin. Emily tried to call for help, but there was no signal. Her phone screen stayed stubbornly blank. Panic settled in, thick and suffocating. She barricaded the front door with a chair, moving as quietly as possible, hoping whatever it was would leave. But the whispers now echoed from inside the cabin, from the very walls themselves, wrapping around her mind like a vice. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes. Emily could no longer distinguish reality from hallucination. Shadows moved with intent. The fireplace flickered, revealing shapes crouched at the corners of her vision. Sometimes she swore the loft door handle rattled on its own. Sometimes the whispers grew louder, almost forming words. Join us. Leave. You belong. By morning, exhaustion and fear had taken over. Emily decided she had to leave. She packed her belongings, not daring to look at the loft. Stepping outside, the cold hit her like a wall. The forest looked empty in the daylight, but she could feel eyes following her. The dirt road she had driven in on now seemed endless. Every tree looked like it was moving slightly when she wasn't looking directly at it. Then she saw it again, the tall, thin figure standing at the tree line. Its head cocked, unnaturally, and a crooked smile stretched across a shadowed face. Emily ran without looking back. Her car had a flat tire. She had no phone signal. The woods around her seemed to close in, paths twisting unnaturally. Every snapping twig sounded like something was following her. Hours later, she reached a ranger station at the edge of the forest. Breathless, terrified, she told them what happened. The rangers exchanged glances. One finally spoke. Black Hollow Woods. That cabin has claimed people before. We don't go near it after sunset, and anyone who rents it usually disappears. Emily left immediately, never looking back. The cabin remains empty, decaying slowly in the heart of Black Hollow Woods. Locals warn hikers, hunters, and thrill seekers. Do not go there alone. Do not answer the whispers. And whatever you do, do not enter the loft. Some hikers report hearing the rhythmic creaking of steps, whispers, and sometimes seeing a tall, thin figure at the edge of the clearing, just standing, watching. Scratches appear on the wooden floor of the cabin whenever it is briefly inspected. You shouldn't be here. Emily never spoke of it publicly again. But her notes, later found abandoned in a nearby cabin she rented for another trip, were filled with frantic scribbles. It watches. It waits. I can't escape. The shadows are alive. The cabin wants me. The loft. The loft. Those who are brave or foolish enough to enter the cabin today are warned. Silence in Black Hollow Woods is deadly. The shadows have names. They keep the lost. And the loft always waits. Disturbing true funeral home horror stories that will haunt your nightmares. I never thought I'd end up working in a funeral home. My name is Alex, and back in 2018, fresh out of mortuary school at just 24 years old, I took a night shift position at Evergreen Memorial Funeral Home in a quiet suburban town in the Midwest. The pay was decent, the hours suited my insomnia, and honestly, I figured dealing with the dead would be quieter than dealing with the living. Boy, was I wrong. What started as a routine job turned into a series of events that still make my skin crawl every time I think about them. These aren't urban legends or exaggerated tales. These are real experiences from my time there, pieced together from what I witnessed, what my coworkers confessed in hushed tones during smoke breaks, and the official reports I managed to glimpse before I quit. If you're into true scary stories, disturbing real-life horror, or creepy funeral director confessions, buckle up. This is the kind of stuff that proves death doesn't always mean peace. The funeral home was an old, Victorian building built in the late 1800s with creaky wooden floors, dimly lit hallways, and a basement prep room that always smelled. Like a mix of formaldehyde floral arrangements gone bad and something metallic I could never quite place. The cooler room upstairs held the bodies on metal shelves, like a morbid library, and the embalming room downstairs had drains in the floor for, well, you know. My shifts were usually from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., handling overnight arrivals from hospitals, accident scenes, or homes where someone had passed unexpectedly. Most nights were uneventful, logging in bodies, basic prep if needed, answering rare phone calls from grieving families. But some nights felt like the building itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. My first real unsettling moment happened about a month in. It was a rainy November night, the kind where the wind howls through the eaves and rattles the old windows. We got a call from a local hospital around midnight. An elderly man, Mr. Harlan, 82 years old, had passed from heart failure. Natural causes, no autopsy needed. I drove the hearse to pick him up, wheeled him in on the gurney, and parked him in the cooler. Standard procedure. Tag the tow, cover with a sheet, log the details. He was a big guy, over 6 feet, with a full beard and hands that looked like they'd worked hard his whole life, calluses thick as leather. The next evening, as I was prepping for handover to the day shift, the embalmer, an older guy named Phil, who'd been in the business for 30 years, called me down to the basement. "Kid, you gotta see this," he said, his voice shaky in a way I'd never heard before. Phil was the type who joked about everything. Dark humor is how we cope in this field, but that night, he looked pale under the fluorescent lights. Mr. Harlan was on the table, naked under the harsh glare, and Phil had started the process. Incision in the neck to raise the carotid artery. Trocar inserted into the abdomen to aspirate fluids. But something was off. As Phil injected the embalming fluid, a pinkish mix of formaldehyde, dyes, and preservatives, Mr. Harlan's body began to react. It started subtle. A low groan escaped from his throat, like air being forced out of a balloon. I froze, thinking it was just gas releasing from decomposition. Happens sometimes with fresh bodies. But then his fingers twitched, not rigor mortis setting in. This was different. His right hand curled slowly, knuckles cracking audibly, as if he was clenching a fist. Phil stopped pumping the machine. "That's not normal," he muttered. We both stared as the groan came again, deeper this time, almost like a sigh of relief or pain. The room felt colder suddenly, the hum of the ventilation system louder. Phil, trying to play it cool, said, "Probably just residual nerve impulses. Bodies can twitch for hours after death." But his hands were trembling as he resumed. Then it escalated. As the fluid distributed, Mr. Harlan's eyes closed until then snapped open. Not gradually, but wide, staring straight at the ceiling light. The pupils were dilated, glassy, but for a split second, it felt like they focused on us. Phil yelped and dropped the injector tube. Fluid sprayed across the table, mixing with the draining blood in the gutters. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. I backed up against the wall, heart pounding so hard I thought I'd join Mr. Harlan on the table. We waited, breathless, but nothing else happened. No sitting up, no more groans, just those dead eyes staring. Phil finished the job in record time, sutured the incisions, and we wheeled him back upstairs. He told the director the next day it was post-mortem reflexes, but I overheard him later telling another coworker he'd never seen eyes open like that mid-embalming. Like the old bastard was watching me pump him full of poison. That incident shook me, but I pushed it down, rationalized it away. Bodies do weird things. Gases build up, muscles contract unexpectedly. It's science, not supernatural. But the funeral home had a reputation among locals. Whispers of hauntings from its long history. It had been a private residence once, then a hospital during the Spanish flu epidemic in 1918, where dozens died in the basement. Some said their spirits lingered, unwilling to leave. A few weeks later, during a brutal winter storm that knocked out power for hours, things got worse. We had multiple bodies in-house. A young woman from a car crash, an infant from seeds, and a middle-aged man who'd overdosed. The generator kicked in for the coolers, cut and let them thaw, but the rest of the building was pitch black, except for flashlights. I was alone that night. Phil had called out sick. Around 2 a.m., I was in the arrangement room upstairs, organizing files by lantern light, when I heard footsteps. Slow, shuffling drags across the hardwood floor in the viewing parlor next door. The parlor was empty, no services scheduled. I called out, "Hello? Maintenance?" Nothing. But the footsteps continued back and forth, like someone pacing in dress shoes on gravel. My flashlight beam trembled as I crept to the door and peeked in. Empty. Rows of folding chairs, the casket pedestal bare, floral stands dusty. But the air was thick, heavy with that embalming smell amplified by the cold. Then a whisper. Faint, like wind through a crack, but words, cold. So cold. I bolted downstairs to the office, locked the door, and sat there until dawn, convincing myself it was the storm playing tricks, branches scraping windows, pipes contracting. But the next morning, when the day crew arrived, they found frost patterns on the parlor windows, handprints, small ones, like a child's, pressed from the inside. The creepiest night, the one that made me quit, was in early spring. We'd received a body from a nursing home, Mrs. Eleanor Graves, 93, dementia patient who'd wasted away. She was tiny, frail, skin like parchment over bones. No family claimed her immediately, so she stayed in the cooler for days while paperwork processed. One night, I was doing rounds, checking temperatures, when I noticed her shelf's door slightly ajar. Ought I always close them tight? I pushed it shut, but as I did, I swear I felt resistance, like something inside was pushing back. Later, around 3 a.m., the witching hour, as Phil called it, I was in the embalming room cleaning tools when the intercom buzzed. Our system had old call buttons in the cooler for, well, historical reasons, I guess. But it crackled to life. A faint, raspy breathing, then a voice, female, ancient. "Help me." I dropped the scalpel, ran upstairs. The cooler was silent, doors closed. But Mrs. Graves' sheet was rumpled, as if she'd shifted. Rigor had long passed. She shouldn't move. Terrified, I called Phil at home. He came in, grumbling, and we checked her together. Pulse? Nothing. Eyes? Closed. But as we stood there, her mouth parted slightly, and a sigh escaped, not gas but air, warm against my hand when I checked. Phil's face went white. "She's gone," he said, but we both knew something lingered. The final straw came during her cremation. We don't have an on-site retort most small homes outsource, but Phil prepped her for transport. As he dressed her in a simple gown, he found something in her clenched fist. A small locket, engraved with a date from 1918. Inside, a photo of a young woman eerily similar to Mrs. Graves in her youth, and a lock of hair. No one knew where it came from. Nursing home said she had no possessions. Phil pried it open, and that's when the lights flickered. The temperature plummeted. And from the cooler, we heard knocking deliberate. 3 times, pause, 3 times. We rushed her out that day. I quit a week later, citing personal reasons. Phil retired soon after, muttering about worms in the bodies. No one else could see hallucinations from years of exposure, or something worse. The funeral home is still open, but locals avoid night services. If you're searching for true disturbing funeral home horror stories, real mortician confessions, creepy embalming experiences, or terrifying true stories from funeral directors that will keep you up at night, these are them. Death isn't the end. Sometimes it's just the beginning of something watching back. Sleep tight. Or don't. Terrifying true abandoned hospital horror stories that still haunt former staff. My name is Sarah, and in the summer of 2019, at the age of 26, I took what I thought would be a simple urban exploration gig that quickly turned into the most terrifying chapter of my life. A small production company hired a team of us, me, 2 photographers, and a sound guy to film overnight footage inside the abandoned St. Mary's Mercy Hospital on the outskirts of a dying industrial town in Pennsylvania. The place had been shut down abruptly in 2008 after a massive funding scandal, leaving equipment, patient files, and even some personal belongings behind. Everyone local knew the stories. Patients vanishing from wards, screams heard at night, shadowy figures caught on old security feeds before the power was cut. We figured it was all exaggerated folklore to keep kids out. We were wrong, dead wrong. If you're searching for true abandoned hospital horror stories, real urban explorer nightmares, terrifying true encounters in derelict medical facilities, or disturbing overnight experiences in haunted hospitals, these are the events that made 3 out of 4 of us quit exploring forever. St. Mary's was a massive 5-story complex built in the 1930s, with a newer wing added in the 70s that looked like a concrete prison block. Vines choked the brickwork, windows were shattered or boarded, and the main entrance had been chained for years until the production company paid a fee to the city for temporary access. We arrived just after dusk in 2 vans loaded with cameras, drones, EMF readers, flashlights, walkie-talkies, and sleeping bags for the planned 12-hour shoot. The air outside already smelled wrong stagnant water mixed with something sickly sweet, like rotting flowers left too long in a vase. We entered through the emergency room doors. Glass crunched under our boots as we stepped into what used to be triage. Gurneys lay tipped over like dead animals. Ivy poles tangled in cobwebs thick as curtains, and faded blood stains dotted the linoleum where someone had once tried to scrub them away. The emergency lights from our headlamps cast long shadows that seemed to move on their own whenever we turned away. Our team leader, Mike, a cocky 32-year-old who'd explored hundreds of sites, laughed it off. "Atmosphere is perfect," he said, setting up a static camera. But even he went quiet when we found the first patient chart still clipped to a bed in an exam bay name redacted. But the last entry read, "Patient agitated, claims they won't let me leave. Restraints applied." We split up to cover more ground. Mike and the sound guy Jake took the maternity ward on the 3rd floor. The 2 photographers, Lena and Chris, went to the surgical suites. I drew the short straw the psychiatric wing in the basement. Alone. I told myself it was fine. I'd explored plenty of asylums before. But St. Mary's Psych Ward was different. The hallway stretched forever under flickering fluorescent tubes that somehow still had residual power from an old backup battery. Padded rooms lined both sides, doors hanging open, stuffing ripped out and scattered like someone had clawed their way through. Restraint beds sat bolted to the floor, leather straps brittle and cracked. The air down there was colder, heavier, carrying that unmistakable hospital smell amplified by decay, disinfectant, urine, despair. About an hour in, around 11 p.m., my walkie crackled. Lena's voice shaky. "Sarah, you need to come up to surgery. Now." I raced upstairs, heart already pounding. In operating room 4, they had found a full surgical tray still laid out on a side table, scalpel, forceps, bone saw, all rusted, but arranged as if ready for a procedure that never happened. Worse, on the main table under a stained sheet was the outline of a body. Not a real one, just the indentation in the padding, deep and human-shaped, like someone had lain there recently. Chris swore he saw the sheet move when he first entered, a slight rise and fall as if breathing. We rationalized it as wind through broken windows, but there were no windows in that sealed OR. Mike filmed it all, joking nervously about residual energy, but I noticed he kept glancing at the corners of the room. By 1 a.m., things escalated. Jake radioed from maternity that their EMF reader was going berserk, spiking to red every time they passed the nursery. Inside the nursery, rows of antique cribs stood empty, but tiny handprints smeared the dust on the glass viewing window from the inside. Not adult prints. Small, child-sized, and fresh. No dust on them. Lena started crying quietly, saying she heard babies crying softly, like muffled sobs behind the walls. We regrouped in the main lobby to calm down, sharing energy bars and trying to laugh it off. That's when the power flickered. Every emergency exit sign glowed red for 10 seconds, then died again. In that brief light, we all saw it. A figure at the far end of the corridor. Tall, in a tattered hospital gown, standing perfectly still, head tilted as if listening. When the lights died, it was gone. No footsteps. Nothing. We decided to stick together after that. No more splitting up. Around 3 a.m., the deadest hour, we headed to the morgue in the sub-basement. The elevator didn't work, so we took the service stairs, flashlights cutting through pitch black. The morgue door was heavy steel, surprisingly unlocked. Inside, rows of refrigerated drawers, most yanked open during looting years ago. Autopsy tables in the center, drains clogged with leaves and debris blown in through vents. The temperature plummeted 20 degrees the moment we crossed the threshold, our breath fogged. Then we heard it, metal scraping metal. Slow, deliberate. One of the closed drawers was vibrating, the handle turning inch by inch, as if someone inside was trying to get out. Mike, trying to stay professional, set up a camera on a tripod aimed at the drawer. We waited in silence. The scraping stopped, then started again, faster, frantic. Bangs echoed inside the drawer like fists pounding. Jake whispered, "We should leave," but Mike wanted the shot. The drawer flew open with a screech. Empty. Just a rusted tray and some scattered bone fragments, animal maybe. But on the inside of the door, scratched deep into the metal with what looked like fingernails. They keep you cold. We ran, all of us. Up the stairs, through corridors, not stopping until we burst into the old chapel on the 4th floor for some illusion of sanctuary. The chapel was untouched, pews in rows, stained glass shattered but still beautiful under moonlight. We barricaded the door with pews and tried to sleep in shifts. I took first watch. Around 4:30 a.m., I heard whispering. Not from the team from the confessional booth at the back. Soft Latin phrases like a priest giving last rites. I shone my light. Empty. But the velvet curtain inside the booth billowed gently, as if someone had just exhaled. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. At first light, we packed frantically and left. But not before one last discovery that still gives me nightmares. In the parking lot, our vans were covered in fresh handprints, hundreds of them, all sizes, smeared in dew across the windows and hoods. From the outside. No footprints around the vehicles in the soft dirt. The production company scrapped the footage after reviewing it. Too many unexplained shadows, voices, and one frame where a pale face presses against a nursery window behind Lena as she films. I never went back. None of us did. St. Mary's was demolished in 2022 for a strip mall that went bankrupt before opening. Workers reportedly refused to finish the job after finding patient restraints welded into the foundation. If you're looking for truly terrifying, true abandoned hospital horror stories, real overnight urban exploration, terrorist disturbing encounters, and derelict, Asylums and morgues, or creepy true stories from haunted medical facilities that will make you question what's left behind when a hospital dies. This is it. Some places don't empty when they're abandoned. Sometimes the patients just stop being seen. Horrifying, true, isolated lighthouse horror stories that will keep you awake. My name is Ethan, and in the fall of 2020, at 28 years old, I accepted what seemed like the perfect solitary job. Temporary relief keeper at Blackthorn Point Lighthouse, a remote station off the rugged coast of Maine. The regular keeper, an old-timer named Harlan, had taken medical leave after a fall, and the Coast Guard needed someone reliable for 3 months while storm season raged. No cell service, spotty radio, supplies dropped by boat every 2 weeks. I figured the isolation would be peaceful time to read, write, escape the chaos of the pandemic world. I couldn't have been more wrong. What happened during those weeks still invades my dreams with crashing waves, endless fog, and something that was never meant to be alone with a human. If you're looking for true isolated lighthouse horror stories, real lighthouse keeper, nightmares, terrifying true experiences in remote coastal stations, or disturbing overnight encounters with the unknown at sea, these events forced me to abandon the post and never return to the ocean again. Blackthorn Point was built in 1887 on a jagged rock outcrop 2 miles from the mainland, accessible only by boat or a treacherous footbridge that flooded at high tide. The tower stood 90 feet tall, white paint peeling to reveal salt-eaten stone, with a lantern room at the top housing the massive Fresnel lens that hadn't been used since automation in the 90s. My quarters were in the attached keeper's house, a 2-story Victorian with creaky pine floors, a kitchen, living area, bedroom, and a basement storage full of old logs and emergency gear. The foghorn blasted every 30 seconds in poor visibility, a deafening moan that vibrated through your bones. At night, the beam from the modern LED light swept the sea automatically, but protocol required manual checks every few hours. I arrived on a gray September afternoon, choppy waves slamming the supply boat against the docking platform. The departing auxiliary keeper handed me the keys and radioed, "Watch the logs, kid." Harlan wrote some strange entries before he left. Said the light attracts more than ships. I laughed it off, old sailors and their superstitions. That first night was uneventful. I logged weather data, cleaned the lens gallery, cooked freeze-dried meals. But around 2 a.m., during a routine tower climb, I heard it for the first time, a faint knocking below the lantern room. Metal on metal, rhythmic, like someone tapping the spiral stairs from inside the walls. I shone my flashlight down the 120 steps. Nothing. Just shadows dancing from the rotating beam. Wind, I told myself. The structure groans in storms. By day 3, the fog rolled in thick as wool, visibility 0. The horn blared nonstop, a mournful wail that drowned out everything. I spent hours in the watchroom, scanning the gray void with binoculars. That's when I noticed the first anomaly in the old logbooks Harlan left stacked on the desk. Entries from the 1950s mentioned voices in the fog. Sailors claiming to hear loved ones calling from the water, luring them onto rocks. A 1923 wreck killed 47 when the captain swore his wife was waving from shore. But Harlan's recent pages were worse, scribbled frantically. It's imitating the horn now. Not the light-calling ships. Something calling me. The last entry, dated the day before his fall. Saw her on the rocks again. The woman in white. She knows my name. I tried radioing the mainland for clarification, but static swallowed my calls. That night, the knocking returned louder, closer. It started at the base of the tower and climbed slowly, step by step, matching my own descents. I'd freeze midway, heart hammering, waiting for it to stop. It always did, just as I reached the door. Sleep became impossible. I'd doze in the watch chair only to jolt awake at splashing sounds outside, like bodies hitting the water far below. Week 2 brought a storm that isolated me completely, no supply run possible. Waves crashed over the rocks, spray hitting the windows 80 feet up. Power flickered on the generator, but the light held. During one blackout around midnight, I lit the old oil lamps for backup. In their warm glow, I explored the basement for spare fuel. That's where I found the hidden room behind a false panel of shelves, a narrow door I'd never noticed. Inside, a small chamber with a cot, chains bolted to the wall, and walls covered in scratched names and dates going back to the 1890s. One fresh carving. Harlan was here 2020. Don't answer the call. Panic set in. I barricaded the basement door and retreated upstairs. But the storm worsened, and with it came the voices. At first, faint through the wind my name whispered from the fog. Ethan, help, like a woman drowning. Then others. Children laughing, men shouting coordinates, a chorus building with each foghorn blast. I wore earplugs, blasted music on my battery radio, nothing blocked them. They seeped into my skull. The breaking point came on night 12. The fog lifted briefly at dusk, revealing the rocks below littered with debris? I grabbed binoculars. Not debris, bones, seal or bird maybe, but arranged in patterned circles, arrows pointing toward the tower. And standing among them, a figure in white, soaked dress clinging to an impossibly thin frame, long hair hiding her face. She raised her head slowly, as if sensing my gaze. No features, just darkness where a face should be. She pointed directly at the lantern room. At me. I dropped the binoculars and ran down the stairs, slamming doors behind me. The knocking started immediately frantic, all sides of the tower at once. Then the horn malfunctioned. Instead of its regular moan, it mimicked voices, my mother's voice, dead 5 years, calling me home. I smashed the control panel with a wrench until it died. Silence fell, broken only by pounding rain. In that quiet, I heard wet footsteps on the exterior gallery, the narrow walkway around the lantern. Slow, deliberate circles, scraping, dragging. I armed myself with a flare gun and waited by the door to the outside. The footsteps stopped right outside. Then a soft knock on the glass. 3 times. Pause. 3 times. I didn't open it. Instead, I radioed a mayday, begging for emergency extraction. Static answered. Dawn finally came, fog burning off to reveal an empty rocky shore. No bones, no figure, just gold cries and waves. But inside the keeper's house, every mirror was cracked in spiderwebs from the center outward. And on the lantern room floor, saltwater footprints leading in circles, bare feet, too small, too many to count. The Coast Guard chopper arrived 2 days later when the storm cleared. I told them Harlan's fall had shaken me, requested immediate relief. They found nothing unusual, but the new keeper quit after 1 week, citing bad vibes. Blackthorn Point was fully decommissioned in 2023, the light removed. Locals say on foggy nights, you can still hear the horn from miles away, voices calling names of the lost. I haven't slept near the ocean since. Some lights aren't meant to guide ships home. Sometimes they guide something else to you. If you're searching for truly horrifying, true isolated lighthouse horror stories, real remote keeper experiences, disturbing, true coastal hauntings, terrifying encounters with sea entities, or creepy true stories from abandoned light stations that will make you fear the fog, this is the nightmare that never ends. The sea keeps its dead, and sometimes it sends them knocking. Disturbing true underground tunnel horror stories. You'll never forget. My name is Jordan, and in the winter of 2021 at the age of 29, I joined a small team of urban infrastructure inspectors contracted by the city to map and assess a network of forgotten service tunnels beneath downtown Chicago. These weren't the famous freight tunnels or the pedway. These were older, deeper utility corridors dating back to the 1890s. Steam pipes, electrical conduits, abandoned telegraph lines, and disused pneumatic mail tubes that once connected major buildings. The project was supposed to last 6 weeks, working in pairs with headlamps, gas monitors, radios, and body cams. We were warned about cave-ins, bad air, rats, and homeless encampments. No one warned us about what actually lived down there. If you're searching for true underground tunnel horror stories, real urban explorer nightmares in city, catacombs terrifying true encounters in abandoned subway service corridors, or disturbing experiences in forgotten underground networks, these are the events that made every member of our team quit within days of each other. The main access point was a rusted manhole in an alley behind the old Palmer House Hotel, hidden under decades of asphalt patches. We descended a 40-foot vertical ladder into a brick-arch tunnel 8 feet high and 6 feet wide, dripping with condensation, the air thick with the smell of wet stone, mold, and something sharper like ozone after lightning. Our radios crackled with surface chatter at first, but the deeper we went, the more static swallowed our voices. The city maps we carried were incomplete. Entire branches simply weren't drawn, marked only with faded handwritten notes. Do not enter, collapse risk, or flooded 1947. Our first week was routine. Measuring pipe insulation, photographing corrosion, tagging asbestos. But on day 5, while mapping a side passage near the Chicago River, my partner Marcus and I found something that didn't belong, an old brass plaque bolted to the wall, dated 1903. reading Pneumatic Transit Co. Station 7. Beneath it, a sealed steel door with a wheel lock, painted the same institutional green as old mental hospital doors. The handle turned freely, which it shouldn't have after 120 years. We radioed it in, got approval to document but not enter. Marcus filmed while I pulled the door open just enough to shine a light inside. The beam caught a narrow platform, rusted tracks disappearing into darkness, and an antique mail car tipped on its side wooden with faded gold lettering. But what froze us was the air that rushed out. Warm. Unnaturally warm like breath, carrying the unmistakable stench of decomposition. Marcus gagged. I slammed the door shut. We marked it on the map and moved on. But that night I couldn't sleep, kept hearing faint metallic clanging in my dreams, like wheels on rails far away. By week 3, the anomalies piled up. Gas monitors spiked with methane in areas that should have been ventilated. Footprints appeared in the dust overnight, bare feet, small, leading into dead-end branches and simply stopping. We started hearing water dripping in patterns. 3 drops, pause, 2 drops, pause like Morse code. One night, alone in a junction room while waiting for the second team, I recorded audio on my phone for ambient noise levels. Playback later revealed whispering under the drip's children's voices counting in unison. 1, 2. Coming for you, the real terror began when we lost Ramirez. He was the veteran 15 years inspecting sewers and tunnels. Ex-Marine, afraid of nothing. On a Friday, we split into 3 teams to cover parallel mains running under Michigan Avenue. Ramirez and his partner Lena took the eastern branch. At 2:17 p.m., Ramirez's radio transmitted clearly. We've got a breach into an older section. Brickworks, different looks pre-fire. Heading in to tag it. Then static. We called for 20 minutes. Nothing. Protocol kicked in. Surface team notified, search organized. 6 of us went in with ropes, extra lights, and a thermal camera. We followed their chalk marks and boot prints for half a mile until the tunnel narrowed dramatically, forcing us to crawl on hands and knees through freezing ankle-deep water. The prints continued ahead, but Lena's stopped. Only Ramirez's carried on alone. We found her body cam first clipped to a pipe, still recording. The footage showed them entering a cavernous chamber. Vaulted ceiling supported by iron pillars. Floor littered with hundreds of rusted mail cans scattered like bones. In the center, an intact pneumatic tube station with glass booths and turnstiles. Lena's voice on the audio. This shouldn't exist down here. Then Ramirez whispering, look at the wall. The camera panned to graffiti-fresh, wet red paint. Names, dates, please. Maria 1893. They took my baby. Thomas 1928, the train never stops. And newest. Ramirez was here, don't follow the whistle. The video ended with a distant train whistle, high-pitched. Metallic, impossible underground. Then the screen went black. We pushed forward and found Ramirez 2 hours later. Sitting upright against a wall in a dead-end alcove, eyes wide open, mouth sewn shut with copper telegraph wire. No blood, no struggle marks. Just perfectly neat stitches through his lips. Wire pulled so tight it cut into the flesh. His notebook lay open in his lap, final entry scrawled in shaking handwriting. It wears their faces, it knows our roots. It's hurting us deeper. The city shut the project down immediately. Police investigated, ruled it a prank by trespassers or a mental break. Despite the coroner noting the stitches were made with surgical precision while Ramirez was still alive. They sealed every known access point with concrete. But the whispers didn't stop. 3 months later, construction workers breaking ground for a new high-rise reported hearing train whistles at night from beneath the foundation, exactly where our maps showed the pneumatic station. I still live in Chicago. Sometimes, walking over manhole covers downtown, I swear I feel vibrations like something massive moving far below. And on quiet nights, if you press your ear to certain grates in the loop, you can hear it. Faint whistling, children counting, and the slow, rhythmic clatter of wheels that never reach a station. If you're looking for truly disturbing, true underground tunnel horror stories, real city infrastructure, nightmares, terrifying encounters in abandoned urban catacombs, creepy true stories from forgotten service corridors, or haunting experiences in Chicago as secret underground, this is the one that proves some networks were never meant to be rediscovered. Some doors underground don't lead to maintenance rooms. Some lead to places that have been waiting for new passengers for over a century. Asterisk, asterisk, terrifying, true forgotten cemetery horror stories that will chill your soul, asterisk, asterisk. My name is Riley, and in the spring of 2022 at 27 years old, I took a seasonal job as a groundskeeper and restoration assistant at Willow Hill Cemetery, an overgrown, largely forgotten burial ground on the edge of a small town in rural Ohio. The place dated back to 1832, with over 5,000 marked graves and countless unmarked ones from cholera epidemics, Civil War soldiers, and paupers' plots. The Historical Society had received a grant to clean it up, clear invasive vines, reset toppled stones, photograph inscriptions before they eroded completely. It was supposed to be peaceful outdoor work mornings with birdsong, afternoons cataloging names of people long gone. Instead, it became 6 weeks of escalating dread that ended with me packing my truck in the middle of the night and driving 400 miles without stopping. If you're searching for true forgotten cemetery horror stories, real graveyard worker, nightmares disturbing true encounters in abandoned burial grounds, or terrifying overnight experiences in historic cemeteries, this is the account that still makes me avoid driving past any graveyard after dark. Willow Hill sat on 40 wooded acres, surrounded by cornfields and a slow-moving creek that flooded every spring. The entrance gate was rusted open permanently. No one had been buried there since 1968. Headstones ranged from grand Victorian obelisks to simple fieldstones with hand-carved names. Some sections were manicured by distant descendants, but most were swallowed by poison ivy, buckthorn, and saplings growing straight through rib cages of the dead. My supervisor, Mrs. Hargrove, an elderly volunteer from the Historical Society, gave me a key to the maintenance shed, a map divided into quadrants, and strict instructions. Work alone if I preferred, log every stone I uncovered, and under no circumstances dig deeper than 6 inches without calling her. Some things are meant to stay settled, she said with a look I couldn't read. The first few days were exactly what I expected. Hot sun, mosquitoes, the satisfying clank of clippers cutting vines away from forgotten names, infants who lived only days, young mothers lost in childbirth, entire families wiped out in 1854. I'd photograph each stone, upload to the Society's database, move on. But by day 4, I started noticing patterns that made my skin prickle. Certain graves, always the oldest, had fresh disturbances around them. Not animal digs. These were neat circles of turned earth, as if someone had knelt and pressed their palms into the soil. No footprints leading in or out. I chalked it up to teenagers or vandals, reported it to Mrs. Hargrove. She just nodded and said, "Mark them and keep working." Week 2 brought heavier discoveries. While clearing a collapsed stone in the paupers section, my trowel hit something hard just below the surface. Not roots, not rock. I brushed away dirt to reveal a small iron box, padlocked, the size of a lunch pail. Inside, after prying it with bolt cutters, a child's leather shoe, a lock of blonde hair tied with faded ribbon, and a handwritten note on brittle paper. "Forgive me, she wouldn't stay down. 1887. No name." I photographed everything, sealed it back up, and buried it deeper. That night, camping in my trailer on the edge of the property to save commute time, I woke at 3:12 a.m. to the sound of a child crying muffled, coming from the direction of the paupers field. Not wind, not coyotes. A distinct, heartbroken sob that rose and fell for minutes before cutting off abruptly. I started staying later, trying to catch whoever or whatever was disturbing the graves. Motion-activated trail cameras caught nothing but deer and raccoons. But audio recorders I left overnight picked up anomalies. Faint humming of old hymns, scraping like fingernails on wood, and once, clear as day, a woman whispering my full name, Riley Marie Thompson, even though no one on the project knew my middle name. The escalation hit during a thunderstorm in late May. Power out for miles. I took shelter in the 150-year-old stone mausoleum that served as a tool storage during restoration. The building held 8 crypts sealed, 2 pried open decades ago by vandals. Rain hammered the slate roof while lightning illuminated stained glass windows depicting angels. I was inventorying tools when the temperature plummeted 20 degrees inside. My breath fogged. Then the scratching started from inside the sealed crypts. Slow, deliberate drags across marble, as if something was trying to etch its way out. I shone my flashlight. Dust undisturbed on the floors, no entry points. But the nameplates on the newest sealed crypt dated 1918 began to sweat condensation in perfect handprints. I fled into the storm, soaked instantly, and drove to the farthest quadrant to wait it out in my truck. That's when I found the circle. In the oldest section pre-1840, Stones eroded to nubs, a perfect ring of 13 overturned headstones formed around a bare patch of earth the size of a grave. In the center, fresh soil piled neatly, and atop it, the iron box I'd reburied miles away. Open, empty. The childish shoe placed carefully on my folded work jacket that I'd left in the shed. I called Mrs. Hargrove at midnight. She arrived an hour later with a priest from town unusual for a historical society volunteer. They didn't speak to me, just walked the circle with holy water and salt, murmuring in Latin. The priest's face was ashen when they finished. Mrs. Hargrove finally explained in fragments. In 1887, a grieving mother, accused of witchcraft after her daughter died of fever, was buried alive in an unmarked grave by townsfolk who believed the child kept coming back. The iron box was meant to bind her. Every few decades, when the cemetery was disturbed by floods, vandals, or restoration, the cycle began again. Things rise when you uncover what we agreed to forget. I quit the next morning. The society finished the project with a different crew who reportedly found nothing unusual. But locals say, if you visit Willow Hill at night now, you'll see fresh circles of earth forming small shoes placed neatly on stones, and sometimes a woman in 19th century dress walking the rows searching for the daughter who wanted to stay buried. I haven't returned to Ohio. I flinch at the sight of old cemeteries. And every spring, around the anniversary of when I opened that box, I wake at 3:12 a.m. to the sound of a child crying closer each year. If you're looking for truly terrifying, true forgotten cemetery horror stories, real graveyard restoration nightmares, disturbing encounters in historic burial grounds, creepy true experiences with unrested dead, or haunting overnight stories from abandoned graveyards that will make you think twice about walking among the forgotten, this is the one that proves some graves aren't meant to be tended. Some dead don't want to be remembered. They just want company. Ultra-disturbing true night shift security guard horror stories from abandoned warehouses. Real eyewitness. Accounts of unexplained intruders that will haunt your shifts forever in the dead hours between midnight and dawn, when most people are safely asleep in their beds. True night shift security guard horror stories unfold in the cavernous emptiness of abandoned warehouses, forgotten factories, and derelict industrial complexes across America. These aren't scripted scares or urban legends cooked up for clicks. They're chilling documented survivor testimonies from guards who patrolled pitch-black halls, alone, armed only with a flashlight, a radio that barely worked, and the growing certainty that something or someone was watching them back. If you're hunting for the scariest true abandoned warehouse night shift horror stories, the most terrifying real-life security guard encounters in empty buildings at 3 a.m., bone-chilling accounts of unexplained footsteps echoing in vast dark spaces, disturbing true reports of shadowy figures on CCTV that vanish when checked, or mega compilations of realistic night watchman nightmares in derelict locations, this ultra-detailed, suspense-drenched single-story narrative pulls no punches. Optimized for searches like True Scary Night Shift Abandoned Warehouse Stories Reddit. Real security guard horror encounters 3 a.m. Disturbing true empty building patrol horrors, and very creepy true industrial site night shift experiences. Prepare for rich, cinematic descriptions of flickering emergency lights, the metallic tang of rust in the air, the psychological erosion from hours of silence, broken only by distant thuds and raw details, inspired by countless anonymous guard reports shared across forums and channels like Mr. Nightmare compilations, lazy masquerade narrations, and Nuke's top 5 style found footage breakdowns without copying any specific tale, but drawing from the realistic dread that permeates these real-world jobs. My name is Derek Harlan, 41 years old at the time, a former Marine who done 2 tours in Afghanistan before coming home to find civilian life didn't quite fit anymore. The VA benefits helped, but bills piled up fast, so when a temp agency offered me $18 an hour to patrol the old Reynolds metal plant on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, shut down since 2008 after the aluminum boom went bust, I took it without hesitation. The site was massive. 1.2 million square feet of decaying concrete and twisted steel, surrounded by chain-link fencing topped with razor wire, posted with signs warning no trespassing, violators prosecuted. My job was simple: walk the perimeter once an hour, check the loading docks, sweep the main production floor, log any broken windows or signs of squatters, and radio back to the off-site supervisor every 30 minutes. No weapons except a heavy maglite flashlight and pepper spray. The company Some Faceless LLC that owned the property for tax write-offs didn't care about much beyond liability. Just keep the kids and junkies out, the dispatcher told me on my first night. And don't go poking around in the old offices. Asbestos everywhere. I started in late October 2024, when the leaves were already gone and the wind cut through my uniform like knives. The first few shifts were boring in the best way, cold, quiet, monotonous. I'd park my truck by the south gate, clip the radio to my belt, and start the loop. Outer fence line, about 45 minutes, then inside through the busted roll-up doors into the main bay. The place smelled like old motor oil, mildew, and something faintly metallic, like blood that had dried years ago. Fluorescent tubes most shattered hung like broken teeth from the 40-foot ceilings, and the only light came from my flashlight beam slicing through floating dust motes. Pigeons roosted in the rafters. Their cooing echoed weirdly, sounding almost like muffled voices if you listened too long. By week 3, the little things started. First, it was the doors. I'd prop open a side access door with a brick so I could step out for a smoke without fighting the wind. Came back 5 minutes later. Brick still there, but the door was shut tight. Latch clicked. No one else on site, no wind strong enough to move it. I chalked it up to rusty hinges settling. Then the radios, static bursts that weren't weather-related. Snippets of voices that sounded like old CB chatter from the 80s, men's voices laughing, then cutting off mid-sentence. Supervisor said the frequency sometimes picked up truckers on I-79 miles away. Possible. The real shift happened on November 12th, around 2:47 a.m. ID just finished the perimeter walk and was crossing the main floor toward the old smelting area rows of massive vats. Now rusted husks taller than a man, conveyor belts dangling like dead vines. My flashlight caught something on the ground. Fresh footprints in the layer of dust and bird shit that coated everything. Size 10 or so boot tread, leading from the center of the floor toward the east wall offices. No prints coming in, just appearing. I followed them, heart picking up speed. They stopped at a closed steel door marked Foreman's Office, authorized only. The door was ajar, maybe 2 inches. I pushed it open with my boot. Inside, total blackness except for my light. Desks overturned, filing cabinets tipped, paper scattered like confetti. On the far wall, a corkboard still had yellowed memos from 2007 safety notices, shift schedules. But in the center of the room, on the concrete floor, someone had drawn a perfect circle about 6 feet across using what looked like engine oil. Inside the circle, 3 handprints, small, like a woman's or a teenager's, pressed deep as if someone had knelt and pushed down hard. No smudging. Fresh. I backed out, radioed it in. Supervisor laughed it off. Probably kids from last summer. Log it and move on. I didn't sleep well that day. Kept seeing those handprints in my head. Too small for an adult male, too deliberate. Next shift, November 14th, I brought my own cheap trail cam, zip-tied it to a beam overlooking the foreman's office door. Nothing on the first hour. Around 3:20 a.m. The footage later showed. The door creaks open on its own, no wind, no one visible. A shadow, tall, thin, humanoid, but elongated, slides across the frame, pauses, then vanishes inside. When I went to check 20 minutes later, the door was shut again. Circle still there, but now the handprints had company, larger ones overlapping them, like something had stepped into the circle and pressed down harder. I started carrying a backup flashlight and kept the radio volume low so I could hear ambient sounds. The pigeons stopped cooing after midnight. The silence got thicker, heavier. On November 20th, I heard it clearly for the first time. Footsteps. Not mine. Slow, deliberate. Coming from the far end of the production floor, maybe 300 yards away. Heavy boots on concrete, pause, then another step. I killed my light, crouched behind a vat, breathing shallow. The steps got closer, maybe 100 feet. Then stopped. Silence for a full minute. Then a low scrape like metal dragged across floor, followed by a sigh, deep and wet, like someone clearing their throat after crying. I waited 10 minutes before moving. When I swept the area with the light, nothing. But on the floor near where the sound stopped, a single fresh handprint, adult-sized, fingers splayed wide. The psychological wear started hitting hard. I'd catch myself talking to the empty space. Who's there? Just to break the quiet, my wife noticed I was jumpy, short-tempered. I told her it was the cold. Truth was, every shadow looked like it was moving just out of sight. On December 3rd, the radio died completely. No static, just dead air. I was in the old cafeteria, wing tables overturned, vending machines gutted when the emergency lights flickered once, twice, then stayed dim. In the half-light, I saw movement. A figure at the end of the hall, standing motionless, facing me. Tall, hooded sweatshirt maybe, hands in pockets. I yelled, "Hey!" Voice echoing back at me. It didn't move. I advanced maybe 20 steps. It backed up exactly the same distance, keeping the gap. When I stopped, it stopped. Then it raised one hand slowly and pointed behind me. I spun, nothing, turned back, gone. But on the wall where it had stood, scratched into the peeling paint with something sharp. 3 words, uneven letters. "We see you too." I quit 2 nights later. Told the agency the pay wasn't worth the risk. They sent a replacement kid, 22, fresh out of community college. He lasted 6 shifts. On his last night, he texted me at 4:12 a.m. "Something's in the vents. Heard breathing." Not leaving. Next morning, his truck was still parked. Keys in ignition, door open. No sign of him. Police searched. Found nothing but his flashlight on the floor near the foreman's office. Lens cracked, batteries dead. The circle was gone, smeared like someone had dragged their sleeve through it, but the handprints remained, now joined by a set that matched adult male size 11 boots. I still drive past the fence line sometimes, late at night. Lights are off now. A site sold to developers who never showed up. But on clear nights, if you slow down on the access road, you can see emergency lights flickering inside, even though power's been cut for years. And sometimes a silhouette appears at one of the broken windows watching the road, waiting for the next shift to start. These true night shift security guard horror stories from abandoned warehouses remind us why so many guards carry more than flashlights. Because in the silence of empty places, the dark doesn't just hide things, it creates them. If you're working nights in an industrial ghost town, keep your radio charged, your lights bright, and never, ever turn your back on an open door. Because something might be turning its back on you. Horrifying true abandoned asylum horror stories from forgotten mental institutions. Real eyewitness accounts of lingering spirits and unexplained madness that will shatter your sanity. Deep within the crumbling walls of long-forgotten psychiatric hospitals and asylums scattered across rural America, where ivy chokes the barred windows and the air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and despair. True abandoned asylum horror stories emerge from the shadows of history's darkest chapters. These are not sensationalized fiction or campfire tales. They are gut-wrenching, first-hand survivor testimonies from urban explorers, former staff and unwitting visitors who ventured into these derelict institutions seeking thrills, closure, or forgotten records only to confront the lingering echoes of suffering, unexplained apparitions, and psychological terrors that blur the line between the living and the damned. If you're desperately searching for the scariest true abandoned mental hospital horror stories, the most disturbing real-life asylum exploration, encounters at midnight bone-chilling accounts of ghostly patients, wandering empty wards shocking true reports of poltergeist activity in padded cells, or mega compilations of realistic overnight stays in haunted asylums gone wrong, this exhaustive tension-building, single narrative masterpiece delivers the unvarnished dread. Optimized for queries like true scary abandoned asylum stories, Reddit, real horrifying mental institution ghost encounters, disturbing true psychiatric hospital urban exploration horrors, and very creepy true insane asylum overnight challenge experiences. Brace yourself for vivid cinematic depictions of flickering flashlight beams, revealing blood-stained tiles, the metallic creak of rusted gurneys, rolling on their own, the suffocating silence shattered by distant screams that sound all too human, and authentic details drawn from declassified patient records historical archives. And anonymous submissions, inspired by renowned horror narration channels, such as Merbalin's Strange, Dark, and Mysterious Tales, Lazy Masquerade's Chilling Compilations, and Nuke's Top 5 Paranormal Evidence. Breakdowns without replicating any specific incident, but channeling the raw, realistic fear that permeates these forsaken places. My name is Sarah Klein, and at 29 years old in the fall of 2025, I was a freelance journalist from Cleveland, Ohio, specializing in forgotten American history. I built a modest following on my blog, Echoes of the Past, by delving into abandoned sites, old factories, ghost towns, derelict schools, and weaving narratives from public records and interviews. But nothing prepared me for Waverly Hills Sanatorium, a notorious tuberculosis asylum turned psychiatric hospital in Louisville, Kentucky, shuttered since 1982 after decades of overcrowding, experimental treatments, and whispers of abuse. The place was infamous. Over 6,000 documented deaths from TB in the early 1900s. Then repurposed in the 1950s for mental patients subjected to lobotomies, electroshock therapy without anesthesia, and isolation in quiet rooms that drove many to suicide. Urban legends swirled shadow people in the body chute, a 500-foot tunnel used to discreetly remove corpses. Children's laughter from the pediatric ward where kids were experimented on, and the infamous Room 502, where a nurse allegedly hanged herself in 1928 after discovering she was pregnant out of wedlock. I'd scored permission from a local historical society for a daytime tour, but my real plan was to sneak back after dark with my gear. A GoPro chest mount digital audio recorder EMF meter, and a backpack stocked with energy bars, water, and a first aid kit. My boyfriend Jake, a 31-year-old EMT from Akron, insisted on tagging along for safety, armed with his thermal camera and a skeptical smirk. We weren't ghost hunters. We were documentarians, or so we told ourselves. We arrived at dusk on October 28, 2025, parking our Jeep a mile away on a gravel pull-off to avoid detection. The air was crisp, carrying the faint rot of fallen leaves mixed with something sharper, like ozone after a storm. Waverly Hills loomed on a hilltop, its 5-story Gothic facade silhouetted against the fading orange sky-red brick eroded by time. Windows like empty eye sockets, some boarded with plywood splintered from vandals. Chain-link fencing encircled the 180-acre property, topped with concertina wire, but we de-scouted a gap earlier. A section sagged from a fallen tree branch during last summer's storms. We slipped through at 7:45 p.m., hearts pounding as we crunched over overgrown paths lined with rusted wheelchairs abandoned like skeletal relics. The main entrance door's massive oak slabs were chained, but a side service door hung ajar, its lock long since picked by trespassers. Pushing it open released a gust of stale air, thick with dust and the unmistakable tan of mildew and old urine. Inside, the lobby was a time capsule of neglect. Checkered linoleum floors buckled and cracked. Reception desks coated in graffiti, "Get out while you can," scrawled in red spray paint, and walls peeling wallpaper in floral patterns faded to gray. Our flashlights pierced the gloom, revealing scattered debris-yellowed newspapers from the 1970s headlining Watergate, broken syringes crunching underfoot, and straitjackets draped over chairs like forgotten laundry. Jake's thermal camera hummed to life, scanning for heat signatures. Nothing yet, just cold blues and purples on the screen. We started on the first floor, the former admitting ward, rows of exam rooms with rusted stirrup tables, cabinets spilling moldy files, patient names redacted, but notes like, "Subject exhibits acute paranoia. Recommend hydrotherapy," sent chills up my spine. As we moved deeper, the temperature dropped noticeably, from 55 degrees outside to a clammy 45 inside, our breaths visible in plumes. By 9:30 p.m., we descended to the second floor via a grand staircase, its banisters carved with ornate vines now chipped and dusty. This was the adult TB ward, long corridors flanked by patient rooms, each with iron beds, frames twisted from years of exposure. Mattresses rotted to springs. The silence was oppressive, broken only by our footsteps echoing like gunshots. In one room, I found a leather-bound journal tucked under a bed frame, pages brittle. Ink faded, but legible entries from 1942. The coughing never stops. At night, I hear them dragging bodies down the chute. God help us. I pocketed it for research, ignoring Jake's warning about curses. That's when the first anomaly hit. My audio recorder, set to voice activated, clicked on unprompted. Playback later revealed faint whispering, indistinct, but sounding like, "Leave now." We dismissed it as wind through cracks. Pushing onto the third floor, the psychiatric wing added in the 1960s, the atmosphere thickened. Doors here were heavier, reinforced with peepholes and deadbolts. Padded cells lined one hall, their foam walls torn and yellowed, stained with what looked like claw marks gouged deep into the material. Jake joked about testing the acoustics, but his laugh died when we heard it. A soft thump from the end of the corridor, like a body hitting the floor. We froze. Thump again, rhythmic, closer. Flashlights swinging, we advanced, nothing visible, but the EMF meter spiked from 0.2 to 8.7 milligauss, beeping frantically. At the hall's end, room 317. Door slightly open, swinging gently as if recently pushed. Inside, the air was colder still, frost rimming the window despite the mild night. On the floor, amid scattered pill bottles, labels peeled, but remnants reading Thorazine for agitation, fresh footprints in the dust bare feet. Small, like a child's, leading to the wall and stopping abruptly. No prints exiting. Jake's thermal showed a fleeting hot spot, human-shaped, fading before our eyes. Panic set in around midnight as we reached the fourth floor, the children's ward. Toys littered the halls. Rusted tricycles, dolls with missing eyes staring blankly, board games like chutes and ladders warped from moisture. The playroom was the worst. Murals of smiling clowns peeling from walls, a rocking horse creaking back and forth on its own in the still air. We set up Baser GoPro rolling, audio capturing ambient sounds. Jake scanned with thermal. I journaled notes. Then the laughter started giggling, high-pitched, from multiple directions, echoing as if a group of kids were playing tag in the vents. My skin crawled. Jake's face paled under his beard. "It's the pipes settling," he whispered, but we both knew better. The EMF hit 12.4, and my recorder overloaded with static bursts interspersed with childlike voices. "Come play. Hide and seek." We bolted for the stairs, but the door jammed rusted shut, though it had been open minutes before. Pounding on it, we heard footsteps ascending from below, slow, shuffling, like slippered feet dragging. Finally wrenching it free, we descended to the basement level. The body chute entrance. A sloping concrete tunnel, 500 feet long, designed to transport corpses discreetly to the loading dock without demoralizing patients. The air down here was fetid, like wet earth and decay, walls slick with condensation. Our lights barely penetrated the pitch black. Echoes amplified every drip and scuff. Halfway through, Jake's thermal lit up, cold spots multiplying, forming outlines, dozens, huddled as if waiting. Then the screams erupted, not ours, but piercing wails from the tunnel's end, raw and agonized, like patients in electroshock. My GoPro captured it. Shadows detaching from walls, elongated figures reaching with bony fingers. We ran, slipping on slime, emerging at the dock gasping, hearts hammering. But the nightmare peaked on the 5th floor administration and room 502. By 3 a.m., exhaustion blurred our judgment. We pressed on for one last sweep. The elevator shaft-long defunct gaped like a maw, cables dangling. Room 502's door was boarded, but Primark suggested recent entry. Forcing it, we entered a space frozen in time. A noose still hung from the exposed beam, replica or real? Desk cluttered with 1920s ledgers detailing unwed mother cases. The window overlooked the hill, moon casting silvery light on the floor where, legend said, the nurse's body was found. As I filmed, Jake whispered, "Something's behind you." I turned nothing but felt icy breath on my neck. A whisper, "My baby." The room temperature plummeted to 32 degrees. Frost spread across the glass like fingers tracing words. "Stay." Poltergeist activity exploded. Drawers slamming. Papers swirling in a vortex. The noose swinging wildly. Jake grabbed my arm. We fled down the hall, but doors closed one by one ahead of us, trapping us in segments. Pounding, screaming, we broke a window, climbing out onto a fire escape rusted to fragility, descending amid creaks that threatened collapse. We escaped at dawn, bruised and shaken, Jeep tires spinning on gravel. Back home, reviewing footage revealed horrors. Orbs darting, full-bodied apparitions in white gowns, EVPs saying our names, Sarah, Jake. Jake quit urban exploring. I archived the journal but never published. Waverly Hills still stands, tours now limited after incidents. If these true abandoned asylum horror stories have gripped you, searching for more like real Waverly Hills ghost encounters or terrifying true mental hospital overnight stays, remember, some places hold on to their pain, and venturing in means risking it clinging to you. The madness isn't just history, it's waiting, patient as the grave. Ultra-disturbing true abandoned mine horror stories from forgotten underground depths, real survivor eyewitness. Accounts of claustrophobic nightmares that will make you never want to go below ground again. Venturing into the pitch-black bowels of the earth, where sunlight hasn't touched the walls in over a century, and the air hangs thick with the dust of forgotten labors and unspoken tragedies. True abandoned mine horror stories reveal the harrowing realities faced by those who dare to explore these subterranean tombs. These are not embellished legends or viral hoaxes. They are visceral first-hand accounts from urban explorers, amateur historians, and thrill-seekers, who descended into derelict shafts, seeking adventure only to encounter inexplicable terrors that challenge the boundaries of sanity and survival. If you're scouring the internet for the scariest true abandoned mine horror stories, the most disturbing real-life underground exploration encounters in forgotten coal and gold shafts. Shocking eyewitness reports of ghostly whispers echoing through collapsed tunnels, bone-chilling tales of unexplained collapses and shadowy figures lurking in the dark, or ultra-detailed compilations of realistic overnight mine trespassing gone wrong. This ultra-detailed, pulse-pounding single-narrative epic delivers the raw, unfiltered dread, optimized for searches like true scary abandoned mine stories, real horrifying underground mine ghost encounters, disturbing true derelict shaft exploration horrors, and very creepy true forgotten mine paranormal experiences. Prepare for immersive cinematic descriptions of dripping stalactites glistening under flashlight beams, the acrid stench of sulfur and decay assault in your nostrils, the crushing silence interrupted by distant rumbles that could be settling rock or something far more sinister, and authentic details drawn from countless anonymous survivor reports shared in online communities. My name is Tyler Grant, a 34-year-old construction worker from Reno, Nevada, with a side passion for urban exploration that I honed over a decade of sneaking into derelict factories, abandoned hospitals, and ghost towns scattered across the American West. I'd seen my share of creepy spots, places where the wind howled through broken windows like mournful cries, or where graffiti covered walls hid the remnants of squatters' fires, but nothing compared to the summer of 2025. When I decided to tackle the infamous Black Ridge Mine in the remote hills of eastern California, about 50 miles from the Nevada border near the ghost town of Bodie. Black Ridge had been a booming gold operation in the late 1800s, employing over 500 miners who toiled in its labyrinthine tunnels, extracting veins of ore that promised riches but delivered mostly death. Historical records detailed cave-ins that buried dozens alive in 1897, methane gas explosions in 1905 that scorched bodies beyond recognition, and a mysterious 1912 incident where an entire shift of 28 men vanished without a trace, their lanterns found still burning at the shaft's bottom. The mine closed in 1920 after flooding claimed more lives, and it sat sealed until the 1980s when vandals pried open the boards, turning it into a magnet for daredevils. Locals whispered about restless presences said to lure intruders deeper with phantom lantern lights or eerie calls mimicking lost loved ones. I dismissed it as folklore, but I was hooked. I needed footage from my fledgling YouTube channel, Depths Uncovered, which had maybe 2,000 subscribers at the time. I set out on July 17, 2025, a sweltering Friday afternoon with my buddy Marcus Ruiz, a 32-year-old mechanic from Carson City who joined me on a few easier explores. We packed heavy, 2 high-lumen LED headlamps, each spare batteries, a GoPro Hero, 12 mounted on chest harnesses, digital audio recorders for capturing any unusual sounds, a basic gas detector clipped to our belts. I'd bought it after reading about bad air in old mines, climbing ropes, carabiners, first aid kits, energy bars, water bladders, and dust masks to filter the particulate-laden air. Marcus brought his thermal imaging camera, swearing it could spot heat signatures from rats or, God forbid, something bigger. We drove my battered Ford F-150 up winding dirt roads, kicking up plumes of red dust that coated the windshield like blood spray. The GPS led us to a pull-off near the mine collapsed at it, a horizontal entrance partially blocked by boulders from a long-ago landslide. No signs remained, just faded "Danger, keep out" tape fluttering in the breeze like tattered flags. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the sagebrush-dotted hills. Temperatures still hovering at 95 degrees Fahrenheit outside, but promising a chill below. We geared up at 7:45 p.m., the golden hour light painting the landscape in hues of orange and purple. "You sure about this, Ty?" Marcus asked, his voice muffled through his mask as he adjusted his harness. His dark eyes flicked nervously to the yawning mouth of the mine, about 20 feet wide and 10 high, framed by rotting timber supports that looked like they could give way any second. What if the stories about hearing voices down there are real? I laughed it off, clapping him on the shoulder. It's just echoes, man. Wine through vents or old equipment rusting. We've got the gas detector. If methane spikes, we bail. But deep down, a knot twisted in my gut, I'd heard too many similar accounts of rhythmic thumping like distant heartbeats or gibberish whispers that sounded too human to be natural. Slipping past the boulders, we entered at 8:02 p.m., our headlamps piercing the immediate gloom. The temperature plummeted instantly from desert heat to a clammy 55 degrees, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The air tasted metallic, laced with the sharp bite of sulfur and the musty rot of decayed wood. Our boots crunched on loose gravel and shattered ore carts, the sound reverberating down the tunnel like gunfire. The main shaft sloped gently downward at first, walls rough-hewn from granite veined with quartz that sparkled faintly in our lights. Graffiti from previous intruders marked the way. Turn back now, in faded red spray paint, or they see you, etched with a knife. About 100 feet in, we hit the first fork. A left branch collapsed under tons of rubble, right leading deeper. My gas detector beeped softly, reading safe levels. 20.9% oxygen. No methane. Marcus swept the thermal. Cool blues dominated, no hot spots. We pressed on, the tunnel narrowing to 8 feet wide, ceiling dropping to 7 feet, forcing us to stoop slightly. Water dripped from fissures overhead, pooling in murky puddles that reflected our lights like oily mirrors. At 200 feet, the first oddity, a rusted pickaxe embedded in the wall, handle splintered as if swung in panic. Nearby, faded chalk marks miners' tallies from over a century ago, counting shifts or bodies. The silence grew oppressive, our breaths echoing in sync. Then, at 8:35 p.m., the audio recorder clicked on voice-activated mode. Playback later, a faint scraping, like nails on rock, followed by a sigh deep, resigned, like a man exhaling his last. Probably bats or rats, I muttered, but Marcus's face paled under his headlamp's glow. Deeper still, around 400 feet, the air thickened, visibility dropping as dust motes danced in our beams. The walls bore scars of old blasts, blackened scorch marks from dynamite, and here and there rusted rails for ore carts snaking into side passages. We explored one, a 50-foot dead end with a collapsed wind's vertical shaft dropping into blackness. Dropping a pebble, it took 5 seconds to hit bottom, maybe 100 feet down, with a splash suggesting water. Back in the main tunnel, the gas detector chirped. Oxygen 19.5%, trace methane. Borderline, but we pushed forward, adrenaline surging. By 9:15 p.m., we descended another 200 feet, the slope steepening, our calves burning. The thermal picked up anomalies, fleeting warm spots, human-sized, vanishing when we approached. Could be our reflections, Marcus suggested, but his voice trembled. Then the footsteps started, not ours. Slow, deliberate crunches from behind, maybe 50 feet back. We spun, lights sweeping, nothing but empty tunnel. Lekos, I whispered. We waited, hearts thundering. Crunch. Closer. We bolted forward, the sounds pursuing for 30 seconds before fading. Panting, we stopped at a larger chamber, the old stope, where miners had extracted ore, a cavern 50 feet across with timber supports, groaning under the weight of the mountain above. Rusted tools littered the floor, shovels, drills, a lantern with its wick long decayed. On one wall, scratched into the rock, God forgive us -1912. The real terror began at 10:02 p.m. As we filmed the chamber, a low rumble echoed, not settling rock, but rhythmic, like drumming from deep below. The ground vibrated slightly, dust sifting from the ceiling. Gas detector alarmed, methane 1.2%, rising. We gotta go, Marcus urged. But as we turned, our lights caught it. A shadow detaching from the far wall, tall, hunched, with elongated limbs that didn't move quite right. It shuffled toward us, features obscured, but eyes reflecting our lights as red pinpricks. A guttural moan escaped it, like wind through a corpse's throat. We ran, ropes tangling, GoPro footage jerking wildly. Behind the footsteps multiplied 2-3 sets, gaining. Tripping over rails, we scrambled uphill, lungs burning in the thinning air. At the fork, a side collapse blocked our path, fresh rubble that hadn't been there before. How? Marcus gasped. We clawed through, rocks tumbling, one gashing my arm deep enough to soak my sleeve. The moans grew louder, overlapping with whispers. Names ours? Tyler, Marcus. Stay. Impossible. The gas detector screamed, oxygen 17%, methane 3%. Hallucinations? But the thermal showed them. Multiple cold spots closing in, shapes twisting unnaturally. We burst out at 11:47 p.m., collapsing in the desert night, stars wheeling overhead. My truck's tires spun as we fled, leaving Blackridge's mouth gaping like a scream. Back home, reviewing footage. Orbs darting, full apparitions in miner's garb. Captured sounds pleading, help us. Buried alive, Marcus quit exploring. I archived the video but never uploaded. Blackridge still beckons explorers, but reports mount disappearances, survivors babbling of watchers. If these true abandoned mine horror stories have burrowed into your mind, seeking more like real abandoned mine ghost encounters or terrifying true underground shaft survivals, heed this. The earth swallows secrets, and sometimes it hungers for more. Stay above ground, the depths don't forget. Ultra-terrifying true remote cabin in the snow horror stories, real eyewitness survivor accounts of winter isolation nightmares, unexplained footprints in fresh powder, and midnight watchers that will make you never want to be alone in the woods again. Deep in the snow-choked wilderness of the northern Rockies, where blizzards can bury a cabin roof, overnight temperatures regularly drop to -35 degrees Fahrenheit, and the nearest paved road might be 40 miles of unplowed Forest Service trail away. True remote cabin in the snow horror stories emerge from the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums until it feels like the forest itself is holding its breath. These are not polished horror fiction or recycled urban legends. They are gut-wrenching first-person survivor testimonies from people who chose or were forced by circumstance to spend a winter alone in isolated backcountry cabins, seeking peace, solitude, or simply a place to disappear only to discover that something out there had been waiting for them far longer than they had been waiting for winter. If you are searching for the scariest true remote cabin horror stories in deep winter snow, the most disturbing real-life isolated forest cabin encounters with unknown entities, bone-chilling accounts of circling footprints and untouched powder that appear and vanish without explanation, shocking eyewitness reports of pale faces pressed against iced-over windows at 3 a.m., ultra-detailed compilations of realistic winter cabin isolation nightmares involving strange knocks, distant howls that aren't wolves, and the slow psychological erosion of being watched for weeks without ever seeing the watcher. This single, relentlessly detailed narrative delivers the suffocating frostbitten terror in full. Optimized for searches like True Scary Remote Cabin Horror Stories Winter 2025, Real Horrifying Isolated Snow Cabin Intruder Encounters, Disturbing True Forest Cabin Footprints in Snow, Very Creepy True Winter Wilderness Cabin Paranormal Experiences, Terrifying True Montana Cabin Isolation Survivor Tales, and bone-chilling real snowbound cabin horror accounts. Prepare yourself for scene-by-scene immersion. The metallic groan of log walls contracting in sub-zero cold, the hiss of propane lanterns flickering against pitch-black windows, the acrid bite of wood smoke mingling with an unplaceable sour rot drifting in from outside, the heart-stopping crunch of snow under unseen boots just beyond the porch light, and every realistic skin-crawling detail that turns a dream of quiet escape into a waking nightmare you cannot outrun. My name is Rebecca Morrow. I was 37 during the winter of 2025 to 2026, a former third-grade teacher from Boise, Idaho, who had quietly come apart at the seams over the previous 5 years. A marriage that ended in screaming silence, a school district layoff that left me with severance. Barely enough for 6 months, chronic migraines that turned bright lights and loud rooms into torture, and the creeping realization that the constant background noise of the city no longer drowned out the thoughts that had started whispering my failures back to me every night. When an unexpected inheritance from an aunt I had met only twice arrived, $180,000 after taxes, I did the one thing that felt like salvation. I bought 40 acres of raw land in the Bitterroot Mountains of western Montana site, unseen except for grainy drone photos and a 2019 surveyor's plat. The cabin was a 720-square-foot hand-hewn log structure built in 1978 by a retired Forest Service ranger who died inside it in 2014. His adult children had listed it through a local realtor who specialized in recreational parcels too remote for most buyers. It came with 12 solar panels, 4 kilowatts nominal output, though winter cloud cover often dropped production to under 400 watts, a 1,000-gallon propane tank buried under 3 feet of earth, a hand-dug well rated at 6 gallons per minute at 82 feet deep, a 400-gallon cistern inside the crawlspace, a wood stove rated for 80,000 BTU, and roughly 3 cords of seasoned lodgepole pine stacked under a lean-to 20 yards from the back door. The driveway was 1.8 miles of Forest Service road that turned to gravel at mile marker 7, then to dirt, then to 2 tracks that required 4 and chains after the first heavy snow. The realtor warned me, once the pass closes in December, you're committed until April unless you snowmobile out. No cell service, No neighbors closer than 12 miles as the crow flies. I told her that was exactly what I wanted. I arrived on November 28, 2025, towing a U-Haul trailer loaded with 3 months of freeze-dried food, 50 gallons of extra kerosene for the backup lamps, batteries, medical supplies, 2 12-gauge shotguns, 1 buckshot, 1 slugs, 200 rounds of ammunition, bear spray, a satellite messenger device with SOS capability, and a 2024 edition of the SAS Survival Handbook annotated with my own notes. The temperature was 8 degrees Fahrenheit when I unlocked the padlock on the front door at 3:17 p.m. Inside smelled of old pine resin, mouse droppings, and the faint ghost of pipe tobacco. I spent the first 3 days cleaning, stacking wood inside the porch enclosure. Testing the well pump, it coughed rusty water for 20 minutes before running clear, and lighting the stove until the interior reached a livable 62 degrees. By day 4, I had a routine. Wake at dawn, split kindling boil water for coffee, read by the window until the light failed around 4:30 p.m. Cook dinner on the propane range, write in a leather journal I had bought specifically for this reset, and go to bed by 9:30 with the stove banked low. The quiet was profound, almost narcotic. No traffic, no sirens, no neighbors arguing through thin apartment walls. Just a pop of embers, the occasional creak of logs settling, and the low moan of wind moving through the standing dead timber on the ridge above the property. The first anomaly came on December 8th, 8 days after I settled in. Around 2:40 a.m., I woke to a sound I could not immediately place. A soft, rhythmic crunching outside, like someone walking slowly across fresh snow. The cabin sat on a gentle south-facing slope. The front porch overlooked a small meadow maybe 80 yards across before the tree line began. I had shoveled a path to the woodpile and the outhouse the day before, so any tracks would be obvious in the morning. I lay still, listening. The crunching circled the cabin clockwise porch steps, along the east wall past the bedroom window, around the back by the lean-to, past the west side, and back to the front. Each circuit took roughly 4 minutes. After the third loop, I forced myself out of the warm sleeping bag, pulled on boots and a parka, grabbed the shotgun, and eased the front door open an inch. Nothing. No flashlight beam, no silhouette, no car lights on the distant ridge road. The snow under the porch overhang was pristine. I closed the door, threw another log on the fire, and sat in the rocking chair with the gun across my lap until dawn. In the gray light, I walked the perimeter. No tracks anywhere except my own from the previous day. The wind had not blown hard enough overnight to erase anything. The powder was light and dry, perfect for holding prints. I told myself it was a deer, or maybe a black bear investigating the smell of my cooking. But deer don't walk in perfect circles, and bears don't step so lightly that they leave almost no impression. I chalked it up to imagination amplified by isolation and went back to my routine. The circling returned every 3 or 4 nights, always between 2 o'clock and 4 a.m., always clockwise, always silent, except for the crunch of snow. By December 20th, I had started leaving the shotgun loaded beside the bed and sleeping with earplugs out. On Christmas Eve, the pattern changed. The footsteps stopped directly in front of the bedroom window, the one I kept unshuttered so I could see the stars. I heard breathing, slow, deep inhalations through what sounded like a clogged nose or a scarf pulled tight over the mouth. The window was single-pane glass, frosted on the inside from my breath and the cold. I did not move. The breathing lasted perhaps 90 seconds, then footsteps retreated toward the tree line. When I checked at first light, there were prints, size 10 or 11 boot, Vibram sole pattern, deep heel impressions as though the person had paused and shifted weight. The tracks came from the meadow, stopped at the window, turned, and retraced exactly the same path back into the trees. No deviation, no side trails. They simply ended at the tree line as though whoever made them had stepped sideways into thin air. I photographed the prints with my phone, measured them with a tape measure, 11 inches long, 4.25 inches wide at the ball, and sent the pictures to my sister and boys via the satellite messenger's slow data burst. She replied, "That's creepy as hell. Call Fish and Game or the sheriff." The Ravalli County Sheriff's Office non-emergency line told me they could send a deputy, but it would take at least 4 hours in good weather, 6 or more if the pass was drifting. I declined. I had come here to be alone. I wasn't ready to admit defeat. January 3rd, 2026, the current date, marked the turning point. A storm had rolled in on New Year's Day, dumping 28 inches of heavy, wet snow that drifted 4 feet against the north wall. I spent 2 days digging out the solar panels, the woodpile, and a path to the outhouse. On the third night, January 3rd, the knocks began. Not footsteps, actual knocks. 3 deliberate raps on the front door. Pause, 3 more. Pause, then silence. I sat bolt upright in bed, shotgun in hand, heart slamming so hard I could feel it in my teeth. The knocks came again at 3:12 a.m., then at 3:41, then at 4:19. Each time exactly 3 knocks. Firm, but not violent, as though someone polite was waiting to be let in. I never answered. I never spoke. I just sat in the dark with the barrel pointed at the door, safety off, finger resting beside the trigger guard. At 5:07 a.m., the knock stopped. I waited until full daylight around 8:40 before opening the door. The porch had been shoveled clean the day before. Now fresh snow covered it, except for 3 perfect sets of boot prints leading up to the door, stopping at the threshold and retreating backward exactly the way they came. No turning radius, no scuff marks. Whoever or whatever walked up, knocked, and walked backward into the storm without once turning around. That was the day I decided to leave. I packed essentials into the toboggan I kept for emergency evacuation. Sleeping bag, food, water, first aid, ammunition, the satellite device, and the journal. I left the rest. At 11 o'clock a.m., I locked the cabin, shouldered the shotgun, and started the 3-mile trek to the Forest Service Road, where I had stashed the truck under a tarp. The snow was knee-deep, progress was slow. Half a mile from the cabin, I stopped to adjust the load and looked back. On the ridge above the property line, silhouetted against the low winter sun, stood a figure. Tall, motionless, dark coat or robe, hood up. Too far to make out features. I raised the shotgun instinctively, but the figure did not move. It simply watched. I turned and kept walking, faster now, pulse roaring in my ears. When I reached the truck 2 hours later and looked back one last time, the figure was gone. No tracks led down from the ridge. No sign it had ever been there, except the memory burned into my retinas. I drove out that afternoon, chains rattling, heart still racing. I have not returned. The cabin sits empty, solar panels slowly collecting dust under snow. I sold the property 6 weeks later to a couple from Seattle who wanted a quiet retreat. I did not warn them about the knocks. I did not mention the footprints. Some things you cannot explain without sounding insane, and some things are better left to find their next occupant on their own. If these true remote cabin in the snow horror stories have lodged themselves in your mind like frost in a keyhole, and you find yourself searching for more real winter cabin isolation horror survivor accounts, terrifying true snowbound cabin watcher encounters, disturbing footprints circling remote cabin in powder, remember this: solitude is never absolute. In the deep winter woods, when the temperature kills sound and the dark lasts 16 hours a day, something always listens back. And sometimes when you least expect it, it knocks. Shocking true hitchhiking horror stories from America's desolate highways, real survivor eyewitness accounts of midnight pickups gone wrong, unexplained disappearances, and roadside nightmares that will make you never thumb a ride again, stretching across the vast, lonely interstates and forgotten 2-lane blacktops of rural America, where gas stations are miles apart, cell service fades into dead zones, and the only light after dark comes from your own headlights piercing the void. True hitchhiking horror stories expose the chilling dangers lurking just beyond the shoulder of the road. These are not sensationalized myths or Hollywood thrillers. They are harrowing, first-hand survivor testimonies from ordinary people who stuck out their thumbs seeking a free ride only to board vehicles, driven by strangers harboring secrets darker than the night itself. If you're frantically searching for the scariest true hitchhiking horror stories on deserted highways, the most disturbing real-life roadside pickup encounters with psychopathic drivers, bone-chilling accounts of unexplained vanishings during cross-country thumbs-up travels, shocking eyewitness reports of ghostly passengers appearing in rearview mirrors at midnight, or ultra-detailed compilations of realistic hitchhiker nightmares involving abandoned rest stops, eerie small-town detours, and the slow-building dread of realizing your ride is not what it seems. This single, endlessly detailed narrative plunges you into the unrelenting terror. Optimized for queries like True Scary Hitchhiking Horror Stories Highways 2026, Real Horrifying Hitchhiker Encounters with Killers, Disturbing True Roadside Thumb Ride Disappearances, Very Creepy True Midnight Pickup Paranormal Experiences, Terrifying True American Highway Hitchhiker Survivor Tales, and bone-chilling real deserted road hitchhiking accounts. Brace for immersive, scene-by-scene suspense. The rumble of tires on cracked asphalt echoing in empty expanses. The metallic tang of exhaust mixing with the driver's unwashed sweat. The flickering dashboard lights casting grotesque shadows on unfamiliar faces. The heart-pounding isolation of being locked in a moving cage with no escape, and every realistic, blood-curdling detail that transforms a simple act of trust into a fight for survival on the black ribbon of America's forgotten roads. My name is Jordan Ellis, and back in the spring of 2025, I was a 26-year-old college dropout from Columbus, Ohio, scraping by on odd jobs as a barista and warehouse loader, dreaming of the West Coast's endless beaches and startup hustle in Silicon Valley. I'd saved $800 from tips and overtime, enough for a one-way Greyhound ticket to San Francisco, but after a fight with my roommate over rent, I impulsively decided to hitchhike the whole 200 miles interstate. 70 west through Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, Colorado, Utah, Nevada, and into California. I'd read Kerouac's On the Road in high school, romanticized the freedom of thumbing rides from truckers and wanderers, sharing stories over greasy diner coffee. My backpack held essentials: a change of clothes, a sleeping bag rated to 20 degrees Fahrenheit, a multi-tool knife with a 3-inch blade, a battered iPhone with spotty service, $200 in cash hidden in a sock, energy bars, a water bottle with built-in filter, and a laminated map of US highways folded into quarters. I started on April 12, 2025, a crisp morning with temperatures in the low 50s, standing on the I-70 on-ramp west of Columbus, thumb out, cardboard sign reading West Coast or Bust in Sharpie block letters. Cars whizzed by, minivans with families staring, sedans with solo drivers averting eyes, semis blasting horns in mockery. After 45 minutes, a rusty Ford F-150 pulled over, driven by a grizzled farmer heading to Indianapolis. Harmless. He dropped me at a truck stop, wishing me luck. That first day set the pattern. Short rides, long waits, truckers sharing CB radio chatter about way stations and speed traps. By day 3, April 14th, I'd made it to St. Louis, Missouri, crossing the Mississippi River at dusk, the gateway arch glowing like a silver loop against the purple sky. I crashed at a rest area, unrolling my sleeping bag behind a picnic table, lulled to sleep by the hum of idling semis. Woke at dawn to rain pattering on my face, packed up wet, and hit the ramp again. Rides came slower in the wet, a soccer mom in a Subaru to Columbia, a salesman in a Lexus to Kansas City. By evening, I was west of Topeka, Kansas on I-70. The landscape flattening into endless wheat fields under a slate-gray sky threatening more storms. Traffic thinned after 8 p.m. Headlights became rare beacons in the growing dark. I stood under a sodium lamp at a rural exit, sign soggy, thumb numb from the chill dropping to 45 degrees. At 9:22 p.m., headlights slowed a black Chevy Silverado crew cab. 28 in model, mud-splattered tires, Kansas plates partially obscured by dirt. The driver rolled down the tinted window. A man in his late 40s, clean-shaven, wire-rimmed glasses, flannel shirt over a thermal baseball cap pulled low. "Where you headed?" he asked, voice flat but not unfriendly. "West, as far as you'll take me," I replied. He nodded. "Hop in. Going to Denver. Perfect 600 miles overnight." I climbed into the passenger seat, backpack between my feet. The cab smelled of stale coffee, cigarette smoke, though no ashtray visible, and something sharper, like bleach faintly lingering. The dashboard clock glowed 9:24. Radio tuned low to a country station playing Johnny Cash's Folsom Prison Blues. He introduced himself as Dale, a sales rep for agricultural equipment, traveling between farm shows. I gave my name, spun a story about visiting family in California. At 11:58 p.m., Dale exited onto a 2-lane county road, sign reading, Russell to 12 miles. "Shortcut," he muttered. "Avoids construction on 70. Plausible truckers mentioned detours on CB earlier." The road narrowed, potholes jarring the truck, headlights cutting through sheets of rain, illuminating barbed wire fences and occasional silos like skeletal sentinels. No other cars. My phone showed no bars. Dale's chatter stopped. His grip tightened on the wheel, knuckles white. "You ever wonder," he said suddenly, voice low, "what happens to all those hitchhikers who just disappear?" My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" I asked, forcing casual. He glanced sideways, eyes reflecting dashboard green. "News says hundreds go missing every year. Picked up, never seen again. Bodies in ditches or worse, never found." I laughed nervously. "Yeah, urban legends." He didn't smile. "Not legends. Real. I knew a guy once picked up a kid like you near here in '98. Kid never made it home. The truck slowed as we approached a derelict barn off the road. Roof sagging, doors chained, but one hanging open. Dale pulled in, killing the engine. Pit stop, he said. Rain hammered the roof. I gripped my multi-tool in my pocket, blade folded out. I'm good, I said. He turned, face shadowed. Get out. Adrenaline surged. I bolted from the door. Backpack abandoned, sprinting into the rain toward the barn for cover. He followed, boots splashing. Inside the barn, rotting hay bales, rusted farm equipment, air thick with mold and manure. I hid behind a tractor, heart pounding, rain drumming overhead. Dale entered, silhouette in the doorway, flashlight sweeping. Come on out, Jordan. Just want to talk. How did he know my real name? I hadn't given it. Panic clawed my throat. His steps crunched closer, deliberate, unhurried. The flashlight beam grazed my boot. I shifted, knocking a can. He lunged. I swung the multi-tool, blade catching his arm, warm blood sprayed. He grunted, dropping the light. I ran deeper into the barn, through a back door into a field. Mud sucked at my shoes. Rain blinded me. Behind, his truck roared to life, headlights pinning me like spotlights. I dove into a ditch, rolling into culvert pipe, 3 feet wide, crawling 20 yards until it ended at a creek. Water icy, up to my knees. I waded upstream, thorns tearing my jeans until the headlights faded. Shivering, hypothermic, I emerged onto another county road at 1:15 a.m., thumb out desperately. A semi pulled over at 1:42. Driver, a burly woman named Carla, saw my state and radioed state troopers. At the Russell County Sheriff's Office, I gave my statement. Dale's description, 5'10", 180 pounds, brown hair, scar on left cheek from a farming accident, he mentioned. Truck details, license partial, KS 47 something. They searched the barn. My backpack there. Toolbox, open duct tape, zip ties, a hunting knife with dried blood. Not mine. No Dale. No truck. Database check. No agricultural sales rep matching. Trooper said it matched patterns of a drifter linked to 3 missing hitchhikers since 2022. Bodies found in shallow graves off I-70, throats slit, wallets emptied. I hitched no more, took a bus from Denver. Now back in Ohio, I drive alone, doors locked, never picking up strangers. Those highways hide monsters in plain sight, wearing normal faces, offering rides with hidden intent. If these true hitchhiking horror stories have gripped your soul, and you're digging for more, Real Highway Pickup Killer Survivor Accounts 2026. Terrifying true roadside disappearance tales. Disturbing hitchhiker encounters with psychopaths. Heed this. The road is indifferent, but the people on it aren't always. Thumb at your peril. The next ride might be your last. Ultra-terrifying true abandoned amusement park horror stories from derelict theme parks. Real survivor eyewitness accounts of nighttime. Trespassing nightmares, malfunctioning rides in the dark, and shadowy carnival entities that will make you swear off ever sneaking into closed parks again. Asterisk, asterisk, hidden in overgrown lots on the edges of fading American towns where rusted Ferris wheels creak in the wind like dying breaths, faded midway banners flap like tattered ghosts, and the air carries the faint rot of cotton candy mixed with mildew and rust. True abandoned amusement park horror stories unveil the nightmarish underbelly of places once filled with laughter, but now echoing with something far more sinister. These are not over-the-top fiction or viral pranks. They are raw, unfiltered survivor testimonies from urban explorers, former employees, and curious teens who trespassed into derelict theme parks after hours, seeking thrills, nostalgia, or forbidden photos only to confront unexplained presences, malfunctioning rides that start on their own in the dead of night, and psychological terrors that linger long after escape. If you are desperately hunting for the scariest true abandoned amusement park horror stories, the most disturbing real-life trespassing encounters in forgotten carnival grounds at midnight, bone-chilling accounts of shadowy figures lurking in funhouse, mirrors shocking eyewitness, reports of ghostly laughter from empty roller coasters, or ultra-detailed compilations of realistic overnight stays in derelict theme parks gone horribly wrong, this single relentlessly detailed narrative delivers the unvarnished dread. Optimized for searches like true scary abandoned amusement park stories, real horrifying theme park trespassing encounters, disturbing true derelict carnival ghost sightings, very creepy true midnight funhouse, paranormal experiences, terrifying true forgotten roller coaster Survivor tailies and bone-chilling real abandoned park urban exploration horrors prepare for rich cinematic immersion. The metallic groan of rusted chains swinging from bumper cars. The suffocating darkness pierced by flickering emergency lights that should not be on. The acrid stench of decayed popcorn kernels crunching underfoot, the heart-stopping echo of calliope music, starting unbidden in empty midways, and every realistic spine-tingling detail that turns childhood joyrides into adult nightmares haunting your every step in the shadows. My name is Lucas Rivera, and at 28 years old in the summer of 2025, I was a freelance photographer from Atlanta, Georgia, specializing in urban decay, capturing the beauty in crumbling factories, overgrown malls, and derelict schools for a niche Instagram account with 45,000 followers called Forgotten Frames. I had built my reputation on risky shoots, scaling fences at dawn, dodging security in broad daylight, always with my Nikon D850 slung around my neck, a tripod in my backpack extra. Batteries, a GoPro for behind-the-scenes footage, a multi-tool for prying loose boards, and a headlamp rated at 1,000 lumens for low-light work. My girlfriend Mia, a 27-year-old graphic designer from Savannah, often tagged along for the adventure, her iPhone ready for quick snaps, and her skepticism, balancing my enthusiasm. We had hit sites like old shuttered parks, but nothing prepared us for Lakeside Amusement Park in rural Virginia, about 90 miles southwest of Richmond, near the Appomattox River. Lakeside had been a staple since 1908. A classic trolley park with wooden roller coasters, a grand carousel with hand-carved horses, a funhouse called Mirror Maze Madness, bumper cars in a pavilion shaped like a giant clown head, and a midway lined with game booths promising stuffed prizes. It thrived until the 1980s when a fatal accident on the Cyclone coaster, a 1927 wooden beast with a 90-foot drop, killed 3 riders, and a derailment blamed on poor maintenance. Lawsuits followed, attendance plummeted, and by 1992 the gates closed for good. Vandals stripped it over the years, but the structures remained fenced off with chain link and no trespassing signs riddled with bullet holes from local kids using them for target practice. We drove up on July 19, 2025, a humid Friday evening with temperatures lingering at 88 degrees Fahrenheit even after sunset, the air thick with the buzz of cicadas and the distant rumble of thunder from an approaching front. Mia and I parked our Honda Civic a mile away on a dirt pull-off near a cornfield, avoiding the main entrance road patrolled sporadically by county deputies. We hiked through knee-high weeds, backpacks heavy with water bottles, energy bars, bug spray. The mosquitoes were vicious in the Virginia lowlands, first aid kit, and my camera gear. The fence was 8 feet high, topped with barbed wire, but we had scouted a spot where a tree branch had fallen, creating a gap wide enough to squeeze through. We slipped in at 9:45 p.m., the sky a deepening indigo, stars beginning to prick through the haze. The park sprawled over 37 acres. The midway straight ahead, overgrown with vines snaking up lampposts, like green veins, the Cyclone's silhouette looming. On the left, tracks sagging like broken spines, the carousel pavilion on the right. Its roof partially collapsed, exposing the merry-go-round to the elements. The ground was littered with debris, faded ticket stubs, yellowed by time, shattered glass from smashed game counters, rusted bolts that had fallen from rides. The air smelled of wet earth, rust, and something faintly sweet like decayed sugar from old concession stands. We started with the midway, my Nikon clicking away at the eerie details, a ring toss booth with plastic bottles still lined up covered in dust and spiderwebs. A high striker game with its mallet chained to the base, the bell at the top dented as if struck one last time in anger. Mia filmed on her phone, narrating softly, "This place feels like it's waiting for something." We laughed it off, but the silence was unnatural. No birds, no crickets, just our footsteps crunching on gravel paths, cracked by tree roots pushing through like skeletal fingers. By 10:30 p.m., we had reached the bumper car pavilion, the clown head entrance leering with chipped paint, red nose faded to pink eyes, hollow sockets, staring blankly. Inside, 24 cars sat frozen in a tangled pile, wires dangling from the ceiling grid like dead vines. I set up the tripod for long exposure shots, the shutter clicking for 30 seconds, at a time, capturing ghostly blurs if anything moved. Nothing did, yet. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped to 78 degrees. Humidity making our shirts cling like second skins. We headed to the funhouse, Mirror Maze Madness, a 2-story wooden structure with faded murals of distorted faces laughing maniacally. The entrance door hung ajar, hinges squealing as I pushed it open. Inside was pitch black, our headlamps cut beams through floating dust reflecting off hundreds of mirrors. some cracked, some smeared with graffiti, like "Get Out" in what looked like dried blood, probably red paint, but chilling nonetheless. The maze twisted with dead ends, our reflections multiplying into infinite versions of ourselves, distorted and elongated. Mia gripped my arm. "This is creepy as hell." We navigated deeper, laughter echoing weirdly ours or something else. At the center, a room with a rotating barrel floor, long seized up, surrounded by funhouse mirrors that warped us into monsters. That S when the first anomaly hit, a soft giggle, high-pitched like a child S from the far corner. "We spun nothing," when Mia whispered. But no breeze stirred the stale air. Pushing on to 12:45 a.m., we climbed the cyclone's access, stairs, wooden steps, rotting handrails splintered. The coaster cars sat derailed at the base of the lift hill, chains rusted solid. From the top 90 feet up, the park spread below like a graveyard of joy. The lake, now a stagnant pond choked with algae, the picnic pavilions collapsed into heaps of timber, the Ferris wheel frozen mid-turn, gondolas swaying gently in the breeze. Lightning flashed distant, illuminating the scene in stark white. As we descended, a metallic clank echoed from the carousel pavilion, loud, deliberate, like a chain being dragged. We froze. Clank again. Heart pounding, we crept toward it, headlamps sweeping. The pavilion was 200 feet away. As we approached, the sound stopped. Inside the carousel, 48 horses and chariots, hand-carved in 1910 paint, peeled to reveal wood grain, eyes glassy and accusatory. No one there. But on the platform, fresh footprints in the dust, small like a woman, a Sortine Senna sneaker circling the center pole and stopping abruptly. Panic edged in around 1:30 a.m. as rain began pattering on the tin roofs, turning the ground to mud. We sought shelter in the funhouse again, but inside the giggles returned, multiple now, from different directions, overlapping like a chorus of invisible children. Mia's face paled. "Lucas, let's go." As we navigated the maze, mirrors fogged inexplicably our breaths, visible in sudden cold spots, dropping the temperature to 65 degrees. In one reflection, a figure appeared, not us, tall, clown makeup smeared, suit tattered, standing behind Mia. She screamed. We ran, slamming into mirror's glass, shattering cuts opening on our arms. Bursting out, we sprinted for the fence, but the cyclone's lift chain rattled to life. Impossible. No power since 1992. The empty cars creaked upward, grinding metal on metal, then plummeted down the drop with a thunderous roar, derailing at the bottom in a spray of sparks visible in the rain. Gasping, soaked, we reached the fence at 2:15 a.m., squeezing through the gap, thorns tearing clothes. In the car driving away, Mia reviewed her phone footage, orbs darting in the funhouse, a face in the mirror, pale eyes, black voids whispering stay and play. We never posted the photos. Lakeside still rots, drawing explorers who vanish or return, change, babbling of laughter that follows them home. If these true abandoned amusement park horror stories have twisted your guts, searching for more like real abandoned amusement park ghost encounters or terrifying true derelict carnival trespassing survivals, remember, some parks do not close, they wait. Sneak in at your peril, the rides might start without you. Ultra disturbing true overnight gas station horror stories from remote highway stops, real survivor eyewitness accounts of midnight encounters, creepy attendants, unexplained vanishings, and shadowy figures in empty parking lots that will make you never stop at isolated pumps. After dark again, along the endless stretches of America's forgotten backroads and rural interstates where neon signs flicker weakly against pitch-black skies, diesel fumes mix with the smell of stale coffee and motor oil, and the only sounds after midnight are the hum of fluorescent tubes and the occasional semi-truck rumbling past. True overnight gas station horror stories reveal the hidden terrors waiting at those lonely 24-hour oases that promise safety but deliver something far more sinister. These are not scripted creepypastas or exaggerated trucker tales. They are raw, unfiltered survivor testimonies from night shift workers, late-night travelers, and desperate drivers who pulled in for fuel or a bathroom break only to encounter unexplained figures in the shadows. Attendants who weren't quite human, doors that lock from the outside, and the slow-building realization that the station is not as empty as it appears. If you are searching for the scariest true gas station horror stories at night, the most disturbing real-life overnight encounters at remote highway stops, bone-chilling accounts of creepy attendants who disappear, shocking eyewitness reports of pale faces staring from the restroom mirrors, ultra-detailed compilations of realistic midnight gas station nightmares, involving strange knocks on car windows, flickering security cameras that show things they shouldn't, and the psychological dread of being The only customer for hours, this single relentlessly detailed narrative plunges you into unrelenting fear. Optimized for searches like true scary gas station horror stories, night shift real horrifying remote highway stop encounters disturbing true. Overnight gas station paranormal experiences very creepy true isolated pump station survivor tales terrifying. True abandoned gas station midnight horrors bone-chilling real 3 a.m. gas station accounts and ultra-realistic true rural gas station terror stories prepare for vivid cinematic immersion. The buzz of dying neon buzzing overhead, the sticky feel of the linoleum floor. Under your sneakers, the metallic tang of spilled gasoline mingling with burnt coffee, the heart-stopping moment when the attendant's eyes reflect your headlights wrong, and every realistic skin-crawling detail that turns a routine stop into a fight to drive away alive. My name is Caleb Hayes, and in late October 2025, I was a 31-year-old long-haul truck driver based out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, hauling refrigerated loads of produce from California to the Midwest. I had been on the road for 12 years, running mostly the same routes. I-40 West, I-35 North, I-70 East, but that fall I took a detour job delivering frozen berries to a distribution center in northern New Mexico. The load was time-sensitive, so I drove straight through, pushing 18 hours behind the wheel with only quick catnaps at rest areas. By 1:47 a.m. on October 29th, the truck's fuel gauge was dipping below a quarter tank, and my eyelids felt like sandpaper. The GPS showed the next major truck stop 62 miles ahead, but a small blue highway sign flashed. Guess food next exit 3 miles. I took it. The exit ramp curved down into a shallow valley lined with scrub juniper and yucca, the kind of high desert nothing that swallows headlights whole. At the bottom sat the station, a single-story cinder block building with 2 pump islands, 4 bays, 1 diesel lane, and a flickering red and blue open 24 hours sign that blinked like it was having a seizure. No trucks, no cars, just my rig rolling in under the canopy lights that cast everything in a sickly yellow glow. I killed the engine at pump 7, the diesel nozzle heavy in my hand. The air was cold, 38 degrees Fahrenheit, sharp with the smell of propane and old fryer grease drifting from the attached convenience store. Through the glass doors, I could see one attendant behind the counter, a skinny guy in his late teens or early 20s wearing a black hoodie with the hood up, and the store logo embroidered crooked on the chest. He did not look up when I walked in, just kept staring at the security monitor mounted above the register. The bell above the door jingled once, then died mid-ring, as if the spring was rusted. Inside smelled stronger of burnt coffee and stale hot dogs rotating under heat lamps since who knows when. I grabbed a large black coffee, 2 energy drinks, a pack of beef jerky, and a bottle of water. Total $18.47. I slid my card. He swiped it without a word, eyes still locked on the monitor. Approved. I asked for a receipt. He handed it over without looking at me, fingers cold when they brushed mine. I said thanks. He did not reply. I stepped outside. The wind had picked up, rattling the empty trash cans chained to the pump island. Back at the truck, I fueled up, the diesel flowing slow, the pump clicking off at 112 gallons. I was about to climb into the cab when I noticed the restroom sign on the side of the building flickering like the main sign. I had to go. The men's room door was metal dented in several places, handle sticky. Inside, fluorescent tube overhead, buzzing and strobing, 1 bulb half dead. 3 urinals, 1 stall sink with brown water stains, mirror cracked in the top left corner. I used the urinal, washed my hands, the soap dispenser empty, the paper towel holder torn off the wall. As I dried my hands on my jeans, I caught movement in the mirror reflection. Not mine. Behind me in the stall door cracked open just an inch, a pale hand gripping the edge, fingers long, 2 long nails black and jagged. I spun. Door closed flush. Heart slamming, I pushed it open, empty stall toilet seat up, water in the bowl, dark and still. I backed out fast, washing hands again, this time under scalding hot water that smelled faintly of iron. Outside, the attendant was now standing at the doorway, arms crossed, hood still up, face shadowed. He watched me walk to the truck. I climbed and locked the doors, started the engine. As I pulled away, I glanced in the side mirror. The attendant was gone. No one at the door, no one inside visible through the glass. Just a flickering sign and the empty pumps. I drove on, merging back onto the highway, the speedometer climbing to 68 miles per hour. About 7 miles later, my CB radio crackled to Life Channel 19 static, then a voice low and calm. This is New Mexico State Police Unit 47. Be advised, we have a report of a missing person at the Sunrise Quick Stop on Highway 60-mile marker 142. Last seen around 1:30 a.m. Male, Caucasian, mid-20s, black hoodie, store employee. Vehicle associated with the scene, a white Kenworth T680 reefer trailer, Texas plates. Driver wanted for questioning. If located, pull over safely and await officers. My stomach dropped. I was driving a white Kenworth T680 reefer, Texas plates. The time on the dash clock, 2:19 a.m. I had fueled at 1:47, left by 2:05. The missing person was the attendant. But he had been there, handed me the receipt, took my card, swiped it. I pulled over immediately, hazards on hands, shaking on the wheel. Called 911 from my self-spotty service, but connected. Told the dispatcher everything, the station, the kid, the restroom hand, the radio bulletin. She asked me to stay put, troopers en route, ETA 18 minutes. While waiting, I reviewed my dashcam footage, the one mounted inside the windshield facing forward and the handheld GoPro I sometimes left running on the dash for insurance purposes. The pump footage showed me fueling, no attendant visible at the door. The store interior clip from my phone when I paid showed the counter empty, no hoodie, no kid, no one. The receipt in my pocket, plain thermal paper, blank except for the total $18.47. Printed in faded ink, no store name, no date, no transaction ID. When the troopers arrived, 2 units, lights flashing, no sirens, they listened to my story. Checked my ID, ran my plates, searched the truck, found nothing unusual. They told me the Sunrise Quick Stop had been closed since March 2024, after the owner died of a heart attack, and the building was boarded up pending auction. No employees, number 24-hour operation, no power since the meter was pulled. But I had fueled there, 112 gallons, diesel pump, worked, receipt in hand. They took the receipt, bagged it for evidence, drove me to the station for a formal statement. Dashcam and phone footage showed only empty desert highway after I left the supposed location. The building itself did not appear on the video at all, just a dark stretch of road where the exit should have been. I quit long-haul trucking 3 weeks later. Sold the Kenworth, moved back to Tulsa. Got a local delivery job with set hours, daylight only. I still have the receipt folded in my wallet, blank except for the numbers. Sometimes late at night when I drive past a closed gas station, I swear I see a flickering open 24 hours sign in the corner of my eye and a hooded figure standing under it watching me pass. If these true overnight gas station horror stories have crawled under your skin and you find yourself searching for more real, horrifying remote highway stop encounters, disturbing true midnight gas station attendant disappearances, terrifying true isolated pump station survivor accounts, remember, the next time you see a lonely neon glow on a dark road, it might be waiting just for you. Pull in if you dare, but check your mirrors carefully. Some stations never really close. Very scary true rural farmhouse horror stories from isolated countryside homes, real eyewitness survivor accounts of midnight noises, unexplained basement discoveries, and shadowy fields lurking with unknown entities that will make you never visit remote farms. After dark, again, nestled in the vast empty expanses of America's rural heartland where cornfields stretch endlessly under starless skies, gravel roads wind for miles without a single passing car, and the only sounds at night are the rustle of wind through crops or the distant lowing of cattle that could be something else entirely. True rural farmhouse horror stories expose the bone-chilling realities hidden behind those charming weathered barns and wraparound porches that promise peace but deliver unrelenting terror. These are not fabricated folktales or sensationalized ghost hunts. They are harrowing first-hand survivor testimonies from farmers, families, and unsuspecting visitors who sought refuge or work in isolated countryside homes only to face inexplicable basement whispers, doors that slam on windless nights, shadowy figures crossing moonlit fields, and the gradual psychological breakdown of realizing the land itself holds grudges from long-forgotten tragedies. If you are scouring the web for the scariest true rural farmhouse horror stories, the most disturbing real-life isolated countryside home encounters at 3 a.m., bone-chilling accounts of unexplained noises echoing from attics, shocking eyewitness reports of pale entities staring through cracked windows, or mega compilations of realistic overnight stays in remote farmhouses gone horribly wrong, this exhaustive, suspense-laden single narrative epic delivers the raw, unfiltered dread. Optimized for searches like true scary rural farmhouse horror stories, real horrifying isolated countryside home encounters, disturbing true midnight farmhouse basement discoveries, very creepy true remote farm paranormal experiences, terrifying true abandoned farmhouse survivor tales, bone-chilling real rural fields entity sightings, and ultra-realistic true countryside farmhouse terror accounts. Brace yourself for immersive cinematic descriptions, the creak of old wooden floors under invisible footsteps, the musty smell of damp earth rising from root cellars, the suffocating silence broken by distant thuds that sound like buried secrets clawing free, the heart-pounding isolation of being miles from help with no cell signal, and every realistic, gut-wrenching detail that transforms a dream of simple country living into a nightmare you cannot wake from. My name is Ethan Caldwell, and in the fall of 2025, I was a 29-year-old mechanic from Des Moines, Iowa, who had grown tired of the city's constant hum of traffic and sirens, craving the quiet life my grandparents always talked about on their old family farm. I had inherited the property after my grandfather passed away in early 2024. 160 acres spread in the rolling hills of southern Minnesota near the Iowa border, complete with a two-story Victorian farmhouse built in 1892, a red barn sagging slightly from years of harsh winters, a silo that leaned like a drunk at closing time, and fields that alternated between corn and soybeans depending on the rotation. The house was 2,800 square feet with creaking oak floors, high ceilings, plaster walls that cracked in the cold, and a full basement used for storage and canning jars from decades past. The nearest town was Mankato, 28 miles away, a small place with a grocery store, a hardware shop, and a diner that closed at 8 p.m. sharp. No. Neighbors closer than 3 miles, the driveway was a half-mile gravel track off County Road 14, rutted from rain and rarely graded. I moved in on September 15, 2025, towing a U-Haul with my tools, a beat-up Ford F-250, and enough supplies to last through winter, non-perishable food, 200 gallons of propane for the furnace, a generator for power outages, and a 12-gauge Remington shotgun for coyotes or whatever else might wander too close. The air that day was crisp, 62 degrees Fahrenheit, leaves turning gold and red on the maples lining the property line. I spent the first week settling in, fixing leaky faucets in the upstairs bathroom, patching holes in the barn roof where pigeons had nested, and stocking the pantry with cans of soup beans and tuna. The quiet was intoxicating at first, no alarms, no neighbors blasting music. Just the wind sighing through the eaves and the occasional hoot of an owl from the woods beyond the north field. The first oddity came on September 22nd, around 11:45 p.m. I was in the living room reading an old Louisa Moore Western by the light of a kerosene lamp, the electricity reliable, but I liked the ambiance when I heard a faint thump from the basement. Not the house settling those creaks. I had already cataloged. This was heavier, like a box falling from a shelf. I grabbed the flashlight, a heavy mag light with fresh D batteries, and headed down the stairs, wooden steps worn smooth from generations of boots. The basement was unfinished concrete walls, damp from groundwater seepage, shelves lined with dusty mason jars filled with peaches and green beans from the 1980s, a workbench cluttered with rusted tools, and a coal chute sealed with plywood since the furnace converted to propane in the 1970s. The air down there was cooler, 55 degrees, musty with the scent of mold and old earth. I swept the beam around, nothing out of place, no fallen boxes, no rats scurrying. But at the far end, near the foundation wall, I spotted fresh scuff marks on the dirt floor, like boot heels had dragged something heavy. No prints, just smears in the dust leading to the wall and stopping. I chalked it up to imagination, or maybe a raccoon that had slipped in through a vent, though the screens were intact. Back upstairs, I double-checked the locks on the doors, sturdy deadbolts installed in the 1990s, and went to bed, the shotgun loaded beside the nightstand just in case. The thumps returned every few nights, always between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m., sometimes singles, sometimes in threes like knocks from below. By October 5th, I had started sleeping with earplugs, but they did not help. The vibrations traveled through the floorboards into the bed frame. I called the local extension office in Mankato, asked about seismic activity or underground streams. The agent laughed, said the area was stable as a rock, no faults, no caves, just glacial till from the last ice age. He suggested checking for foundation cracks. I did crawled under the house with a flashlight, the crawl space tight, 18 inches high dirt floor, dry, no cracks, no water. But while under there, I found something odd, a small metal ring embedded in the soil near the basement wall, rusted, but solid like an old pull tab for a trapdoor. I tugged, nothing gave. Back inside, I measured the basement dimensions with a tape measure, 28 feet by 40 feet. But the house footprint above was 32 by 44, a discrepancy of 4 feet on each side. Hidden space? I dismissed it as settling or poor records from the original build. October 12th brought the first visual anomaly. A storm rolled in that evening, heavy rain lashing the windows, thunder rumbling like artillery wind, gusting to 45 miles per hour, bending the corn stalks flat. Power flickered, then died at 9:32 p.m. I lit candles on the lamp, sat by the kitchen window, watching lightning illuminate the fields and strobes. During one flash, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the north field about 150 yards out, tall, hunched shoulders. Broad like a man in a coat had bowed against the rain. The next flash gone. I grabbed the shotgun and a rain slicker stepped onto the porch, the wind whipping water horizontal. Called out hello, no answer, just the roar of the storm. I waited 10 minutes, nothing reappeared. Morning light revealed no tracks, the mud too churned by rain, but the corn near that spot was trampled in a circle. 6 feet wide, as if something had paced there all night. The incidents escalated through October. On the 18th, I woke to whispers from the vents, faint, but distinct like a conversation in a language I could not place, guttural with clicks and hisses. I recorded it on my phone. Playback showed static overlaying the sound's words, almost audible, but slipping away when I focused. By the 25th, the basement thumps had become scratches, long, slow drags like nails on concrete. I nailed the basement door shut with 4-inch spikes, but that night the scratches came from the walls upstairs, moving room to room, always stopping outside my bedroom. I slept in the truck that night, parked in the barn, doors barred, engine running for heat. November 2nd, 2025, the day after Halloween, brought the discovery. The whispers had kept me awake, so at dawn I grabbed a crowbar and sledgehammer, went to the basement, pried at the foundation wall where the scuffs ended. The concrete was thin, a facade over brick that crumbled under blows. Behind a hidden room, 4 feet by 8 rough-hewn dirt walls, wooden supports rotting, a small altar of stones in the center, topped with a rusted tin box. Inside, yellowed papers, deeds from 1891 mentioning a land dispute with native tribes, a curse, scrawled in faded ink, they who disturb the earth shall be claimed by it, and bones, small human bones, a child, as perhaps wrapped in decayed cloth. I backed out, heart racing, sealed it with plywood, called the sheriff. Deputy arrived 2 hours later, took photos, said it looked like an old root cellar. Maybe a family secret from the pioneer days, no crime scene, just history. He left, advising me to contact the Historical Society. That night the storm returned, worse than before, winds howling at 60 miles per hour, rain, horizontal power out by 8:15 p.m. The scratches started early, 9:30, from the basement, escalating to bangs like fists on the door I had nailed shut. Then the whispers clear, now names, my name, Ethan, repeated in a chorus, overlapping like multiple voices from the vents, the walls, the floor. I barricaded in the bedroom, shotgun aimed at the door. At 11:58 p.m., the window rattled, not wind, but knocks, 3 slow, deliberate. I peeked through the curtain, the figure from the field, closer now on the porch, pale face under a hood, eyes black voids, mouth moving, whispering my name. Lightning flashed, it vanished, but the door handle turned slowly, testing the lock. I fired through the wood, buckshot shredding the panel, no cry, no blood, just silence, then laughter, low, guttural from outside, circling the house. I fled at first light, drove to Mankato, never returned. Sold the farm remotely to a developer who planned to raise it for subdivisions. Last I heard, the bulldozers uncovered more bones in the fields, dozens arranged in patterns like wards or warnings. If these true rural farmhouse horror stories have seeped into your bones, searching for more like real, horrifying, isolated countryside home basement discoveries, disturbing true midnight farmhouse entity encounters, terrifying true remote farm survivor accounts, remember the land remembers its wounds, and in the quiet of the countryside, those wounds whisper back. Stay in the city, the fields are not empty.